The action takes place in the border area of Kassel. This place was struck by a terrible drought. People are tired and very exhausted. The wells have dried up and there is no drinking water at all. The fields were cracked by the terrible heat. All the cattle and other animals die, rotting in the sun. People, gripped by fear for their future, began to leave the village, taking with them the last things they had left. Margrave Castle decided that the flight of the people was a betrayal. As people left the village, they saw sternly smiling guards. The Margrave sent soldiers to punish the apostates and blood was shed. Chaos reigned in the village. Soldiers were killing residents. People, in turn, fled in fear as far as possible. The little boy ran barefoot across the cracked ground. He stumbled and fell with a scream, and the cruel soldier was already behind him. The boy looked back at him in horror. The child's eyes reflected a smiling man raising a sword to punish, but the boy could only pray for help. Blood spattered in all directions. All this bloodshed was proudly observed by the Margrave's son, who had once been told by a powerful sorcerer that the blood of divine kings flowed in his veins. So he looked down on the exhausted villagers with disdain. He asked ordinary people if they understood his kindness and thanks to whom they were still alive. The woman looked at the Margrave's son in horror, clutching the crying child to her chest, while the aristocrat shouted that it was thanks to his lordship and mercy that they were still alive. The young gentleman looked askance at the frightened villagers and asked the survivors how they could have done such a thing, how they could have fled the village forgetting about conscience and gratitude. A woman with a child in her arms screamed, begging for forgiveness. With tears in her eyes, she asked to spare her child. But the guard standing behind her pierced her neck with one movement of his spear, ordering her to be silent in front of the frightened child. The little boy watched in horror as his mother's scarlet blood dripped from the spear. The woman fell unconscious to the ground. The child recoiled from her in horror, and the young gentleman just watched all this motionless. After this bloody scene, the Margrave's son merely clucked his tongue, saying discontentedly that the woman was stupid, and his soldier apologized for his ignorance. The guard politely asked his master how they could lift his spirits, and he, in turn, smiled ominously. The Margrave's son and his soldiers came to the big tree and watched with pleasure as the villagers were hanged. Those executed were held by their relatives. Parents supported their children, and wives their husbands. Suddenly, someone called out to the aristocrat, and he turned towards the voice with a wild look. The voice belonged to one of the guards. He began to ask the master what he should do with the wounded man, whose head he had crushed with his foot, whether he should be hung by the waist so that he would suffer as long as the others. The fair-haired girl raised her head with tears in her eyes and stuttered, asking for mercy for the man. But the tormentors were adamant. The soldier began to tie the man with a rope. Then the girl, screaming, tried to climb in and stop him. But the guard hit the peasant woman with all his might, driving her away. The girl cried bitterly, sobbed and rubbed her bruised cheek. She called her beloved by name, but he was not even able to look at her, wounded and covered in blood, almost unconscious. He was already hanging from a tree. The young gentleman was happy and laughed, looking at how the fair-haired girl was holding the exhausted man by the legs. The Margrave's son proudly and cheerfully called this execution a magnificent spectacle, while the girl, trembling, with her last strength supported her lover, who was hanging from the tree. The fair-haired girl, with concentration, closed her eyes from which tears were flowing and clenched her teeth, held the man. The young gentleman smugly praised the peasant woman, advising her to hold the man tighter. The mad heir of the Margrave approached the girl. He cruelly whispered in her ear that if she let go of her beloved, he would die from having his veins torn. But the girl continued to hold her beloved intently, trembling with fear. But please, reader, do not judge the blood of divine kings so lightly. Suddenly, the young gentleman glanced sideways, his face frowning. With a silent question, he turned to the side from which a stately stranger was already approaching him. The Margrave's son greeted the stranger ignorantly. It was a certain Sir Zebek, a serious-looking man in shimmering armor. The sir came close to the young gentleman, who stepped back a little. The Margrave's son, approaching Zebek's face, reminded him with a sinister smile that the sir had once been his fencing teacher. The man in armor asked the young master why he was punishing the villagers so cruelly and advised him to live up to the nobility of divine blood. With a nervous smile, the Margrave's son replied to Zebek that his nobility would not suffer if no one knew about what had happened in this village. The executions and murders of people are payment for the fact that they have dishonored the honor of the Margrave and were going to flee the village, the young gentleman explained to the sir. The heir of divine blood approached Zebek's face and asked what he was going to do, whether he would spread rumors about these events. The young gentleman's eyes turned red with anger. He reminded the sir of their difference in ranks. "How could a holy knight defame the honor of one of the bearers of noble blood?" the heir asked. Sir Zebek responded by simply noting that it would not be possible to hide the truth forever. The Margrave's son chuckled with displeasure, bowing his head. The soldier ran up to the young gentleman and asked if they should do something with the knight. In response, the aristocrat said with displeasure to leave Zebek and better bring him a whip. The guard gave the whip to the Margrave's heir, and his hand in a snow-white glove gripped the weapon. With all his strength, the noble aristocrat lashed out at the white-haired girl's back, who was still holding her lover's legs. Sir Zebek was horrified by this sight. The knight watched the girl's torment, seeing only splashes of blood and hearing an endless scream. The young gentleman walked away from the peasant woman, tired of whipping her and wiping away his sweat. The Margrave's heir smiled madly and said that he could not take his eyes off such a scene. The girl pressed herself ever more tightly against her lover's legs, crying and shuddering with pain, the dress on her back torn from the whip. With a satisfied smile, the noble gentleman approached Sir Zebek. Having caught up with the knight, he demonstratively whispered to his teacher to smile. The aristocrat gave Sir Zebek a wild look and said that life was to be enjoyed. The holy knight was left alone, looking at the large tree on which the innocent villagers were being executed. It was late, and the sunset illuminated the bodies of the hanged people. The wounded man called out to the white-haired girl, who was still holding his legs despite her exhausted state. The lover, with all his might, begged the girl to run away. But Sophia only hugged his legs tighter and shook her head. "Ivan," the girl whispered quietly, hugging the legs of the suspended man and looking at the setting sun. Sophia took out a gold coin with a six-pointed star and called to the emperor's heralds. She looked at the coin with hope, all in tears. And then she asked if the heralds would come, looking at the triangle drawn on the cracked ground. The girl closed her eyes from fatigue and exhaustion. The night came, full of bright stars. The man in armor was giving Sophia, who was lying on the ground, a drink from a bottle. The girl woke up coughing up water that had suddenly entered her body. She asked hopelessly, as if she had not seen anything, who it was. Sir Zebek held the girl by the shoulders and ordered her to be quiet. Sophia recognized the knight. Zebek handed the girl a spoonful of food and asked her if she could eat. Sophia looked at the knight, but before she could answer, she lost consciousness. The light hit the face of a fair-haired peasant woman lying on the ground and covered with a knight's cloak. Nearby, leaning against a tree, sat Sir Zebek, guarding Sophia's sleep. The knight looked anxiously at the bright sky. Zebek gently touched the sleeping Sophia and told her to wake up. Throwing his cloak on, the knight informed the fair-haired girl that he had come to their village without the master's knowledge, and that if he found out about it, the sir would be punished. Stopping before leaving, the knight reminded Sophia of her lover. Sir said that the girl no longer needed to hold him, and the stick with which the hanged man was tucked in was no longer needed. Sophia's lover, exhausted and covered in blood, hung from a tree and was already dead. The girl opened her eyes wide in horror, looking at her beloved. At that moment, the stick supporting the wounded man fell with a loud crack. Sir Zebek turned sharply at the sound and froze in surprise. Sophia jumped up from the ground and immediately grabbed Ivan's legs, trembling from the weight. The fair-haired girl looked at the knight with a confident gaze and asked his name in order to tell the Herald clan about him when they came to the village. Sir frowned with displeasure and asked Sophia again about the heralds. He called the heralds soulless destroyers of holiness and asked the fair-haired girl about a contract with them. Sophia lowered her head with a devastated look, seeming to have lost all hope. The holy knight began to ponder the existence of the heralds, doubting that they could defeat 20 armed soldiers and himself defending castle. Moreover, Zebek reminded Sophia of the Margrave's son, a descendant of blue bloods, before whom everyone is powerless. With a frown on his face, the knight asked the fair-haired girl if she knew how great the power of Aegis's divine blood was. Sophia, with her former steadfastness, answered the sir that the Herald clan would be able to defeat the heir of divine blood, despite the fact that he was a magician, because the heralds themselves were sorcerers. Frowning and assuming a serious expression, the girl reminded Zebek that the heralds were called destroyers of holiness because they had once already destroyed the heir of divine blood. The knight patted his head with a sigh and said that Sophia seemed to have lost her mind. Extending his hand to the girl in shining armor, the man confidently stated his name and rank. The knight said that he was not afraid of the destroyers of holiness, and that was why he told his name to Sophia, and the girl only looked at him with some bewilderment. In a moment, Sir Zebek's gaze became stern. He clenched his hand into a fist and declared that if the heralds came to castle, he would be happy to get rid of them. The holy knight told Sophia that he would try to return at night, but she continued to stand next to the tree and support her lover's legs, watching as Zebek walked further and further away. 2 days, said the girl with a look full of doom and fatigue. Just 2 days later, she repeated, looking at her feet, at the triangle drawn on the dry, cracked ground. A green meadow, a wooden house, bright sun, daisies and wonderful sheep grazing behind a low fence. How long ago was all this? Ivan holds a gold iridescent coin with a six-pointed star in his hand and says that it is a gift for Sophia. A man and a fair-haired girl are sitting under a large green tree. Sophia is twirling a coin in her hands and is surprised, asking Ivan what it is. A man with a tender look asks the girl if she has heard anything about the Herald clan. Sophia looks up at Ivan in surprise and seems to remember something. When she was a child, her father told her a story that involved the Herald clan. Recalling a colorful and entertaining story, the fair-haired girl clarifies with Ivan that heralds are called soulless destroyers of holiness. Putting her childhood memories aside, Sophia looks at the gold coin in surprise, and the man explains to her that this coin is imperial and can summon the Herald clan. Ivan approaches the girl's ear and whispers, warning her to be careful. Covering his mouth with his hand, the man whispers in Sophia's ear that the inquisitors of the royal church will punish her if they find the coin. Unexpectedly, after such frightening words, Ivan kisses the shocked girl on the cheek. Sophia is embarrassed by such a joke and, with bright red cheeks, lightly hits the smiling man. In an instant, the fair-haired girl becomes serious and, raising an eyebrow suspiciously, asks Ivan why he is giving her such a dangerous thing. Holding a glittering coin in his hands, the man laughs lightly and says that he is giving the coin just in case. Afterwards, Ivan begins to talk more seriously about what to do if something happens to him or Sophia. The man tells the fair-haired girl that to summon the Herald clan, she needs to draw a triangle on the ground and place this special coin in the center of the triangle. Then the triangle will flash brightly and the heralds will come to the rescue. Having finished with the instructions, Ivan added that he hoped that Sophia would never need to call the heralds. The memories were cut off, and the fair-haired girl continued to look at her feet, at the triangle drawn on the ground. The wind rose over the city and Sophia clutched the legs of her lover, who was hanging from the tree, tighter and tighter. Biting her lip and clenching her teeth, the girl selflessly whispered for 2 days. Just 2 days. Today, said Sophia, noticing that her lover's body was already beginning to emit a cadaverous smell. Looking up at the bright blazing sun and clear sky, the blonde girl muttered, "If I can stand it." Suddenly, everything went blurry before Sophia's eyes. The girl fell to the ground, exhausted, next to her beloved. Her face was completely empty. Her eyes were also empty and did not express anything. She had lost a lot of weight, and her lips had become dry and pale. The last bit of life in her had gone out. The sun was shining brightly, illuminating the wooden fortress and the small flag fluttering above it. The soldiers cheerfully poured water on each other from buckets, trying to drive away the unbearable heat. The holy knight, oblivious to the general merriment, looked thoughtfully at the sun, covering his eyes with his hand. Squinting from the bright light, Sir Zebek mentally came to the conclusion that the weather was unusually hot. Someone called out to the knight, and Zebek looked warily towards the speaker. A young nobleman, his hair still wet from the cool water, approached the knight, urging him to smile and join in the general merriment. Sir Zebek responded to the Margrave's son with sarcasm, hinting that killing innocent civilians would not collect many taxes, which meant there was no reason to celebrate. Accepting a towel from a servant, the heir of divine blood answered the knight that there were as many peasants dissatisfied with their lives as there were thieves. Zebek clenched his fist in anger and tried to give the aristocrat advice as politely as possible, suggesting that people from arid Kazel be sent to work on the Margrave's fertile lands. The Margrave's heir cut short the knight's thoughts, saying that people born on these fertile lands should not suffer at the hands of dishonest and dirty peasants. The aristocrat insisted that the villagers would simply ruin these fields and run away. Coming close to Zebek, the Margrave's son ended his monologue by saying that the peasants might be able to learn to cultivate the land, but they would never learn royal beneficence. Looking madly at the holy knight, the young gentleman asked him, "Isn't this what the king and the church teach us?" Sir Zebek, frowning and looking at the aristocrat, did not answer. The Margrave's son approached the knight's face and said with a cruel smile that the village had been struck by drought because the inhabitants had incurred the church's disfavor, as the doctrine stated. Smiling ominously, the young gentleman said that the doctrine could be interpreted in different ways. While the soldiers carried the plundered bloody boxes out of the village, the aristocrat continued to say that some people get fertile soil while others get drought. In one of the stolen boxes, a gold chain with a large precious stone glittered brightly, and the gentleman continued to say that sinners must be punished and benefactors of the land must be rewarded. Turning away from Zebek, The Margrave's son sternly explained that all this was done for the well-being of the people. Then, he quietly added, turning to the knight, "If you decide to go against my order and help the peasants." Looking at Zebek again with a look full of madness, the aristocrat advised him to try hard. The young master left. The holy knight only looked after him, remaining in place. Sir Zebek realized that he could not say anything in reply to the young master and was left alone with himself in heavy silence. Sunset was setting over the half-destroyed city. The residents lay exhausted next to an empty, dilapidated well. Sir Zebek climbed, a little thoughtfully but quickly, across the dry, cracked earth, heading back to the place of the terrible execution. The knight frowned, overcome by heavy thoughts. Finally, he reached a large tree where he saw Ivan, and under him lay his brave beloved. Zebek clutched his sword, unable to express all his pain. Looking at Sophia and her lover, brave, innocent, and exhausted people, the knight understood that he could not bear such horror. Seeing that Sophia had drawn a triangle on the ground before her death, Zebek angrily remarked to himself that even if the clan's messenger arrived, he would no longer be able to help Sophia and Ivan. The knight looked at the fearless, loving couple of peasants, and the sun slowly set behind the horizon. Suddenly, Zebek felt strong waves of wind and an unusually fast, unfamiliar movement. With a sharp turn of his eyes, he tried to find the source of the disturbance. A stranger appeared behind the holy knight, dressed in black, with a quiver of arrows on his back, and with one movement he put a sharp, long sword to Zebek's neck. The dark-haired stranger said sharply, "I'll kill you on the spot if you move." Sir Zebek was amazed by the stranger's inconspicuousness. He was perplexed by where the swordsman had appeared in such a forgotten place. Then asked the dark-haired man if he was a herald. The stranger replied that he was indeed a herald, and also asked the sir about his rank. Zebek replied that he was a knight of the royal church. The dark-haired man with a black mask on his face smiled contentedly. Still holding his sword close to Zebek's neck, the herald asked if he was his contractor, doubting that the holy knight could resort to the help of their clan. Sir Zebek glared at the masked man, as his words sounded like mockery. The herald didn't show any emotion, thinking for a second. Seeing Sophia lying on the ground with a triangle drawn next to her, the herald realized that it was she who had called him. Seeing that she was dead, the man concluded that he had received the coin for free. Still threatening Zebek with his sword, the herald asked what had happened to Sophia, to which the knight asked him to lower his sword and step back. Then he could tell him everything. The dark-haired masked man smiled and bowed his head, but did not answer the holy knight. With one sharp movement, the herald put away his sword. With incredible speed, the masked man found himself quite far away from Zebek. The holy knight looked at the herald in horror, mentally comparing his speed to a ghost. As he sheathed his sword, the dark-haired man noted that it would be easy for him to attack Zebek even from a distance, but he respected his request. The herald asserted in a friendly manner that the knights of the royal church had sufficient courage. Sir Zebek asked the masked man if he was a magician. The herald replied that everyone in his clan was a magician, but he alone did not possess such abilities. The holy knight asked the dark-haired man suspiciously and sternly if his lightning-fast movements weren't magic. Still standing at a considerable distance from Zebek, the herald remarked that it was difficult to distinguish magic from superhuman strength. But the holy knight did not understand what the stranger meant. Regaining his self-control, Zebek asked the stranger's name and his rank in the herald channel. The masked man was in no hurry to answer the knight's questions and only looked at him silently. The holy knight introduced himself again and asked the herald to tell him his name and rank as well. The masked man laughed quietly in apology. Raising his hand to his heart and making a small bow, the dark-haired stranger said that his name was Azadin and that he was of the rank of 108 spirits. Sir Zebek looked at the herald with distrust, because the rank of 108 spirits was the lowest in the clan, and the man in the mask clearly possessed extraordinary mobility abilities. With a slight smile on his face, Azadin asked the knight to fulfill his promise. The sun was setting inexorably below the horizon, and the herald asked Zebek to tell the story of Sophia and her lover. The herald and the holy knight, standing on a hill under the rays of the setting sun, looked at the poor city of Castle. After Zebek's story, Azadin folded his hands behind his back and thoughtfully said, "That's it." The dark sky was showered with golden feathers, and a voice from nowhere said that the contract had been concluded after all. Sir Zebek raised his head in alarm to detect the source of the sound. A huge owl with outstretched wings flew over the heads of the two men. Clawed paws landed with ease on the herald's shoulder. A huge owl spoke in a human voice that, since the contractor was already dead by the time Azadin arrived, the coin would go to the herald free of charge. Sir Zebek looked at the talking bird with some bewilderment and fear. The owl ordered the herald to leave immediately for another mission, saying that rest was unacceptable. Azadin clicked his tongue in displeasure and turned to leave, but the Holy Knight stopped him. Sir Zebek appealed to the herald's conscience and shamed him for the fact that, due to the death of the client, Azadin would leave with a reward without doing anything. The masked man asked the knight what he wanted, because if Azadin fulfilled Sophia's will, the Margrave's heir, that is, Lord Zebek, would suffer. The Holy Knight took hold of the hilt of his sword, calling Azadin an impious atheist, and assured him that nothing would happen to his master. Sir Zebek suddenly drew his sword and pointed it at the dark-haired man, claiming that he would defeat him. Azadin was not at all frightened. The herald sarcastically remarked that the sword of the Holy Knight had become deaf to injustice, and for a man attached to the church this was sad. Sir Zebek glared at the masked man. The Holy Knight clenched his teeth in anger and the veins on his face tensed. The dark-haired herald reminded Zebek of the suffering of the villagers, of the executions and murders, of the tortured children. Regarding the brave Sophia and Ivan, Azadin said that the Holy Knight is only angry at himself because he was unable to help innocent people. The Holy Knight's face distorted with rage and he screamed, "What do you know?" The masked man changed the subject and asked Zebek if he was familiar with the constellations of the night sky, as well as the names and myths associated with them. The Holy Knight did not understand why the herald changed the subject of the conversation so abruptly and asked him what he was trying to tell him. Azadin, crossing his arms over his chest and looking at the night starry sky, explained to the knight that people can see one thing and feel something completely different. The herald explained that the constellation Centaur really does look like a hero from ancient Greek myths to some people. For other people, Azadin explained, the constellations were just a dim light flickering in the darkness of the night. Coming closer to the tree of execution, the herald asked what the Holy Knight felt when he saw the dead villagers. Approaching the corpse hanging from the tree, Azadin continued to ask Zebek if his feelings at the moment of execution were different from those of other cruel soldiers. "It makes no difference," exclaimed the knight, clutching his sword in his hand. But soon he said with disappointment and sadness that he could not do anything. His face expressed the strongest regret and pain. The Holy Knight raised his sword and looked at it thoughtfully. Looking at his reflection in the cold metal of the sword, Zebek said that he was obliged to honor the lords in whose veins divine blood flows. Azadin nobly declared that he had no intention of fighting the Holy Knight if he felt sorry for Sophia and the other slain peasants. With one deft movement of his sword, the herald cut the ropes on which Ivan's corpse hung. Having picked up the dead man who had fallen from the tree, Azadin said that the Holy Knight was not his enemy if there was regret in Zebek's heart about what had happened. The knight looked at the herald with some disappointment without saying a word. Throwing Ivan and Sophia's bodies onto his shoulders, Azadin asked if Zebek had a shovel, but the knight only asked again in bewilderment. The herald carefully laid the bodies of Ivan and Sophia on the ground. Sir Zebek was very surprised by Azadin's actions, but having guessed what he wanted to do, the knight exclaimed, "Do you want to bury them?" The herald responded positively and said that he would conduct the funeral for Sophia and Ivan. Zebek did not expect such nobility from Azadin. The Holy Knight was very frightened. He understood that the funeral of the executed would serve as a pretext for even greater tyranny of the masters. Zebek clenched his fist, not knowing what to do, and Azadin only noted with regret that they didn't have a shovel. The herald began to dig the dry earth with his hands. The Holy Knight bowed his sad head and silently watched Azadin's actions. With sudden determination, Zebek clutched his sword. With a sharp movement, with all his strength, the knight thrust his sword into the ground. Azadin raised his head in surprise at the sudden sound. Zebek squatted down next to the herald and also began to dig the ground with his hands. Two men, who had recently been enemies, were on their knees, digging the earth with their hands to bury the brave Sophia and Ivan. Next to the tree on which the peasants were executed, there now stood two small wooden crosses. Zebek and Azadin stood in front of the graves, and the herald said a prayer, asking the archangel to have mercy on the souls of the innocent peasants. The Holy Knight asked in bewilderment why the herald was reading the prayer of the Order of the Saviors. Shrugging his shoulders, Azadin replied with a slight smile that he liked their ideology. Looking at the peacefully smiling Azadin, Zebek decided that he was reckless and impudent, believing in heresy, and not the ideology of his clan. Seeing the Holy Knight's bewilderment, Azadin began to explain that if he does not stand up for what he believes in. Looking at the wooden cross, the herald continued that in that case he was born in vain. Sir Zebek became interested in the herald's train of thought and asked him what he liked so much about the ideology of the Order of Saviors. Suddenly, Azadin grabbed the bow with both hands. Taking a bow from his bosom, the herald squeezed it in his hands. Zebek asked in fear why he needed a weapon. Testing the bowstring's strength, Azadin explained to the knight that he felt the air of divine blood approaching them. Sir Zebek turned around sharply and fearfully. A crowd of soldiers led by the Margrave's son was advancing towards the two men. The cruel aristocrat smiled nastily and asked Zebek if he really liked the peasant girl so much. The enraged aristocrat, smiling, declared that the holy knight should have immediately announced his sympathy for the fair-haired peasant girl. Continuing to mock Zebek and the dead Sophia, the aristocrat stated that for a village girl she was very attractive. Listening to the vile speech of the young master, the holy knight wondered how he could deal with a crowd of armed soldiers. Looking at the confident aristocrat surrounding the fighting retinue, Zebek reasoned that he would not be able to defeat them. With a nervous smile, the young gentleman began to speak again. Looking at the herald, who had already drawn an arrow onto his bow, the aristocrat asked who this freak was. Azadin calmly, without a drop of hesitation, sharply released the arrow from his bow without saying a word. The arrow flew over the crowd of soldiers with incredible speed and force and clearly wounded the last one in the line. The man was hit right in the eye, and before he could understand anything, he only managed to sigh. The soldier trembled. His arms took an unnatural position. Blood flowed from his face. The entire crowd of guards turned to look at the last one in line, looking with horror at his injury. The holy knight watched the scene in confusion, unable to understand how the herald had managed to hit the eye of the soldier standing in the last row so accurately. Azadin, without hesitation, in absolute calm, drew the arrow back onto his bow and prepared for the next blow. The herald fired another arrow with the same force and speed. The arrow, cutting through the air, rushed towards its target. The soldiers standing in the front ranks covered themselves with shields, awaiting the attack. One of the guards held the shield uncertainly with a trembling hand. Suddenly, the man's face twisted into a silent grimace of pain. The shield was pierced and fell to the ground with a loud crack. The soldier's face twisted in agony. Tears streamed from his eyes and foam poured from his mouth. The man collapsed to the ground, and the soldiers around him parted in horror. A stain of blood slowly spread across the ground around the wounded guard. The soldiers looked at their wounded partner with fear and surprise. Sir Zebek was shocked. He did not understand how the herald's arrow was able to pierce the shield and how it hit the target so accurately, bending like a snake. As if nothing had happened, Azadin turned to the knight and asked him about the Order of the Saviors. The herald replied to the knight that he liked the fact that the order determined a person's worth by his actions and faith, and not by the fact of birth. Drawing another arrow onto his bow, Azadin continued the conversation, citing as an example that a descendant of divine blood should not torment his people. Hearing this insult, the young aristocrat clenched his teeth in anger and screamed. Aiming an arrow at his opponents, the herald concluded his speech by saying that a man who executes his own people cannot be an aristocrat. After these words, the Margrave's son flew into a rage, shouting that the herald was a son of a bitch. Azadin did not react in any way to his master's insult. Not a single muscle moved on his face. The aristocrat, in a rage, pointed his finger at the herald and shouted at Zebek to kill Azadin. The holy knight didn't have time to do or say anything before the dark-haired herald rose high into the air in an instant. Azadin was so high that a huge shining moon was visible behind him, and from this point, he took aim to throw another arrow. The soldiers raised their heads high in fear and surprise. Azadin fired another arrow down into the crowd of soldiers. A quick and accurate arrow again hit one of the guards right in the eye. In the air, the herald decided to increase the power of his attack, and this time pulled 2 arrows onto his bow. Azadin moved down a little, firing his bow with double force. The crowd of soldiers was struck by skillful arrows, and panic grew. 2 soldiers saw that the herald had gone down a little and decided to try to grab him. One of the guards, in anger, pointed a spear straight at Azadin, shouting, "Die!" However, the herald simply landed with his feet on the tip of the spear. The soldier did not expect this. In 1 minute, the herald jumped sharply from the tip. Then he deftly turned over in the air, causing the soldiers to open their mouths in surprise. At the moment of the coup, right in the air, Azadin fired 3 arrows at once. The arrows clearly wounded the guards, and in this chaos, everyone tried to escape. One arrow, in its fast flight, grazed the Margrave's ear. The young gentleman's eyes widened, and he turned white with fear. The aristocrat turned his horse, looking back at the herald, and the arrow that grazed his ear went straight into the eye of one of the soldiers. Looking at the guards lying on the ground, the young master decided that Azadin was not going to kill his fighters. The Margrave's son realized that the herald simply wanted to take out his defenders, and at that moment the aristocrat's face distorted in anger. Azadin continued to attack the soldiers from the air, but they did not know where to run or how to get to the herald. Chaos reigned all around. The gentleman, watching his fighters being neutralized, turned to the herald and shouted, "Who are you?" A dark-haired man appeared in the air, right behind the Margrave's heir, and told the master his name. With the same calm and some indifference, Azadin added that he was a herald. The young gentleman was paralyzed with fear. The crowd of remaining guards, hearing that the stranger was a herald, retreated back, calling him heartless. The Margrave's son turned his head sharply towards the herald. At this point, Azadin noticed that he had run out of arrows, and seeing the herald's confusion, the aristocrat ordered an attack on him. But Azadin sharply hit the young gentleman in the face so hard that blood spurted from the aristocrat's mouth. The herald's blow was so powerful that the heir of divine blood fell to the ground with a crash, breaking it. The herald carefully removed the bowstring, accompanied by the heavy sighs of the wounded. Calmly and measuredly, Azadin put the bow back into his bosom. The herald, standing on the aristocrat's horse, looked calmly at the ground. The aristocrat lay and touched his face with his hands, exclaiming, "My eye, my eye." Azadin jumped off the Margrave's son's horse in one leap. At that moment, a soldier ran up to Azadin from behind, preparing his sword to attack. The herald turned and dodged sharply, so that the soldier only cut the air with his sword. Azadin hit the man who wanted to attack him in the face with all his might. The herald picked up someone else's sword from the ground, accompanied by a cry of pain from the soldier, and said that he had greatly reduced the number of the aristocrat's army with his arrows. Standing with his sword, confident and calm, Azadin addressed the surviving guards, urging them to attack if they were not afraid. A little confused, the herald said that he had forgotten something. With one movement of his sword, Azadin cut the flesh of the soldier who was attacking him, and all the other guards were horrified. Frightened and confused, they did not understand why the herald castrated the soldier lying on the ground. Azadin, as if hearing their thoughts, turned in their direction. The aristocrat's soldiers, trembling, thought he was crazy. Amid the sounds of fighting and battles, cries of pain from severe wounds, an owl watched everything that was happening, its eyes glowing yellow. The herald walked carefully past the corpses of the soldiers. He carried a bloody sword, confidently stepping over the dead guards and not looking back. Azadin, having dealt with the aristocrat's army, finally approached the heir of divine blood himself, who was lying on the ground and trying to crawl. Hearing that the herald was behind, the young master became frightened, and Azadin called him trash who enjoyed the suffering of other people. Raising himself slightly, with the last of his strength, the aristocrat tried to defend himself from the herald with his magic, and golden light spread around. The light became much stronger and blinded the soldiers. The herald stood motionless. One of the soldiers covered his face with his hands, shouting that this light would blind him. The magical light grew stronger and the soldier's eyes became clouded. The herald, in the black mask, stood motionless and emotionless. The aristocrat, with a bloody face, showed Azadin his magic with satisfaction and said that it was proof of his divine blood, with which the herald could not compare. In an instant, Azadin slashed the young master's sword across the throat, and blood sprayed in all directions. The Margrave's son opened his eyes wide, as if not understanding what had just happened. A little later, his face distorted into a grimace of indescribable pain. The aristocrat fell to his knees and bowed his head before Azadin's sword. Kneeling, the young gentleman cried out in pain and disappointment, realizing his disadvantageous position. The Margrave's son's face was covered in blood. Tears were streaming from his eyes, and he screamed at the herald, not understanding what he had done. With a smile on his face, Azadin asked the aristocrat in response whether he had gone crazy and why he was asking something that was already obvious. The herald grabbed the young gentleman by the hair, and he, in fear, began to ask him what he was doing. In a desperate cry, the aristocrat offered Azadin money, women, weapons, and promised to provide the herald with everything so that he would let him go, reminding him that he was a descendant of the Egus. Still holding the Margrave's son by the hair, the herald approached him and said that he did not care about the aristocrat's origins because he was a destroyer of holiness. The young aristocrat looked at Azadin in horror. A holy knight appeared behind the herald, and the Margrave's son began calling Zebek for help. Kneeling and covered in blood, the aristocrat continued to order the knight to help him. But Sir Zebek was blinded by the magic of the heir of divine blood. He explained that he could not see anything. The young gentleman roared furiously, realizing that he had no one else to turn to for help. He shouted that he was the heir of a holy family, and that the herald wanted to kill him because of some peasants. Holding the hilt of the blade, Azadin began to calmly answer the aristocrat. Squeezing the Margrave's son's hair ever tighter, he said that the master still had enough strength to continue living. The herald advised the aristocrat to be more positive, and the gentleman's eyes already reflected Azadin, pointing a blade at him. The masked man swung his blade sharply. Blood gushed onto the ground in a huge splash, accompanied by a terrifying scream from the aristocrat. The young gentleman lost his eyes, and the man, kneeling, screamed tirelessly in pain. The blinded heir of divine blood collapsed to the ground, and the herald concluded that despite the fact that his contactor was dead, he had taken care of everything. With pride, Azadin said that the imperial law had been observed, and around the dark-haired man lay many bloody bodies of soldiers and even the Margrave's heir himself. Sir Zebek blocked the herald's path and drew his sword from its sheath. Taking a fighting stance, the Holy Knight declared that in the name of the imperial law, he could not let Azadin go alive. Zebek prepared for the attack and continued to tell the herald that he had to kill him, even though he had done the right thing in taking revenge on the nobleman. Azadin dropped his blade to the ground. The herald said with a smile that Zebek was not at all like the ordinary royal knights of the church. The Holy Knight shouted in anger that the herald was insulting his dignity with such words. Spreading his arms out to the sides and smiling, Azadin noticed that this was actually praise. The herald explained that the other knights of the royal church were just scum, who had been driven out of the house to deal with the inheritance. Zebek thought a little about Azadin's words and moderated his ardor. A black-blue fog gathered around the herald. Azadin asked the knight with a grin, "Do you think you can keep up with me?" Zebek opened his eyes in surprise, watching what was happening. A strong wind arose and the knight covered his eyes with his hand. The voice of Azadin was heard, who promised the sir to meet again if fate brought them together. The fog began to clear and the wind died down, leaving only emptiness in the place of the herald. Zebek removed his hand from his face and looked forward in bewilderment. The Holy Knight stood in the middle of the battlefield and thought that from the skirmish with the herald, everyone had suffered losses and no one could defeat Azadin. Zebek stood there for a long time, pondering the herald's words, because his characterization of the knights of the royal church suited him too. The knight smiled sadly, as if accepting the rightness of his opponent. The man looked at the transparent blue sky for a long time, remembering something and feeling a pain in his chest. The action moves to a dark hall. A dark male silhouette sits on a throne, and people are kneeling in front of him, their heads bowed. One of the men, bowing his head, began to beg the man on the throne to allow them not to pay taxes, since they were fugitive nomads, starving and miraculously saved from monsters and bandits. The gray-haired man on the throne rubbed his temples, irritated and tired. This man was the Margrave of Castle himself, and he shamed the nomads for such a request. Narrowing his eyes, which flashed with some irritation, he said sarcastically that in their case they would also have to beg for food. The heavy aura and harsh words of the gray-haired gentleman made the nomads feel fear and shame. However, the man in the center, kneeling, was still begging for mercy, saying that they were all in a hopeless situation. Margrave Castle looked down on the questioners, noting that they were of low blood, and announced that he could perhaps do them a favor. The nomads did not seem to expect such leniency from the gray-haired gentleman and were very surprised by his words. Stretching his lips into a mysterious smile, the Margrave gave them a positive answer. Mr. Castle declared that he would free these people from taxes, but only under special conditions. And if they were not met, the Margrave stopped, imagining a cruel execution. The gray-haired gentleman's eyes sparkled in anticipation of a bloody massacre, and he announced to the petitioners that if they did not fulfill his conditions, they would be hanged. Silence reigned throughout the hall. People continued to kneel with their heads bowed. However, soon the nomads became seriously frightened and began to look at each other in fear. Suddenly, the Margrave's hand was engulfed in magical fire. From this fire appeared a large and beautiful book with golden monograms. Mr. Castle explained to the nomads that their request took up no more than a page in such a grimoire, demonstrating this mysterious book with the help of magic. The people were a little surprised. They had never seen a grimoire. One of the men said that his people knew nothing about magic. The Margrave replied that even such fools of low blood should know about the grimoire. However, Mr. Castle decided to explain to the nomads that if they simply wished for something, the grimoire would immediately answer that call. Overnight, the gray-haired man became more serious. His condition for the deal was 1 page of the grimoire. He asked the nomads to get him just 1 page. In exchange, the Margrave promised the nomads a tax exemption for 3 years to supply them with food. The residents of the modest village were shocked by such a generous offer. One of the men fussily decided to clarify with Mr. Castle at least the name of the grimoire that they needed to find. The Margrave clenched his hand into a fist and the grimoire, along with the magical fire, dissolved into thin air. The gray-haired man said the name of the grimoire. It was a copy of the Book of the Divine King. And these words frightened the nomads and made them very surprised. The Margrave was left alone in the empty hall, sitting on the throne, propping his head up with his hand. Suddenly, a snake crawled out from somewhere behind the curtains behind the throne. It was a black snake with bright yellow eyes. Mr. Castle glanced at the cold-blooded creature. The snake instantly turned into a dark, busty girl, and she said that Mr. Castle should not have mentioned the Book of the Divine King. The gray-haired man glanced sideways at the girl, but did not consider this remark important. However, the girl continued to say that the Margrave was reckless. He had already searched everywhere to find this grimoire, and rumors would soon begin to spread about it, but he still had not found a single page. Rubbing his hands with displeasure, Mr. Castle asked the witch why she had come. The dark-skinned girl reported to the gray-haired gentleman that his son had been the victim of an attack. The man, perplexed, said that his son could not have been hurt so easily since Sir Zebek was with him. The girl added seriously that the young master and the holy knight fought against the herald. The gray-haired gentleman asked the girl again about the Herald clan, his eyes flashing suspiciously. The sun's rays penetrated through the large window into the dark hall, and the Margrave reasoned that the Herald clan was also looking for the Book of the Divine King to get rid of the curse of debt. Mr. Castle coldly asked the girl if his son had died, to which the witch replied that he had lost his eyes and genitals. The man clicked his tongue in displeasure, and the snake girl asked what he was going to do next. Extending his hand to the witch, the Margrave gave the order to send soldiers to capture the herald who had maimed his son. The dark-skinned girl shook the gray-haired gentleman's hand and replied that she would convey the order to the commander. The Margrave grabbed the witch's wrist sharply and pulled her towards himself, saying that he would give this order to someone else. The dark-skinned girl landed on the lap of the gray-haired gentleman, and he, in turn, stroked her cheek, saying that she should stay with him and bear him another son, since Kajal had been castrated. The Margrave gently ran his finger over the dark-skinned beauty's lips, and she only smiled mysteriously. The sun was mercilessly bright and hot. Azadin ran out of water. His flask was completely empty. The herald stopped and, turning to the owl sitting on his shoulder, said that he would soon die of thirst. Azadin irritably asked the owl why she was so sure that they would arrive in 2 days, calling her a stupid guard. The owl replied that the herald was disrespectful to the voice of the emperor. Azadin turned to the guard with bewilderment. Walking slowly across the dry land, the herald spoke of the clan, saying that the whole world despised them because the emperor died suddenly without giving any explanation, so they were considered regicides. Azadin reproached his guard for asking him to work without rest, and therefore he did not have time to pack his bag for the journey. And now the herald was forced to eat dry food and die of thirst. The owl guard apologized for his behavior and reminded the herald that his apprentice would arrive soon. But Azadin was distracted by something strange. The herald and his guard were very tense, somewhat confused by what was happening. Azadin began to draw his sword, sensing the appearance of ghosts. A blue light appeared before the herald and his faithful servant. The blue light turned into a crowd of ghosts. These were the villagers who were hanged from the tree. The ghosts of Sophia and Ivan bowed their heads to Azadin, expressing their gratitude. The herald nodded and greeted the slain peasants. The ghosts warned the herald not to linger on a land that was not illuminated by either royal virtue or the blessing of the archangels, and Azadin wished them rest in peace. Sophia's ghost pointed to the side, and Azadin followed this indication with his gaze. It turned out that the girl was pointing to a well standing alone in the deserted land. The herald gratefully accepted this sign from the ghost and was glad that he was offered water, but he reminded the spirits that it was time for them to go to the afterlife. Azadin looked at the bottom of the well with an awkward smile. The dark-haired man began to pull the bucket from the bottom of the well using a rope. As the herald lifted the bucket, he thought with a joyful smile on his face about how he would quench his thirst. Finally, Azadin got the bucket outside. However, there was no water in the bucket. The herald noticed inside only a strange leaf, glowing with a blue light with some illegible symbols. The history of the Herald clan begins in the distant past, when they were known as the Aragus people. This people survived a terrible typhoon on their continent. They fled their native land and settled on the continent of Vibris. The continent of Vibris was divided between 8 divine kings of the Aegis clan, each of whom ruled from his own throne. But in that era, one of the 8 kings usurped power. The other kings, his brothers, were suppressed, and the tyrant became the emperor of the Esland family. Emperor Esland sought to destroy all remnants of the sacred royal line, and the Aragus people at that time desperately needed a new land, so the emperor gave them the grimoire, the Song of the Yellow Bird, and a spirit called the Voice of the Emperor. In exchange for these magical benefits, the Aragas signed a contract with the emperor and became known as heralds. Thus, the Herald clan became the Emperor's sword, his servants, and the Inquisition, their hands stained with divine blood. It was the heralds who killed unwanted nobles who were enriching themselves illegally. The inhabitants of Vibriza considered the activities of heralds a great sin, because they believed in the afterlife and reincarnation. However, the death of the emperor put an end to the United Empire, dividing it into 8 independent kingdoms. Then the Herald clan was subjected to universal condemnation and contempt, and they began to be called soulless. The clan soon faced another problem. The contract their ancestors had made with the emperor was still valid. Even after the death of the emperor, the Herald clan was bound to him by an oath for eternity. Azadin reached for the page he had found at the bottom of the well. Looking at the magic leaf, the herald realized that it was a page from the Book of the Divine King, the source of the emperor's powers. The ghost said a friendly farewell to Azadin, and he wished them rest in peace. Azadin held a page from the Book of the Divine King in his hands, looking at it thoughtfully. He asked his guardian on his shoulder if this page would free him from the curse of debt. The owl only replied that it was rude to call it a curse. It was a fair payment. Azadin folded the piece of paper, clutching it tightly in his hands, glad that he had found it so easily. The owl noticed that he was not happy enough and asked if this was not his dream. To be freed from the debt curse, one must earn 100,000 gold coins and obtain the Book of the Divine King. This is the goal of all heralds. As Azadin continued to move forward, he worried that the pages of the Divine Grimoire would begin to appear all over the world. The reason why the Divine King's book fell apart into pages and scattered all over the world was his father. That's how the herald continued to reason. As he walked further and further across the arid land, Azadin became thirsty. The fair-haired girl watched the herald in the black mask from behind cover. Hiding behind a rock, the girl looked angrily at Azadin, telling her partner that they had finally found him. Looking at the back of the unsuspecting dark-haired herald, the girl told her comrade that Azadin was the son of a clan traitor. He was talentless, weak, and stupid. The fair-haired girl asked the guy, who was also hiding behind a rock, if it was true that Azan was cursed and could not use magic. The young man answered her that he was not sure about the curse, but Azadin really could not use magic. The girl grinned slyly as she told her partner rumors that the herald had wet his bed until he was 8 years old and couldn't properly string a bow. The fair-haired girl smiled grimly and wondered how such a person could fulfill the duty of a herald. The comrade assured Midiam to return to the clan because she was the heir of the first founder of the clan, the herald, and it was foolish to become the apprentice of the weakest herald. Smiling, Midiam suggested that her partner test Azadin, to which the boy responded with fear that apprentices were not allowed to attack heralds. The girl animatedly reasoned that if she defeated Azadin, she would take his place and confidently declared that she would not lose to him. Midiam twisted the arrowhead off the arrow to avoid killing the herald, and her companion warned her that Azadin was a student of Elder Kazas, the most picky elder of them all. Midiam replied that Kazas might be a formidable teacher, but an idiot will remain an idiot, no matter how much he trains. Frowning, the fair-haired girl could not mentally understand how the son of a traitor, who did not know how to cast magic, could be a herald. Confidently drawing 2 arrows without tips, the girl prepared to shoot, thinking that Azadin was occupying someone else's place and that more talented people could not become heralds. Midiam suddenly released 2 arrows while standing on a steep cliff. The herald seemed not to even sense that arrows were fired at him and continued walking. The fair-haired girl hid back behind the shelter with childish joy and pride. Midiam looked around cautiously. Then, without noticing anything, the girl's blonde head appeared from behind the cover to check Azadin's reaction. Suddenly, a small stone flew with all its force right into Midiam's forehead and she squealed. The girl fell, holding her bruised area, and her partner was seriously scared. Azadin found himself on the rock behind which the young people were hiding and looked at the perplexed Midiam, who was rubbing her bruised forehead. The masked herald handed the girl her arrows and asked if she had launched them. Smiling brazenly, the girl explained that this was how she greeted Azadin, wondering to herself how the herald had managed to fly up to their sheltering stone so quickly. The herald held a quiver of Midiam arrows in his hand, and the girl was surprised and perplexed as to how he was able to catch her arrows in flight. The partner looked worriedly at the grass of the blonde girl, and the herald in a black mask asked them to introduce themselves. Midiam introduced herself and her partner said that his name was Ismail and explained that they were apprentices who had been sent to help Azadin. The herald asked irritably, "Help me?" Throwing 2 arrows without tips on the ground, Azadin asked dismissively, "This one?" Smiling nervously, Midiam tried to joke that she wanted to share her arrows with the herald, since he had run out of them. Azadin noted with a disappointed sigh that Midyam and Ismail had apparently become bored in the Holy Lands and had decided to ask to become his apprentices. The herald told the apprentices to return home, calling them little hooligans, which made Midyam very angry. Azadin turned around, getting ready to leave. However, the offended girl screamed that she belonged to the Edel family. The herald turned around and said he didn't care about anyone's lineage. He said apprentices were supposed to help heralds, not try to shoot them. Azadin sternly remarked that the young apprentices must be well aware of the consequences of such actions outside the Holy Lands. Midyam and Ismail looked at the herald in bewilderment, and he asked if he should teach them a lesson. The fair-haired girl looked at Azadin in surprise and thought that the rumors about him were not at all like reality. The herald did not seem weak and stupid. The herald towered over the girl menacingly, ordering her to apologize and show him due respect, despite her origin. Midyam clenched her teeth in anger and frowned. The fair-haired girl nevertheless apologized to Azadin, bowing slightly as a sign of respect. The herald in the black mask accepted the girl's apology cordially. Azadin continued to scold Midyam, telling her not to shoot anyone again or play with weapons outside the Holy Lands. The girl, with her head down, accepted the remarks. The herald turned to leave and announced to Midyam and Ismail that he did not need apprentices and that they could return home and not worry about him telling anyone what had happened. Azadin stopped abruptly, remembering something. Turning around, the herald asked the apprentices with a smile if they had any water. Midyam angrily shouted that she was challenging Azadin to a duel, and her frightened partner tried to stop her. Ismail tried to reason with the fair-haired girl, saying that the herald was dangerous. Midyam clenched her fist and thought that even though the herald was not weak or stupid, she could not retreat just because her opponent was strong. It was humiliating for her. The girl, stepping forward confidently, once again formally invited the herald to a duel to compete for his place. Azadin stood emotionlessly over the blonde girl, clenching his fists. Midyam looked at Azadin with determination and courage, and Ismail, with tears in his eyes, tried to stop her. The herald scratched the back of his head. He didn't expect the fair-haired girl to challenge him to a duel and scolded the apprentices for the fact that Errol was a bad influence on them. Azadin reminded Midyam of the rules of the duel. He said that if he loses, the girl will take his place. But the girl did not let him finish and said that everything she had, including her life, would belong to the herald in the event of her defeat. Azadin understood to himself that Ariel was only part of the problem. The bigger problem was that Midyam was underestimating him. Looking at the confident and angry girl, the herald suggested that she surrender, saying that Ariel might defeat him, but not the apprentice despite his reputation as a weakling. He is not that simple. Midyam turned around and moved sharply from her place. Ismail called out to the girl, not understanding what she was doing, but Midyam confidently moved away from the men. Having moved a short distance, the girl shouted to the herald that there were now 100 steps between them, and she was challenging him again. Azadin did not react to her words in any way, standing calmly and confidently. An owl flew over the heads of the duelists, confirmed the duel, and ordered Azadin to accept the challenge. Ismail became frightened. Midyam looked at the herald with fear, asking if his guard was the voice of the emperor. Confused, Azadin looked at the owl, asking if she was joking about the duel. "This can't be," Ismail whispered in horror. "The voice of the emperor is a guardian spirit that every herald receives. Midyam can no longer refuse the duel since the voice of the emperor confirmed it." Ismail stood in the middle, between Midyam and Azadin, realizing the dire situation. The fair-haired girl, in a determined cry, declared that she would defeat the herald. The earth was covered with holes from the battle between the herald and Midyam. Azadin accepted the flask of water from Ismail's hands. Midyam and Ismail looked at the herald with guilty eyes, all covered in bruises and dirt, and Azadin was finally able to quench his thirst. Ismail looked at the herald with uncertainty and disappointment. Biting his lip, he tried to understand in irritation what had just happened. The herald's technique was worthy of a true warrior who sacrificed accuracy for speed. The way Azadin shoots a bow is clearly a unique Argus technique that requires magic. The herald rose into the air and released several small stones at once. The Medes had nowhere to hide and nowhere to run. The herald's stones attacked the girl from all sides at high speed. For a while, Midyam was able to protect herself from attacks with a magical shield. But Azadin had no intention of retreating. He confidently moved on to the next attack. The stones fired from his bow flew in different directions, twisted in zigzags, and were very fast. The fair-haired girl did not have time to dodge the attacks and conjure up a new shield each time. One stone flew close to her face, slightly touching her hair. Ismail thought that Azadin did not know how to use magic, but was very surprised that he used the Emperor's verse from the psalm, "The Reign of the Emperor." Watching the herald enjoy the cool water, Ismail looked at him with increasing thoughtfulness and incomprehension. He remembered Midyam preparing for the attack, trying to catch her breath. A small spark appeared on one side as Mariam clenched her teeth and prepared to attack. The flash turned out to be another stone. The blonde girl dodged it and rushed forward to strike Azadin. The girl ran very quickly straight towards the herald. She was sure that at this very moment she would be able to catch him. With fury in her eyes, she screamed, "I'll catch you now, Azadin!" Midyam slashed at Azadin with all her might. A black fog formed around the herald. The herald's body was cut in half, but no blood flowed from it. It was intangible, like a ghost. Only a black mist was visible at the site of the break. Midyam looked at this in fear. Not understanding how this was possible, Ismail shouted at the girl to turn around, because Azadin suddenly appeared behind her, preparing to strike. Midyam turned sharply, casting a protective spell against the herald. But Azadin only pushed her hand away. The herald grabbed the girl tightly by the wrist and prevented her from doing anything. "It's over," Azadin said, clenching his hand into a fist to deal the final blow to the fair-haired girl. The girl opened her eyes and mouth wide in terrible fear. Midyam was thrown to the ground by the force of the herald's blow, leaving a huge hole underneath her. Azadin's blow was precise, strong, and fast, and a strange fog formed around the herald again. Ismail shouted with fear and tears that the descendant of a traitor did not dare to do this to the descendant of the founder of the clan. Turning to Azadin, Ismail rushed forward, shouting that he would never forgive the herald for this duel with Midyam. A voice from above announced to everyone that the duel was over. Ismail stopped halfway in surprise. The fair-haired girl lay on the ground, and the herald remained unperturbed. The owl, called the voice of the emperor, concluded that since Midyam had lost the duel, her life now belonged to Azadin, and Ismail's life was also in the hands of the herald, due to his intervention in the course of the battle. The fair-haired girl, covered in cuts and bruises, stood next to Ismail, trembling and gritting her teeth in anger at her defeat. With a sharp movement, Midyam pulled the blade from its sheath. With her eyes closed and her teeth clenched, the girl pointed the gun straight at her neck. Her frightened partner loudly screamed her name in an attempt to stop her. A small stone thrown by the herald knocked the sharp blade out of Midyam's hands in 1 minute. The small but very sharp weapon fell to the ground with a crash. The fair-haired girl looked back at the weapon, not understanding what had happened. The herald, pointing to the fallen blade, said that he had expected such a trick from Midyam. The girl knelt down next to the weapon, clenching her fists and teeth. She was very upset. Ismail rushed to console her. Ismail put his arm around Midyam's shoulders as a sign of consolation, and the herald said that now she had no right to die. She could die only with Azadin's permission or after his death. The fair-haired girl, trembling with anger, could not say anything. Tears were visible in her eyes, and the herald only asked her if she really didn't know about this when she challenged him to a duel. Azadin grinned, thinking that Midyam was still just a child. The herald threw the flask of water back into Ismail's hands, and although he was surprised by such an unexpected thing, he caught it. Azadin stood up from the stone and said that he hoped that the apprentices had learned their lesson. He told them that they were free. Midyam and Ismail looked at him with bewilderment. Raising his eyebrows, the apprentice asked the herald again if it was true that they could leave. Azadin calmly explained that it would be better for them to pretend that the duel had not happened, so that it would not later affect their recommendations. The apprentices were unhappy with this situation. They did not understand, and were surprised why the herald let them go. The weather was hot and sunny. The sky was clear. Azadin continued on his way with a calm step. Midyam and Ismail walked a little behind the herald, and Azadin told them to return back to the Holy Lands. He gave them freedom and he did not need helpers. Midyam screamed in confusion as to how the herald, having won such a beautiful and talented slave, was refusing her. Ismail sheepishly asked her to stop saying such things. The herald answered the angry girl that he didn't care about her beauty, and that if she were as talented as Ariel, she would not have lost to him. Azadin turned to Midyam with a grin, and said that next time she should be more careful. There are many men in the world who like little girls and many cultures where early marriage is allowed. The girl bowed her head and Ismail was confused. The herald continued to advise the apprentices not to offer duels to anyone, but rather to quietly kill their enemies while they were sleeping. Ismail looked at Azadin with confusion, thinking that he was very talkative, but he didn't take most of his words seriously. Suddenly Midyam stopped, trembling, and her partner turned to the girl with a silent question. The fair-haired girl, blushing, smiled. A light lit up in her eyes. Looking at Azadin, she babbled that the herald was something new. Ismail was cartoonishly horrified. The contract of service between the Emperor and the Herald clan stated that both parties must provide each other with everything they need, and that anyone who betrayed the contract would be punished with a terrible death. The contract was a symbol of honor and loyalty, but after the death of the Emperor, it became a terrible curse, the terms of which remained unchanged. The contract obligated the Aragus to serve the Emperor forever, creating a vicious circle of subordination. The oath began to crumble when the Herald clan intervened in the battle for the throne of the Kingdom of Terrazar. One herald successfully won this battle and received a copy of the Divine King's book. However, one traitor stole the book and disappeared with it in an unknown direction, and his name was Acre. Acre was captured by other heralds and chained. They demanded that the traitor give them the book of the Divine King, threatening that the curse would kill him. The heralds threatened Acre in various ways, speaking of torture and other cruel reprisals. But the hope of finding the book was doomed. Acre tore the book of the Divine King and scattered its pages on the mountain that is the heart of the world. Acre became the first victim of the contract curse, giving birth to twins while having a male body. The brother and sister were named Azadin and Ariel. Ariel became the most powerful herald in the history of the clan, and everyone considered Azadina a stupid weakling. Walking leisurely behind the herald, Midiam did not understand how someone could spread such rumors about Azadin. He was not an idiot at all. The herald walking ahead slowed down to stop. Azadin stopped and turned towards the apprentices, ordering them to stop following him and leave him alone. Midiam replied that they had no intention of following him, but only wanted to give him something. The fair-haired girl handed the herald a letter from the head of the Salasma region. Taking the envelope, Azadin complained that the head of the region did not like him. The herald opened the letter, in which the head of the region ordered the search for pages from a copy of the Sacred King's book. Promising to take this into account in his recommendation, everyone in the clan probably already knew about this. Azadin decided. To confirm his suspicions, the herald asked the apprentices if they knew anything about the pages from the book of the Divine King that began to appear all over the world. Midiam replied with a smile that she knew about it and almost began to retell the story of her traitorous father, Azadin. But Ismail stepped on the girl's foot with a loud cry. She turned to her partner, not understanding why he had hurt her. The herald asked them to stop arguing and once again clarified that they both knew about the magical pages. Azadin concluded with displeasure that now he would have to go to Salasma and talk to the head of the region there. He thanked the apprentices for giving him the letter, while Midiam mocked Ismail, stretching his face from side to side. Hearing that the herald was going to Salasma, the girl asked to join him and tell him what had happened in the clan during his absence. Azadin reluctantly agreed. Inspired by the herald's consent, the girl hurried after him, and Ismail sighed with relief that she stopped tugging at his cheeks, which were already red and a little sore. Azadin, Midiam, and Ismail made a stop and slept peacefully, leaning against the white fluffy buffaloes. The sun had already risen and the herald began to wake up. Azadin woke up and began to stretch, spreading her arms out to the sides. The herald commanded the soundly sleeping Midiam and Ismail to wake up. The weather was sunny, the sky was clear. Azadin walked a little ahead, leading his furry friend next to him, and the apprentices followed him, leading another buffalo with them. Midiam and Ismail clearly hadn't slept well and were walking a little tired and slowly, but the herald pointed them to a stream. A small stream flowed among stones and green grass, not yet dried out by the scorching sun. Ismail and Midiam squatted near the stream, filling their flasks with water, while Azadin stood behind them, holding a large bag in his hands. Suddenly, someone called out to their company, and everyone raised their heads in unison towards the unknown sound. A crowd of robbers advanced on Azadin and his two assistants. They were indignant that someone dared to collect water from their stream. Midiam was already ready to attack, but the herald blocked her path with his hand, asking the bandits what they wanted in exchange for water, extending his hand in a friendly gesture. Azadin explained that he did not intend to fight. The leader of the bandits, with a terrible smile, replied that they needed everything that the herald and his apprentices had. Azadin asked him again if they were considering a compromise. But the crowd of robbers only ridiculed the herald for his verbosity and the clown mask on his face. The leader of the forest gang ordered that Ismail and Azadin be killed, but that the fair-haired girl be left alone. The bandits began to carry out the order. The bandits quickly got what they deserved and soon were on their knees begging the herald to spare them. The gang of robbers claimed that they were ordinary people, and Midiam and Ismail were surprised that they were not bandits. The men explained that they were ordinary villagers who had formed a group on the orders of the Margrave's son to find for him the Book of the Divine King, which they had never seen before. Midiam looked at the men with distrust, expressing fears that they were lying and were thieves, But the herald replied that they were telling the truth, because no one traveled along that road who could be robbed. Looking menacingly at the group of men who attacked them, the fair-haired girl pulled her sword from its sheath, saying that it would be better to kill them anyway so that they wouldn't talk about anything. The herald stopped Midiam, telling her that one cannot kill without reason. The girl was perplexed. Ismail approached Azadin and said that even if the attackers were innocent, they were inconvenient witnesses, and killing them would be right. The herald replied that everyone deserves a second chance, and one should not kill out of convenience. The joyful peasants, kneeling, agreed with the herald, calling him an aristocrat with a kind heart. One of the men moved closer to Azadin and flattered him more and more, wishing him and his family divine blessings. Azadin rudely ordered the man to shut up. Ismail looked at the dark-haired man in the mask with bewilderment, reasoning that he did not look like an ordinary herald, since he did not want to resort to murder. At that moment, Azadin hit the man who was praising him in the face with all his might. Pleased with his work, the herald declared that such a blow could cause one to lose an eye. Midiam and Ismail stood in shock, their mouths open, and the other people from the gang looked on in fear. Azadin ordered the men not to make any unnecessary movements so as not to meet his fist. The peasants repeated the words about mercy in fear and bewilderment. The herald said that he did not go back on his words and would indeed spare them, preparing his fist for another blow. Azadin said that only physical force could force the gang to renounce violence and truly repent. The men looked at him in horror. Midiam and Ismail looked at the gang's punishment with some bewilderment, but agreed among themselves that this was also a working method. The guard owl, sitting in a tree, also watched the herald, his apprentices, and the beaten gang of robbers. The defeated and beaten gang walked away from the battlefield, cursing Azadin. One of the men threatened to get even with the herald, when a huge hand appeared from the darkness behind the gang. A huge hand grabbed one of the men by the head. The giant monster tore off the man's head and squeezed it in his hand, a fountain of blood spraying onto the bandit standing nearby. Another of the robbers turned around in fear. The giant goblin grabbed him by the leg and brought him to its muzzle. The man screamed loudly, and the monster said food. Along with a crowd of small green goblins, the huge monster threw its victims into the basket behind its back and moved further in search of more people to eat. He grabbed another man by the head with his hand, saying that he now belonged to gold. And this man too, the giant goblin will throw into the basket on his back. A crowd of small green goblins were devouring some man, and a huge monster was laughing and looking ahead. A small town was visible nearby. The giant monster was looking straight at him. Opening its huge mouth full of saliva, the monster roared that there was a lot of meat in the city. The herald rode on a buffalo a little ahead of Midiam and Ismail, who rode together on another furry animal. The girl turned to Azadin, saying that at first she thought that he had been too lenient towards those robbers. She beamed and remarked that the herald had dealt very cleverly with that gang, and that they now had weapons. The herald answered his assistants that it is very difficult to understand other people until you find yourself in their place. Azadin explained that losing an eye was not just an injury. From now on, these robbers would be afraid of the people they were going to rob. The herald said thoughtfully that such a punishment should be enough to make him repent. Ismail thoughtfully repeated Azadin's words about repentance. Looking at the clear sky, Ismail said that the herald had not only spared the robbers, but had also given them a chance to reform. Azadin stopped the buffalo and dismounted. Turning to the apprentices, the herald said that he was tense about the conversation with the gang. The assistants asked what he meant. Azadin reminded Midiam and Ismail that the bandits had mentioned that Margrave Cassel was looking for a copy of the Divine King's book. Ismail picked up the thoughts, saying that Margrave Cassel was far behind in the race for the throne and suggesting that he needed this book to eliminate his competitors. Azadin took hold of the mask with his hands, saying that he would have to take it off so that no one would know that he was a herald, in connection with the political games of the Margrave. Taking off his mask, Azadin explained that these were precautionary measures on the territory of the Margrave of Cassel. Midiam and Ismail were shocked to see what the herald was hiding behind his black mask. Seeing Azadin without a mask, the assistants shouted in unison, "You don't have an eye?" Midiam and Ismail could not say anything more. They were shocked by Azadin's real face. The herald, not noticing their bewilderment and shock, calmly put on rags to hide his herald uniform and so that no one would recognize him. The apprentices looked at Azadin in surprise. Ismail exclaimed that the herald's behavior was in no way similar to that of a blind man. Azadin replied that he had been able to see without eyes since birth. Midiam stepped excitedly towards the herald, and the dark-haired man turned in her direction. Azadin asked what she wanted to tell him, and the girl looked at him with bewilderment. Midiam made fun of the herald, saying that she would think that he had gone blind due to an injury so that Azadin would not seem so scary to her. But the herald was outraged. The girl continued to explain that Azadin looked like an attractive man who had an accident. She stated that a scar looked better than two blind eyes. Ismail noticed that the girl was very rude. The herald stroked his ram and said that Midiam's words reminded him of the words of the man who gave him this scar. The girl was surprised and asked who it was. Azadin said that his sister gave him the scar, saying that without eyes he looked strange. But behind the scar one could imagine beautiful eyes. After this, Errol cut her brother's face with a sword to make him look less strange. Azadin said that the guards would easily let him into the city because of his blindness. He had already taken advantage of his affliction when he traveled alone. Midiam confidently stated that they would play along with him. The herald walked forward, leading the ram and saying that he did not need to play along. The apprentices looked at him puzzled. Finally, Azadin, Midiam, and Ismail reached the city. The sun was already beginning to set. The guards at the entrance to the city were searching people, and a long line had formed at the gate. The apprentices and the herald approached the gates. Ismail noticed that the line to enter the city was quite long, and Azadin said that he had not been to the eastern gate of the city for a long time. Midiam noted with delight that the imperial road began in this city and asked to travel from here with the herald. Azadin asked her to be silent, because now he was playing the role of a lonely pilgrim. The herald turned his head towards Ismail. Azadin addressed the young man, calling him Puppy Eyes. The herald asked the young man if there were soldiers at the gate last time. The soldiers searched people thoroughly, taking valuables from them. Some people were stripped naked by soldiers, who searched all their belongings in search of anything valuable. Midiam indignantly said that the soldiers were simply robbing poor people. Ismail noted that the last time he passed through this gate, this had not happened. Azadin realized that the soldiers were trying hard to find something. A stranger approached the herald and asked him about his blindness. Azadin explained that he was a wandering pilgrim, and his companions were helping and guiding him on his way. The man sympathized with the herald. Azadin thanked him and asked what was happening at the entrance. The man explained to Azadin and his companions that the Margrave's people were looking for the Book of the Divine King, which the Herald clan had once stolen, creating a copy, and now the pages of this copy were appearing all over the world. The man continued to talk about how the sons of Margrave Castle were now looking for these pages. The man explained that this is why there is complete chaos at the gates and in the city. Azadin was thoughtfully surprised that the Margrave had several worthless sons, and Kodjal was not the only one. Harold thought about the fact that he needed to prepare for problems in such a situation in the city. One of the peasants in line grabbed the guard, begging him to return his money for the survival of his family. He did not understand why the guards were robbing them if they were only supposed to be looking for the pages of the Divine King's book. The guard turned around and punched the peasant in the face with all his might, telling him to back off. The man fell to the ground from the blow, and the guards watched proudly and contentedly. The guards grinned and said that the magic grimoire could take on different forms, even the shape of money, so they would check everything and return it if it was not the pages they needed. The little girl ran up to the guards defending her father and shouted for them to give her the money, as stealing was bad. The guards only insulted her, and she looked up at them in fear. Grinning cruelly and rubbing their fists, the guards told the girl that any objections would be punished by beatings. The beaten man ran up to his daughter and hugged her, asking the guards to stop intimidating the child with violence. But the guards hit the man again, this time not in the face but in the solar plexus. The girl ran in horror to her father, who was lying and trembling on the ground, and the guards said that the man should raise his child better. Midiam stood behind the herald, shaking with anger and clenching her fist as she called the guards crazy bastards. Ismail asked what they would do. Midiam asked whether they should engage in battle, and Azadin, stopping his companions with a gesture of his hand, ordered them to wait. An unfamiliar man approached one of the guards. He approached the guard's face and covered his mouth with his hand, telling some secret news. The guard was amazed. Azadin was attentive and tense. The Margrave's men hastily grabbed the loot and ran away. They ran into the city through the gates without looking back and in a great hurry, one man constantly urging them on. People standing in line to enter the city whispered among themselves, not understanding what was happening and why everyone was running away. The herald said that he heard, thanks to his good hearing, that ogres were spotted nearby, and the people parted before him in shock. Ismail and Midiam were also terrified. No one could believe that the guards would close the gates. Chaos ensued. People shouted at the guards to open the gates, let them in and rescue them. The action moves inside the city. Targi, one of the sons of Margrave Castle, asked the guards whether they had closed the gates carefully. The guards assured the young gentleman that they had closed the gates securely. and Targi hurriedly entered the carriage, saying that it was time to leave the city quickly with all the loot, since the pages of the grimoire were not here. Suddenly, someone called out to the young gentleman nervously, and the man turned around with displeasure. One of the guards asked Sir Targa in fear what they should do with the monsters. The young master had already sat in the carriage and, frivolously scratching the back of his head, advised his subjects to fight off the monsters if they came too close to the city, reminding the servants that they had trained specifically for this. The worried man thought to himself that they had only been trained for one day and asked Mr. Targi to let the civilians at the gate into the city, saying that he would command the defense. Sir Targi crossed his arms and haughtily answered the guard that he would not be able to command the defense, because he was not even a knight, and the man was angry to himself that the gentleman was a knight, but at the same time he was leaving the city. With a contemptuous smile, Mr. Targi entrusted the command of the defense to the fair-haired man and ordered the coachman to drive. The fair-haired servant watched the young master's carriage. The guard listened nervously to the sounds and sensations. Even the birds were in a hurry to fly away from the city, and the fair-haired man noted to himself that the earth was shaking violently. One of the forest bandits sat in a basket on the ogre's back and shook convulsively, not understanding where he was being dragged, what the monsters would do with him, and furiously repeated that he did not want to die. The robber carefully looked through the crack in the basket to see what was happening outside. The picture he saw shocked him. He opened his eyes wide and covered his mouth with his hand. He saw a crowd of angry green goblins with red glaring eyes walking forward, waving their weapons. A crowd of monsters led by a giant ogre thirsted for blood and human flesh. One of the Margrave's servants watched from a height as the mayhem that followed the monsters descended upon him. Somewhere nearby, a fire was already raging. The man was very scared. He clearly did not expect that there would be so many monsters. The civilians left outside the gates were terrified, but Midyam and Ismail were determined and preparing to attack. Ahead of them stood Azadin, completely calm and ready to fight the terrible monsters. All that could be heard from everywhere was that they were already very close. A crowd of civilians was quickly leaving the city, people walking, dragging their belongings with them and lighting the way with torches. The tired, fair-haired woman turned around, holding a bright lantern in her hands. She approached Ismail and warned him that the road would become more difficult. The woman handed the young man a flashlight and asked him to keep a closer eye on his blind uncle and sister. Ismail, with a smile and gratitude, assured the woman that he would take care of his uncle. Midyam, smiling, patted the embarrassed herald on the shoulder. Sighing, Azadin thought that people were much friendlier and kinder to him when he pretended to be a weak blind man. The defense command was led by the same fair-haired servant, who explained to the civilians outside the gates that the knights and mercenaries had fled the city. The man asked civilians who could fight to come together and fight back against the monsters to protect the city. The man continued to explain that any help would be useful and that the city needed to be defended until the elderly and wounded left it. The brave girl's father assured his daughter that he would stay to defend the city and fight, but his daughter nervously replied that he couldn't even cut an apple. The herald thoughtfully recalled both the fair-haired servant and the people who remained to defend the city. Midyam, clenching her teeth in displeasure, said that the knights had acted terribly by driving away the people. They should protect the people, not abandon them. But the herald replied that he did not agree with her. He said that this was a very good act on the part of the guards. They sacrificed themselves to buy time, and so that the people could go as far as possible. Midyam was surprised by such words. The girl agreed with Azadin and thoughtfully asked if it was strange that she, being an Aragus, sympathized with the Vibras people. Harold said that origin does not matter, and he also sympathizes with them. Azadin was once again surrounded by black fog, and he told his assistants that he was leaving them. Midyam and Ismail turned around sharply, not understanding what was happening, but the herald had already vanished into thin air. The assistants only screamed, turning to the air where Azadin had disappeared. The action moves to the city gates. The civilians were provided with weapons and looked with some fear at the approaching crowd of monsters. One of the recruits called out to the captain in horror, and the commander of the defense approached him. The civilian exclaimed in fear that there were too many monsters. An entire army of green goblins and a huge orc had already approached the city gates. I roared a giant orc at gold and his eyes glowed red. The enraged organ threw the basket containing the dead and wounded people from his back onto the ground. The giant monster said that he was very smart and was storing up meat so that he could eat it longer. The ogre continued to say that in a large human city with walls there is a lot of meat. The huge monster raised its leg. The ogre stamped his foot so hard that the ground cracked. The captain commanded to aim arrows at the giant ogre and said that he was the most important of these monsters. The man gave the order to shoot, and many arrows were fired from the bows of the loyal soldiers. Countless arrows flew down, straight towards the crowd of terrible monsters. The giant ogre tried to shield himself from the attack with his hands, and behind him a green goblin in a skull mask and with a strange staff in his hand smiled slyly. The masked goblin commanded the crowd of monsters to attack and tear down the gates to the city. Hundreds of green goblins with red eyes rushed into battle, covering themselves with shields and holding swords, axes, and bats in their hands. The captain shouted to his charges to defend the gates and shoot at anyone who approached them. The enraged goblins ran forward, seemingly unafraid of the arrows, covering themselves with their shields and screaming furiously. One of the green monsters raised its axe high above its head, preparing to attack. He furiously hit the gates leading into the city with his axe. The giant orc took a huge boulder in his hand and began to aim in order to throw it. A huge boulder flew into the gate with full force. Civilians tried their best to hold the gates from the inside. People shouted that monsters were about to break into the city. The captain, in a state of mad horror, screamed to shoot and kill the monster. The archers took aim and fired arrows at the monsters without stopping. The father, remembering his daughter, hoping that she had already run very far away, having released another arrow, the man's face distorted in horror. While the monsters were fighting and trying to break through the gate, the goblin with the mask was hiding behind a basket of people. The staff began to glow with a bright red flame in the goblin's hands. The goblin joyfully raised his sparkling staff to the sky. He joyfully shouted that the staff was sparkling, which meant that the book of the Divine King was somewhere nearby. At that moment, Azadin landed with all his might right on the goblin's face. The herald stepped right onto the lid of the basket behind which the goblin was hiding, and then he pushed off and jumped high into the air. Below him was a giant ogre, about to throw another huge boulder. This time the stone flew high. Gold was aiming not at the gate, but at the archers guarding the fortress. The volunteers looked in horror at the stone projectile flying towards them with great speed and force. The cobblestone landed with enormous force right where the civilians were standing. However, the stone did not hit the men. The herald pulled away 2 archers with surprising speed. The men seemed confused about what had happened and how they had escaped. Azadin lowered them to the ground, and the commander approached the herald in bewilderment. Azadin said that he would help defend the city. Asked intensely who he was. Azadin calmly replied that he was the emperor's herald. The captain and the civilians recoiled from Azadin in fear, and the herald suddenly jumped down from the fortress straight into a crowd of nasty green goblins. In flight, Azadin fired 2 arrows at once into the giant ogre's face. Gold screamed in pain. He was blinded in both eyes. The ogre shouted in rage that he would kill the herald and ran forward, sweeping away everything in his path. The giant monster continued to scream furiously that he would kill everyone, and at that moment the herald landed right on his head. Blinded, Gold, in a panic, unable to see anything, crushed his minions, other goblins, with his feet. Standing on the head of a huge ogre, Azadin aimed at the other monsters. This position was advantageous for him. From the heights of a giant ogre, the herald fired at the green goblins below. Azadin struck down all the goblins near the ogre, and the commander watched the herald from the heights of the fortress, amazed at the strength of the regicide. The basket containing the dead and wounded people shook slightly, and Azadin turned towards the sound. A man crawled out of the mountain of corpses, and the herald recognized him as the bandit he had met not long ago by the stream. The robber tried to carefully get out from under the pile of dead bodies. Suddenly the man stopped, seeing something terrible. The goblin in the skull mask rose from the ground. Smiling ominously, the goblin felt the power of the Divine King's book. The monster opened its mouth and drool began to flow out of it. It was very pleased. Suddenly, one of the green monster's arms began to mutate. The masked goblin's hand turned into a huge thing, covered in a bunch of mouths with huge fangs. The monster proudly declared that he was now the king of fangs. The goblin joyfully exclaimed that he now ruled the fangs, and behind him a huge red something was developing, at the end of which a funnel was visible, surrounded by poisonous fangs. Azadin looked up from his battle with the goblins and turned towards the sound. He looked at the mutated goblin, not understanding what he even was. Looking at the red substance covered in fangs, the herald noted that this would be another headache for him. The mutant extended its appendages with terrible fangs in different directions. At the ends of these frightening appendages was a small funnel surrounded by several rows of fangs. One of the chutes was heading straight towards the giant ogre, and Azadin immediately jumped off its head. The mutated something absorbed Gold. The ogre screamed in pain, saying that he liked to eat, but not to be eaten by someone. The huge fangs almost closed, swallowing the giant monster. The mutant ate the huge ogre whole. Azadin landed next to the mutant as it grew larger and more ferocious. The archers were very frightened. They stood on top of the fortress and could not understand what kind of terrible monster it was. Looking at the bloody mutant, the herald said that this was the King of Fangs from the divine clan Kurut. The mutant writhed and shuddered, looking more like some kind of entrails. Suddenly, something exploded, and a goblin with a staff in his hands appeared from the bloody mass with teeth. The goblin's body and head remained the same, but everything else was mutated. Holding a glowing rod, the monster smiled creepily. A stream of light emerged from the staff and pointed straight at Azadin. The magic of the staff revealed that the herald kept a page from the book of the Divine King next to his heart. And Azadin, without understanding anything, put his hand to this place. The mutated goblin ordered Azadin to give him the page and promised to kill him painlessly. The goblin didn't have time to finish speaking before a swift arrow flew past his face. Azadin fired an arrow at the mutant with absolute calm. "How dare you!" roared the mutated goblin. Azadin hesitated for a moment, thinking about the beam of light that had so precisely pointed to the page from the Divine King's book that he kept under his heart. The enraged mutant once again released its claws with sharp fangs, attacking the herald. Azadin managed to dodge the attack in time and jumped up. The herald did not understand why the monsters needed the book of the Divine King, and the mutant continued to attack Azadin from all sides with his fanged claws, but the herald deftly dodged. Ordinary goblins that were wounded by fangs were covered in purple blisters. The monster, holding a staff in his hand, commanded to attack Azadin. Sharp claws rushed to attack, killing everything that came in their way. The herald managed to run away and dodge them. One shoot blocked Azadin's path. The herald grabbed a random sword and slowed down a little. With one swing of his sword, Azadin severed the bloody, sharp appendage that blocked his path. The herald suddenly tensed up. Azadin rushed forward, getting closer and closer to the mutant. He chopped off the sharp fangs from the bloody claws, and they flew in different directions. The herald noted ironically that the fangs were too big and did not suit the mutant. Sharp teeth fell to the ground. Azadin continued to challenge the mutant, saying that his fangs were weak because they did not have long roots. The goblin shouted that he was the King of Fangs. Waving his staff angrily, he ordered the herald to be silent. Azadin slowly took out his sword and smilingly answered the mutant that he was not the King of Fangs, but only his likeness. The herald easily repelled the mutant's attacks, cutting its claws in half. The purple liquid hit Azadin's sword and immediately began to foam. The herald immediately threw away the weapon, thinking that this liquid could corrode even steel. The mutant was furious that the herald was repelling and anticipating his every attack, but he rushed into battle with renewed vigor, and Azadin continued to deftly dodge. The herald thought that he had put too much effort into this fight, and he wouldn't even get paid for it. Suddenly, the commander's voice was heard. He ordered the volunteers to open fire, and many arrows flew over Azadin's head. The arrows hit their target accurately and wounded the terrible mutant. The captain nervously ordered the civilians to shoot the monsters and help the herald, but the volunteers were hesitant, because if they helped the herald, the royal church would find out about it, and they would be punished. The commander shouted back that the church had abandoned them and left them to certain death. The commander of the defense shouted in rage that the church could not judge them under such conditions. One of the volunteers hesitantly grabbed the bow and arrows. As he released the arrow, he said that he did not want to die. Drawing another arrow onto his bow, he explained that now they needed to kill the monster, and then they could decide what to do with the herald. All the other civilians followed his example and also prepared for the attack, agreeing that they needed to deal with the monsters first. A multitude of arrows flew into the air again. The arrows wounded the mutant more and more. Azadin smirked, thinking that the people could just give him those arrows. The herald stretched his arms as he watched the volunteers attack. Azadin grabbed one of the mutant's severed fangs with his hands and decided to continue the fight. He threw his fang with all his might at the mutated goblin. Herald noted with a smile that his new tactics were working. He took another torn-off fang in his hand, and he threw several more times at the monster, which was rushing about and screaming in pain. The mutated goblin, clenching his jaws in pain, screamed, "How dare you!" Azadin replied sarcastically with a smile that he was simply returning the owner's fangs. The goblin opened his mouth in rage and shouted that he would become the King of Fangs, the Divine King. The herald picked up another huge, sharp fang from the ground. Azadin threw a sharp projectile at the monster with more force than before. The fang struck the mutated goblin right in the face with tremendous force. Raising another fang behind his back to attack, Azadin said that he was a destroyer of holiness, so he would kill the King of Fangs with great pleasure. The herald threw his fang with all his might once again straight at the head of the mutated monster. The masked goblin's head bounced off the rest of his body. The severed head of the monster lay on the ground, and in the middle, between the eyes, a large sharp fang was stuck. The mutated monster's eyes widened one last time in incredible pain. The monster's mutated body began to crumble. It was all over. Azadin squatted down in front of the goblin's staff to take it for himself. Suddenly, the herald was called out, and he was distracted from examining the magic wand. The volunteers, led by the captain, stood on a high fortress and aimed straight at Azadin. The herald calmly put the staff behind his back and thought that it was a very rude act on the part of the civilians and the commander to kill the one who helped them, who saved them. The captain asked Azadin what he was planning and why he helped them kill an entire army of monsters. The civilians vied with each other to assure the commander that it was the herald who had brought these goblins and the giant gold to the city. The volunteers took aim at Azadin in fear, assuring each other that the monsters themselves had failed to reach the city. A strange coincidence. The herald stood silently and listened to the accusations against him, that he was to blame for everything, that he was an atheist. Without saying a word, he raised his head up. Scratching his face with his hand, Azadin assumed the appearance of a confused man and replied that he himself did not know where these monsters came from or how they came. Standing under the guns of a dozen archers, the herald explained that he only performed his duty for payment in imperial coins. Azadin continued, saying that someone had called him with a gold coin to help in the defense of the city. The volunteers and the commander were very surprised. The commander asked incredulously if anyone had actually made a wish to the demon for an imperial coin. The volunteers and archers began to whisper, thinking that the villagers had done this and not understanding how one could make a wish to the heralds. One of the men leaned furiously against the stone parapet and asked the herald who his contractor was. Azadin replied that he could not and was not obliged to disclose the identity of the person who made a wish to him. The man clenched his teeth in disappointment, not receiving the answer he wanted. Azadin announced that he was leaving and asked if the archers would like to challenge him for the sake of the royal church. The volunteers held their bows at the ready with concentration. The herald continued, saying that their patron of divine blood had abandoned them at the first sign of danger. The men, with fervor and anger, told the herald not to defame their faith. Azadin bowed his head, agreeing that all the volunteers, archers, and commander were loyal and believing citizens. At this time, the robber finally climbed out of the ogre's basket, not believing that it was all over. The bandit looked around. Seeing the herald, the man became frightened and cried out. Azadin noticed with surprise that the robber had survived. The herald turned around and advised the bandit to be kinder, since he had a second chance. The robber wept bitterly, kneeling, and the herald disappeared in 1 minute, pushing off from the ground. Azadin jumped right onto the stone parapet where the defense team stood, and everyone immediately tensed up, heading towards the arrow herald. The captain shouted at his men not to shoot at Azadin. The herald jumped from the parapet and found himself on the stone floor. Without saying anything, Azadin took several new arrows from the defense team's supplies. Remembering the rules of politeness, the herald asked the commander and the volunteers if they would mind giving him a few arrows. The captain quietly thanked Azadin. The herald jumped down from the fortress smiling, thinking to himself that the captain was a fool, and that if anyone found out about his words of gratitude addressed to the herald, he would be executed. Azadin moved quickly through the forest. The herald seemed to be flying. He pushed off the ground and moved in leaps and bounds through the forest, his faithful owl guardian flying behind him. The owl asked the herald why he lied to the defense team about the gold coin. Azadin explained that if he had not said this, people would have lived in fear for the rest of their days and tried to work off their debt to the herald. The guard asked Azadin if he was angry at these people because he saved them, and they wanted to kill him. The herald explained that people were weak, and he was grateful to them for their kindness. They treated him well when he pretended to be a blind pilgrim. Azadin frowned slightly and said that he was incredibly tired due to the long journey and lamented that he had not received any reward for his work. Suddenly, the herald noticed something. These were Midiam and Ismail. The assistants smiled happily when they saw Azadin. Loud exclamations from the helpers echoed throughout the forest. Midiam and Ismail couldn't believe that Azadin had single-handedly defeated the King of Fang's impersonator, but the herald brushed it off and said that the mutant wasn't very strong. Ismail bowed his head, thinking sadly. Then the guy noted with bewilderment that the herald had spent a lot of effort and had not even received a coin. The girl nudged her comrade in the side, and the herald quoted the words of Midiam that one must help people. Dressed in rags, the herald said that life without the help and protection of others is boring. Midiam joked that Ismail himself was boring. Azzedine turned around and asked how the civilians had let Midyam and Ismail go, since they had all been walking together. The assistants said that the people initially tried to dissuade them, but they said that they could handle the small monsters. Ismail noted that they were even given torches, although he doubted the kindness of these people, because they did not know that the apprentices were Aragus. Midyam interrupted her partner and stated that people were so kind to them because she was beautiful. Azzedine grinned and remarked that it was not because she was beautiful, but because she was a child. Midyam became angry and said that in the north there was a queen who was also 13. Having finished joking, the herald handed the girl the staff and asked if she knew anything about him. The apprentices examined the magical staff with interest, and the herald explained that he had taken it from the impersonator of the King of Fangs. Holding the staff in her hands, Midyam explained that she needed a lot of strength to explore it, and now she was very weak. Suddenly, the girl was struck by some kind of realization. Midyam beamed happily and asked if this meant that Azzedine recognized her as his assistant. The herald answered her in bewilderment that she could simply do a favor for her fellow countrymen. The girl said that she also wanted a favor in return, and the herald, turning around, agreed, saying that she could examine the staff tomorrow. Azzedine pushed off the ground, and in an instant he found himself on a tree. Midyam raised her head and asked him where he was going. The herald explained that he needed to hurry and told his assistants to follow him. Midyam, surprised and incomprehensible, asked why there was a rush. Azzedine caught up with a crowd of civilians fleeing the city. The blonde woman with the lantern noticed someone's presence. Turning around, she saw the herald, wondering how he had ended up there. The fair-haired woman warned the herald that his escorts had gone looking for him. Azzedine explained that he had lost his way and that the children would soon catch up with him. The herald told the civilians the important news that he had heard the sounds of victorious shots from the direction of the city. He stated that people could safely return back to the city and assured that he had excellent hearing. Azzedine suggested that the civilians signal with a flashlight, but the people were hesitant. Suddenly, the man attracted everyone's attention by pointing at something. He showed that lanterns were lit at the city gates, which meant that the defenders had indeed defeated the monsters. The civilians were very happy with this outcome. The herald said that the people needed to send a small group into the city to check. The blonde woman turned to thank him, but she was very surprised, not understanding where the blind pilgrim had disappeared to, and the herald was already running back at incredible speed. Azzedine kept saying that he was very tired and too lazy to do anything, and if he lay down for a second, he would immediately fall asleep. Suddenly, the herald noticed smoke. Azzedine braked sharply to check where the smoke was coming from. It turns out that there was a soldier's camp nearby, and this smoke was coming from a fire. One of the soldiers reasoned that the Margrave was only concerned with the incomprehensible book, and not with his people, who were suffering from drought and monsters. Another guard told him that they should just do their job and leave, although he wouldn't mind hiring them for a long term to earn more money. Azzedine watched them from a hidden place. He realized that they were soldiers fleeing the city with the monsters. Despite the fact that it was night, the soldiers steadfastly guarded the gentleman and various kinds of valuables. The herald saw an open box filled with various fabrics and silverware. Azzedine thought that he had no money at all. The owl, its yellow eyes shining as if it had read his thoughts, said that the herald had hit the jackpot. Azzedine continued to reason to himself that traveling was very expensive, and he would need the money. The morning in the soldiers' camp began with loud screams. Mr. Targi shouted at the soldiers, asking why he hired them if all their supplies were stolen from under their noses. The men huddled together and made excuses to the master, saying that they had been attacked and they had not even had time to understand anything. Targi turned to the man with the scar on his face who was calmly peeling an apple and stated that it was his responsibility and he expected an explanation from him. The scarred man raised a peeled apple slice to his mouth and replied that he would admit his guilt if the gentleman insisted. Targi pointed to two soldiers and asked the man with the scar if he would mind if the gentleman cut their pay. The man agreed. The man with the scar stood up from the box and his apple fell. He said that his thing was also missing and that the thief was unusual. Targi asked what had been stolen from him, but the man with the scar said that he could not answer him that question. Mr. Targi concluded that this meant nothing important had been stolen and suggested forgetting about the incident. The man with the scar approached the gentleman and asked him to send his order to the nearest settlement in his name, saying that the thief would be there. Sir Targi angrily replied that the nearest settlement was a village near the station and that it had its own aristocrats. No one obeyed his orders. Targi turned to the scarred man and poked him in the chest with his finger, asking why he was telling his master what to do. The man with the scar smiled mysteriously. He declared that if Targi did not fulfill his request, he himself would turn the station village upside down. In the name of the master, Targi was frightened. The man with the scar on his face suddenly and sharply thrust his blade into Sir Targa's stomach. The aristocrat was horrified, cursing the man with the scar. The soldiers ran up to the aristocrat with concern. The scarred man's eyes flashed bright green as he told the soldiers not to be afraid. The man explained that this was no ordinary blade, but a gift from a witch, and then a bright purple glow began to disperse from the blade in all directions. The blade turned into a large spider, and this spider began to penetrate into the body of Mr. Targa. The aristocrat fell to his knees and panicked that there was now a spider inside him. The man with the scar asked how the gentleman was feeling now. Drawing his sword, Targi screamed, asking what the man had just done to his body, holding the wound with his hand. The man with the scar, without answering questions, began to whistle. Mr. Targi's eyes widened in pain. The aristocrat immediately fell to the ground, clutching his stomach, and the man with the scar advised him to relax. Kneeling down in front of Sir Targi, who was lying on the ground, he explained that the spider inside his body was pinching. The scarred man smiled ominously and said that from now on, Targi would have to obey him. Otherwise, the spider in his body would start laying eggs, and when they hatched, something terrible would happen. Sir Targi tried to get up. He asked the man what he wanted, why he did it. The soldiers watched in horror as everything happened. The man with the scar placed his hand on the master's shoulder, and Targi shuddered in fear. The man's eyes glowed bright green, and he said he would rob the village near the station and catch the thief. Sir Targi recoiled from him in horror. The action moved to a quiet, hilly area. Midyam and Ismail slept selflessly on the ram. The guard owl woke them up, saying that it was already 10 in the morning. The apprentices woke up, stretching lazily. Ismail yawned, and Midyam rubbed her eyes to drive away sleep. Suddenly, the girl noticed the herald who had just approached them. Azadin held 2 staffs in his hands, and Midyam asked where he got the second one. The herald said that at night he found a camp of soldiers and found another staff in their supplies. Azadin handed Midyam the staff and said that it was the same as the goblins and asked the girl to examine it. Before the girl could take the staff, Ismail snatched it from Azadin's hands and said that he would examine it himself, as the staff could be cursed. Ismail pointed his hand at the staff, and everything around the guy sparkled with a bright blue light. The herald asked impatiently what Ismail saw. Ismail replied that he saw an astral image of black and green color. Azadin noted that if this staff belonged to the King of Fangs, the image would be red, meaning it belonged to some other cult. Ismail was still focused on examining the staff, and with his eyes closed, he only agreed with the herald. He said that the function of this staff was to search for a given target, and the herald was a little surprised. Ismail explained that the staff was needed to point at something and said that its power was running out. Azadin chuckled thoughtfully. Ismail handed the staff to the herald and said that it was clearly created by a powerful person, as the capabilities of the staff surpassed many magical instruments. Azadin looked thoughtfully at the staff. He understood that the staff was created to search for the Book of the Divine King, and there were clearly not 2 of them, but more. The herald said thoughtfully that he should see what the staff's owners would do when they noticed it was missing. Azadin returned to the camp of the fleeing soldiers. Watching the soldiers, Azadin, sitting on a tree, said that this was not good. The herald noticed that the atmosphere in the camp had changed overnight, and the soldiers were bustling about. As they wiped their helmets and prepared their weapons, Azadin realized they were preparing for battle. The herald decided that the soldiers were also looking for a copy of the Divine King's book. Azadin gritted his teeth in displeasure. He thought the soldiers would actually do something after losing the staff, but he never expected them to rush into battle right away. The apprentices stood under the tree and asked the herald what he saw. Azadin jumped down from his hiding place and said that the soldiers seemed to be intending to attack the nearest village. Midyam asked about the station settlement, and Ismail noted that it was much larger than other villages. The herald was putting on his rags again, and Midyam was thoughtfully reasoning that the soldiers had gone to extreme measures and that it was reckless on their part. Azadin agreed with her, and the whole company moved forward. The herald placed his hand on his chest, checking the safety of the page from the divine book and his newly acquired staff. Soon the 3 wanderers reached a small town. The sun was already setting, and people in the village near the station were wandering back and forth. There were also guards at the entrance to the town. Azadin and his companions through. Seeing that he was a blind pilgrim, Midyam was surprised by the guards' leniency towards the blind, and Ismail noted with displeasure that it was a deception. The herald and his assistants walked joyfully through the city, while lively trade took place around them. Ismail happily pointed to the shopping cart from Khorazar, and Midyam happily noted that they would finally be able to rest. A wonderful view of the sunny and bustling trading city opened up before the companions. The herald was not as enthusiastic as his apprentices. He only thoughtfully said something about the trade association again. Azadin walked slowly behind Midiam, who was happily singing a song. Memories from the past interrupt the narrative. Once upon a time, Ariel was teased by other heralds. One of the bullies was a blond man with green eyes. He teased Ariel for being the child of a trader and yet becoming a herald at the age of 3. Ariel then fought back against the green-eyed blonde, and at that moment the boy learned the truth through pain and a broken knee. Ariel with hatred. But the girl, who became a herald at the age of 3, looked at the offender without a single regret. Then the green-eyed boy realized that she was more than just a strong personality. The action returns to the present, where the now grown-up green-eyed man stares thoughtfully at the ceiling. Sitting on a chair with his feet up on the table, the man was lost in his memories of Ariel. Tearing himself away from his dreams, the blonde noticed some noise. The action moves back to the center of the year, to the bustle of trade. The flying red flag with fir trees and a trading horse was the symbol of the Khorazar Trading Association. They started out as a group of small traders and have now grown into the largest organization in Khorazar. In fact, this association is a secret organization led by heralds, the Aragus people. So all the traders of this association are also Aragus. Azadin tried to be as inconspicuous as possible, and his companions were glad that they had finally reached the city and would soon take a bath. Suddenly, 3 men shouted an unfriendly and rude greeting at Azadin, and the assistants turned to look at them. The men began to mock Azadin for his low rank and asked what he had been doing for the past 3 months. The herald did not respond to the provocations. The men continued to mock Azadin, asking how he could have been entrusted with apprentices, and the apprentices tensed up. The herald replied that the companions were not his apprentices. Then he asked the men to help replace the horseshoes of his ram. One of the men took the fluffy ram by the bridle and said that he would fulfill Azadin's request, while the herald gave the bag with valuables to another man, asking him to exchange them for money and get him blue steel arrowheads. The man took the bag and approached Azadin, saying that he was a loser who was only accepted as a herald thanks to Kazas. The other man echoed, saying that Azadin couldn't even handle basic training. Azadin's valuables, whispering that he had simply robbed someone. The herald then asked if they could borrow some clothes, since his were already dirty. Ismail whispered to Midyam that he did not like this situation. The girl was very angry and replied that helping the herald was the duty of these men, and it did not matter under what circumstances Azadin was born. The men threw a piece of cloth to the herald, saying that it was a change of clothes for him. Azadin snatched the thing in mid-air. As he straightened this thing out in front of him, the herald realized that he was being mocked, because they had thrown him a pink dress with white ruffles. Azadin shamed the men for their childish behavior and said that he did not want to start a fight. The angry men turned around at his words. They approached the herald and began to humiliate him, saying that they should not grovel before him just because he was lucky enough to become one of the 108 spirits. Suddenly, the men froze when they heard Midyam say that if they were unhappy with something, they should challenge Azadin to a duel. The girl stepped forward and asked if the men were so afraid of losing to a lower-ranking herald. Midyam stood confidently, putting her hands on her waist and asking if all these men could do was wag their tongues. The herald turned to the girl in bewilderment and thought that she was not the one to talk about his defeats in the duel. One of the men laughingly answered Midyam that Azadin would not withstand even one blow. The girl continued to egg him on. With one jerk, Midyam pushed off the ground and disappeared. Suddenly, the girl found herself right on the back of one of the men and put a dagger to his throat, grabbing him by the hair. The man panicked and asked Midyam what she was doing. The girl became angry because he continued to call her a little girl even in such a situation. Midyam pressed on the man's neck, causing a small cut. She explained that she was the heiress of the Edel family and asked why he was treating her so disrespectfully. The girl approached the man's face and said that if he had something against Azadin, he should prove it with his actions. Midyam continued to complain that the men looked down on the herald and that they had forgotten their duty, and a frightened crowd began to gather in the street. Loud and confident footsteps were heard nearby. Azadin and Ismail turned at the sound of footsteps. Midyam also turned her head, still holding the offending herald by the hair. The green-eyed blonde clapped his hands and said that it was time to stop the squabbles. Everyone was too excited. The blonde greeted Azadin warmly. The herald greeted him back emotionlessly. The green-eyed man asked the fair-haired girl to introduce herself, and she replied that her name was Midyam, Edel. The blonde introduced himself in response, saying that his name was Derek 7. He apologized for the behavior of his subordinates and asked the girl to let them go. The girl removed the blade from the man's throat, and with one jerk she jumped back towards the herald and Ismail. The men were indignant that the girl had passed them by. Derek ordered 2 men named Pieto and Kosarak to go about their duties. The blonde man approached Azadin and offered to have dinner together after the herald took a bath. Azadin thought that all this was very troublesome. There was steam in the chambers. Azadin was drying his head with a towel. His torso was bare, and there were many scars on his body. He was thinking how good he felt after taking a bath. Ismail was still sitting in the bath and asked the herald why he had not answered his offenders, since they should respect him despite the circumstances of his birth, if only because his sister was the most powerful herald. Ismail continued to argue that everyone who challenged Ariel to a duel got what they deserved. Azadin put on his shirt and answered the young man that his sister had a different approach. Ismail concluded that the herald was a very strange man. The herald left the chambers in a hurry and told Ismail to try to convince Midyam to stop accompanying him. Already leaving the tent, Azadin said with a smile that the apprentices could become infected with his strangeness. In another tent, the light was burning brightly. On the table with candles stood fresh bread, a basket of ripe apples and hot meat, from which steam rose. Azadin looked surprised by Derek's question, pouring a spoonful of stew back into the bowl. But the blonde repeated his question. He wanted to know from the herald whether he had heard anything about Ariel. Azadin answered negatively, surprised that the blonde still had some feelings for his sister. Derek irritably shamed Azadin for not worrying about his sister. The herald only shrugged, saying that he had no need to worry about Ariel. She was the most powerful herald after all. Herald reached for the basket of apples to take one, and Derek continued to scold him, recalling the situation in the market square. The blonde grabbed the basket of fruit with both hands, and he lifted the basket sharply so that Azadin hit the table. Derek said that they needed to discuss the results. Azadin replied that he was doing a great job and earning coins. Derek interrupted him and said that he was interested in Azadin's attack on another trade association. The herald sighed and asked the blonde to forget about it and, looking for something, asked Derek to look at his find. Azadin showed the blonde the staff and asked what he knew about it. Derek replied that it was a tool that the Kurut pagans used to find the Book of the Divine King. He said that Midyam was supposed to give the herald a letter, and that is why the overseer called him. Azadin noted with displeasure that everyone already knew about this, and Derek scolded the herald for the fact that he rarely wrote a report and therefore did not know anything. The blonde praised Azadin for such a find, but noted that pages from the Divine King's book would be more useful. The herald reached out his hand again to take the apple and replied that he had found the page as well. Derek was very surprised by this statement. Raising the apple to his mouth, the herald noted with a grin that it seemed the other heralds were returning empty-handed. Before the herald could take a bite of the apple, the green-eyed man suddenly grabbed his hand. Derek cried out for Azadin to immediately hand him the page from the copy of the Divine King's book. Azadin was perplexed. Night was falling on the city. There were a lot of people. Everyone was trading with smiles. Midyam and Ismail helped a man change the ram's horseshoes. Suddenly, the apprentices heard Derek's cry, who was angrily addressing Azadin. Derek leaned his hands on the table and looked angrily at the herald. Azadin sat emotionlessly at the table, holding an apple in his hands. Derek glared at the herald and asked why he didn't trust him. He assured him that he could protect the page better than Azadin. The herald calmly answered the blonde that keeping a copy of the Divine King's book with oneself was very problematic. Azadin bit into the apple and said that one of the Margrave's sons was already on his way to the city with his soldiers, and that among them was a follower of Kurut. Derek confidently answered that he could handle the Margrave's son and his army. The green-eyed man said that he might be weaker than Ariel, but he too was once a herald. Azadin replied that this was precisely Derek's problem. He would have problems, and people would have questions about why an ordinary merchant could fight so well. The blonde continued to say that it didn't bother him. The most important thing for him was protecting the Book of the Divine King. Derek pointed at Azadin and said that the herald was also much weaker than his sister. Azadin covered his face with his hand and noted that this was only the case in childhood. The herald thought back to the past, thinking that back then he really couldn't compete with his sister, but now he had become much stronger. However, Ariel is now the strongest among the heralds, and she has a huge number of followers. Azadin thought about how he hadn't seen his sister for a whole year. He couldn't even imagine how much stronger she had become. Herald concluded that he would hand the book page over to the regional leader personally, and that it would be better for everyone. The blonde said with displeasure that Azadin was arrogant, and seemed to have forgotten that Derek was his elder. At that moment, a frightened man ran into the tent, saying that there were problems in the city. Herald and Derek turned around, and the man explained that something was happening at the east gate. The sun was already setting behind the horizon and it was beginning to get dark. There were several guards on duty at the checkpoint at the eastern gate. Suddenly, the guards noticed something unusual. Sir Targi approached the gate on horseback, and his wards walked next to him. The guards did not understand whether they were armed. One of the guards blocked their way, putting his hand forward. He said that he could not let Sir Targa and his men in now, there were too many of them, and advised them to set up camp nearby and return in the morning. Mr. Targi thanked Guard Gerand for his good service, smiling politely. Targi approached Geranda's face and handed him a small bag. The gentleman whispered that it was a gift as a token of gratitude. The guard said thoughtfully that Sir Targi was putting him in an awkward position, and he could not accept such a gift. The gentleman merely shrugged his shoulders, saying that if anything happened, they would both be banished to the Church of the Kings. The guard thoughtfully agreed, and the man with the scar stood behind Targa, preparing his sword for an attack. Gerand could agree and accept the bribe. The scarred man's sword pierced his eye. The scarred man jumped up and slashed the guard's face with his weapon. Gerand fell to the floor, and Mr. Targi covered his face with both hands in horror. Sir Targi looked in horror at what happened next. The master's mercenaries fought with the guards of the eastern gate. The frightened gentleman turned to the man with the scar, saying that he had not planned to kill anyone, and the man with the cut face replied that this would make their robbery more fun. Targi replied that there were 3 gates in this village and that they couldn't kill everyone they met along the way. The scarred man told the sir not to worry about it. The man with the scar on his face stopped and looked closely at his hand. Several holes appeared in his hand from which spiders crawled out. The man with the scar blew on his palm. The spiders flew and landed on the guards and ordinary mercenaries. They were frightened and began to scratch themselves, wanting to remove the insects from themselves. But the magical spiders crawled right under the skin of the guards and mercenaries, and the men called for help in panic. The spiders continued to penetrate the soldiers and their bodies began to mutate. They no longer looked like normal people. Sir Targi recoiled in horror at what was happening to the men's bodies. The man with the scar was glad of the work he had done. Now he had a lot of power. The people who were infected by his spiders were subject to his power. Targi nervously and fearfully stated that the man with the scar was a follower of the Kurut cult. The man with the scar smiled, praising the gentleman for his resourcefulness. The follower of Kurut proposed to Sir Targi that they work together so that everyone would benefit, he assured, saying that the Lord would be able to take revenge on his father, the Margrave, and he would receive a copy of the Book of the Divine King. After these words, the man with the scar looked madly at Targi, preparing for something terrible. The follower of Kurut pursed his lips and began to whistle. Something in Sir Targa's stomach began to stir actively, reacting to the whistle. The gentleman screamed, clutched his stomach, and fell to his knees. The scarred man declared that Targa had no choice but to cooperate with him. The follower of Kurut turned to face his army of spider-enchanted soldiers. With a proud smile, the scarred man ordered them not to let anyone out of the city. The follower of Kurut ordered the enchanted men to find the rat that had stolen his staff, and the enchanted army rushed to find the thief. The action moves inside the city. A civilian with a backpack was leaving his tent. Suddenly, a man with a travel bag saw some movement near the gate. The man came closer and asked what was going on here. Other residents of the city replied that they were not allowed to leave the village. Disgruntled civilians asked why they could not pass through the gates. A bewitched man with bright green eyes blocked the way to the exit and replied that he forbade leaving. One of the residents was outraged that there is no right or law to prevent anyone from leaving the city. One of the civilians moved the bewitched men, ordering them to get out of the way. He said that he was leaving, and no mercenaries would stop him. The enchanted soldier's large hand grabbed the man by the head. The mercenary lifted one of the residents high by the head and repeated several times that no one would leave the city. Other civilians began to run away in terror. The enchanted soldiers looked at the captured villager and noticed that they felt strange. The mercenary said that he was hungry and drooled profusely. The resident, who was grabbed by the head, began to cry in horror, and spiders began to run along the soldier's hand. Suddenly, the soldier's mouth split into 2 parts, no longer looking human but more like a spider's, and a multitude of insects began to run across his face. The civilian closed his eyes, expecting to be killed. An arrow flew by unexpectedly. The resident opened his eyes in bewilderment because nothing had happened to him. The arrow hit the enchanted mercenary right in the mouth and he staggered in pain. The captured civilian, still held by the head, looked away in fear. After all, on the other side there was also a hungry, as if hypnotized soldier with bright green eyes. 6 tongues were visible from his mouth. His mouth was also divided into 2 parts, like a spider. The herald attacked the second mercenary from behind and pierced his head with a spear. The frightened resident fell sharply to the ground. Azadin, standing on the back of one of the mercenaries, pulled the spear out of his head. The weapon was covered in blood and numerous green glowing spiders. Looking at the insects, Azadin said that the soldier was bewitched by none other than a follower of the Spider Queen Atra. The residents ran in different directions, away from the gates, and the herald only looked thoughtfully at the enchanted man he had killed. Suddenly, someone called out to Azadina, and he turned to the source of the sound. Miriam excitedly asked if the herald had finished with everything. Ismail stood behind the girl, a little surprised, and Azadin replied that everything was just beginning. The herald pointed to the tents and asked the apprentices to stock up on food and water from there. Ismail asked in bewilderment if this really needed to be done right now. A little angry, the herald shouted that they needed to stock up now because many people were starving on the road to the city. Miriam was horrified, looking at the herald, and shouted that someone was advancing from behind. And indeed, behind Azadin appeared a large, enchanted mercenary with a spider-like mouth. The herald turned around in bewilderment and chuckled questioningly. The bewitched Spider-Man raised his hand to attack Azadin. He was preparing to strike, but the herald suddenly disappeared in front of the enemy's face, jumping back sharply. Azadin slowed down, looking carefully ahead. The two previously neutralized enchanted mercenaries stood up and walked towards Azadin, repeating that they were very hungry. Despite their mortal wounds, the bewitched men continued to move in search of food. The herald wondered how these soldiers could move in such a state, and decided that their nervous system was controlled by spiders. The hypnotized men with bright green eyes rushed forward aggressively. They wanted to attack Azadin from two sides. The herald said with a smile that he was thinking about what would happen to the enchanted mercenaries if an electric current were passed through their bodies, and with these words he grabbed the bloody rags with both hands. One of the soldiers with a spider mouth attacked Azadin with his hand, but he deftly dodged, holding bloody rags in both hands. The herald blocked the view of the bewitched soldiers with these pieces of cloth, and he immediately gathered the strength in his hand for an attack, deciding to try the trick with electricity. Azadin hit the rags with his hand with all his strength. A bright flash struck the bewitched soldiers, and rags hung over their distorted faces. One of the mercenaries collapsed to the ground, covered with a bloody piece of cloth. But this had no effect on the spider soldiers. They were still alive. One of the enchanted soldiers tore a piece of cloth and launched a sharp spider's leg at the herald, wanting to pierce Azadin through and through. The herald managed to dodge and flew back a little. Spider legs appeared from behind both soldiers, and they were furious. Azadin noticed with a tense smile that these enchanted soldiers had begun to evolve. The herald's name was called, and he turned around. Someone threw him a lit torch. Azadin caught the burning torch in mid-flight. The herald slashed at the air with all his might, and the spider soldiers recoiled, covering their faces with their hands. The bewitched spider people were afraid of fire. It was hot for them. Ismail also grabbed a torch and began to set everything around on fire. Thus, the apprentices and the herald, using torches, surrounded the bewitched mercenaries with a fiery trap. The soldiers with spider-like mouths and pincers opened their eyes wide, darting from side to side in fear of the fire. Azadin was impressed and praised Miriam and Ismail for their good work, and told them to make sure that the merchants' tents did not burn down from this fire. The city's residents noticed that the monsters were affected by the fire, and, grabbing more torches, the civilians began throwing them at the bewitched soldiers, wanting to set them on fire. The bewitched Spider-Men burst into flames, screaming in pain. The herald warned the monsters not to emerge from the fiery circle. He hit one of the monsters with a fire torch, saying that the fire would make them feel better and warmer. The bewitched mercenary staggered from the blow, and he collapsed to the ground, engulfed in flames. Azadin watched this terrible death. Azadin shielded his face from the fire with his hand, and joyful cries of civilians were heard around him. They were delighted that the monsters had died from the fire and called for everyone else to be burned. The herald turned his attention to the apprentices and asked if they had collected supplies. Miriam replied that they had done everything. Ismail asked if they should bring the rams. Miriam pushed her partner away and happily asked if they had been of any use to the herald just now. The joyful girl asked Azadin to take them on as apprentices because they could be useful to him. At that moment, a guardian owl flew over their heads. The emperor's voice landed on the herald's shoulder, and Azadin asked the guard about the new contractor. The owl replied that a new contractor had indeed appeared, and Azadin asked where he was. The guard replied that the contractor was in the west, and after a slight hesitation said that he was already dead. The herald cursed, clenching his teeth. Taking his sword from the ground, Azadin commanded his apprentices to attack the monsters with fire and said that he would head for the western gate. The herald jumped into the air, and Miriam only watched as he moved further and further away. The apprentices awkwardly noticed that the herald was commanding them too naturally, as if they were already his assistants. Azadin was already at the western gate and was attacking the spider monsters there. One of the bewitched mercenaries screamed and swung his weapon at the herald. The monster punched the air, and Azadin managed to dodge. The herald was tired, sweat was running down his face. He was thinking that the monsters were too resilient. Azadin stood opposite the bewitched soldier, and they engaged in close combat. The herald realizing that the human could not withstand so many attacks. The bewitched soldier's head turned completely into a spider's. Azadin noticed that the monsters continued to mutate, and their numbers grew larger and larger. Attacking the mercenary again and again, the herald was disappointed to think that he would not be able to get through such a crowd of monsters to the contractor. An arrow charged with electricity appeared in the air. The arrow hit the monster, blocking Azadin's path, and he was pierced by a blue flash of lightning. The bewitched mercenary burned to ashes and fell to the ground, and Midian appeared from behind. It was she who fired the arrow. The girl, completely out of breath, joyfully shouted that her lightning had worked, because monsters were vulnerable to fire. Midian staggered. Her strength was running out. Ismail ran up to her and gently supported her by the shoulders, and the girl was able to lean on her partner's shoulder. Azadin watched the apprentices silently and thoughtfully. The herald praised the girl, saying that she was well-trained and truly the heir of the Edel family. Midian wanted to say something in response, but the herald interrupted her, telling her that she should not use the Emperor's Psalm of Rain, the grimoire of spiritual power, too often, and advised her to rest. Ismail gritted his teeth, thinking that Midian was trying too desperately to gain the herald's recognition by becoming his apprentice. Supporting his partner, Ismail asked Azadin if his contractor had died, and the herald, holding a torch in his hands, agreed that he had. Ismail cried out that he did not understand then why the herald was trying so hard. Azadin set fire to the dead monster and said that he could not fail to fulfill the contract, even if the customer was dead. The young man replied that in that case they would have to burn all the bewitched soldiers. Clutching his sword, Azadin agreed with Ismail, saying that he was right. The herald confidently concluded that he needed to kill the leader of the enchanted mercenaries to end everything quickly. The western gate was plunged into chaos, fire raging all around. People mutated into spiders attacked civilians. Pools of blood formed on the ground. The man with the scar stood with his arms crossed over his chest and watched with satisfaction the brutal massacre of the residents. Sir Targi approached the man with the scar and asked doubtfully if they were doing the right thing. The gentleman continued to ask the man with the cut on his face why he was starting a bloody battle, if he only wanted a copy of the Divine King's book. Sir Targi's face twisted in horror as he watched the monsters slaughter the civilians. The man with the scar replied that the situation was now a little different from what he had planned, but everything was going well, and the gentleman was angry. Targi shouted that the situation was not normal at all and was getting out of control. Targi explained that because of such bloody chaos, a thief would be able to quickly and easily escape from the city. The man with the scar thought about his master's words. The monster was devouring the entrails of one of the civilians, and suddenly the man with the scar noticed a triangle drawn on the ground, and a human corpse lay above it. The man with the scar moved his foot away from everything unnecessary to take a closer look at the drawing on the ground. He asked Targi what this triangle meant. The gentleman replied that this was a symbol used to summon the demon of gold coins, and the man with the scar asked who these demons were. Turning to Targi, the man asked if he really meant the heralds. The scarred man squatted down next to the drawing and said thoughtfully that the heralds were also looking for the Book of the Divine King. The scarred man's eyes glowed a bright green and he smiled ominously, saying that the thief of his staff could have been one of the heralds. Sir Targi excitedly asked the man if he was really going to fight the herald. The man with the scar replied that the herald himself would come to the challenge and then he could deal with him. Targi only chuckled in response, not believing in the strength of the man with the scar. A bright flash appeared not far behind the gentleman. Something flew very close to the Knight Targi, and he screamed in fear. The arrow flew straight at the head of the man with the scar, but he managed to catch it in the air. Clutching the arrow in his hand, he broke it in half. The scarred man's eyes sparkled green again, and he was very angry. He turned to find the archer who had shot him. But turning around, the man with the scar saw another arrow flying right in front of his face. The arrow struck the scarred man straight in the head, and he jerked his head back from the impact. The scarred man smiled and asked the man who shot him if he had deliberately weakened his first shot. 6 spider legs emerged from the scarred man's chest. The scarred man smiled menacingly, his forehead pierced by an arrow, spiders crawling all over his face, and he said that the herald had intrigued him greatly. Azadin, holding a sword in his hand, rushed forward to strike. He approached the spider leader and gave him a small cut, causing some blood to gush out. The The scarred man didn't expect the herald to be able to touch him and clenched his teeth tightly. Azadin smiled and replied to the spider leader that he too was quite an interesting heretic. The herald and the scarred man fought with swords. Sir Targi was watching this fight. He was sitting on the ground with his knees pulled up under him. The man was holding his head, not understanding what to do. Targi recalled how deftly he had managed to dodge the herald's first arrow. The knight nervously moved his yellow eyes from side to side, watching the battle. Watching the battle between Azadin and the heretic, Targi thought that no matter which of them won, the master would still be at a disadvantage. The gentleman pulled his knees to his chest and began to cry, wanting to return to his mother. At this time, Azadin was able to cut 3 spider legs on the body of the man with the scar with one swing of his sword. The Kurut clan follower did not expect such an attack from the herald and stepped back with a frightened look. Azadin watched his opponent calmly, holding his sword at the ready, assessing that the spider leader was strong enough to still be in spider form. The scarred man praised Azadin, saying that he expected the Imperial Herald to be quite strong. But suddenly, metamorphoses began to occur again in the body of the man with the scar, and the skin began to pulsate. 4 more spider legs emerged from the spider leader's back, and he declared that the herald did not have enough strength to defeat him. Azadin tilted his head to the side and asked if the heretic really thought so. The follower of Kurut looked at the herald with fear, and Azadin had already come close to the man with the scar and said that he was just a spider. The spider leader dodged, backing away from the herald. The scarred man slowed and unleashed his spider legs, loudly cursing the herald. Azadin looked at his opponent unwaveringly. Spider legs attacked the herald from all sides, but Azadin had already evaporated into thin air. The herald found himself right on the back of the spider leader and noted with a grin that he, having such huge claws, could not scratch his back. With one sharp movement of his sword, Azadin cut the scarred man's neck. The heretic's head was severed with a huge spray of blood. The head rolled straight towards Sir Targi, who was sitting on the ground, and he recoiled in disgust. Azadin came closer to the master, holding a bloody sword in his hands. Targi screamed in fear that the herald could not kill him and asked him to wait. Azadin replied with displeasure that he did not care that Sir Targi was an aristocrat, and the gentleman continued to beg the herald to listen to him. Targi asked the herald to wait and look at something. The knight took a gold imperial coin from his bag and handed it to the herald. The herald sighed and asked where Targa got this coin from, and the gentleman sheepishly replied that his mother had given it to him. Targi happily thought to himself that his mother was right, and the herald clan was powerless against the imperial gold coins. The herald replied emotionlessly that he didn't care about the coin unless there was a demand. Mr. Targi quickly threw a coin into the drawn triangle, and Azadin didn't even have time to finish his sentence. The triangle on the ground sparkled with yellow light. Sir Targi shouted that the scarred man had infected him with his spiders and asked the herald to help him. The guardian owl appeared again on Azadin's shoulder and said that the contract was concluded. The herald asked with displeasure how such a scum could be called a contractor, but the owl only turned away displeasedly, without answering. Sir Targi burst into tears in a cartoonish manner, rejoicing that he would live and that the herald would help him. Midyam and Ismail finally found Azadin and called out to him. The herald, covering his face with his hand out of shame for Targi, turned to the call of his assistants. Midyam and Ismail listened silently to the news from the herald and stood looking at him with indignation and displeasure. The apprentices pointed at Sir Targi in shock and asked the herald if he was really his contractor. Azadin, crossing his arms over his chest, replied that they had understood everything correctly. The herald asked Midyam if she could use blue lightning in its weakest form again. The girl asked Azadin in bewilderment, and he asked her to conjure lightning again. Midyam raised one eyebrow thoughtfully and chuckled. The girl agreed to help Azadin, saying that of course she would fulfill the request of a man from her clan. But then Midyam added resentfully that the herald was asking her to help with the contractor, although she was not even his apprentice. Azadin felt ashamed. He raised his hands in a sign of reconciliation and asked the girl with such a gesture to stop being angry. Midyam looked at him sideways and with distrust. The herald announced that he was taking Midyam on as an apprentice, and the girl beamed with happiness. The girl turned to Azadin and clenched her hands into fists. Midyam, with inspired zeal, declared that she would try her best. Ismail watched his partner sadly, thinking that he had never seen Midyam so desperately seek and desire someone's attention. When Ismail was about to jump off the cliff, Midyam did not even pay attention to him and was indifferent to him. Ismail clenched his fist with all his strength, thinking that Azadin, without making any effort, had easily earned the attention of the fair-haired girl. Ismail fell to his knees, lamenting, not understanding how this could happen. Azzedine made fun of the young man, calling him a puppy and offering him a piece of beef. Midyam looked at Targi and winked at him, hitting her fist against her palm as a sign of readiness, and asked if she should begin, specifying that she would weaken the lightning enough so that the master would not die. Sir Targi backed away, afraid that real lightning might kill him. Midyam, ignoring the knight's resistance, summoned blue lightning with a spell. A powerful electric shock pierced Mr. Targa's body. Midyam weakened after using magic. She staggered, holding her head. The herald asked with concern about her well-being. Feeling guilty, Targi lay motionless on the ground. The fair-haired girl smiled lightly and said that she needed a little rest, asking the herald not to doubt the strength of the heiress of the Edel family. Ismail glanced sideways in surprise. Mr. Targi began to come to his senses and tried to get up from the ground. The dead spiders left Targa's body, and the knight began to tremble and his face turned red. The gentleman was breathing heavily, his eyes rolling back. Azzedine and Midyam looked at Targi in shock, and he asked embarrassedly why they were staring at him like that. The herald joked that the aristocrat was displaying his fetishes too openly, and Targi, embarrassed by this remark, asked him not to insult him. Ismail pointed cheekily at Targi and asked if the contract was over, maybe he should kill the sir. The aristocrat shouted in displeasure, asking how he could say such a thing. The herald stopped Ismail with his hand and ordered him not to say such terrible things. The young man insisted that they had already fulfilled the contract and could now take his life. Azzedine answered negatively. The herald thoughtfully raised his head. A guard owl was flying in the sky. Azzedine explained that the emperor's voice had accepted the contractor's request and therefore it needed to be protected. The herald explained to his apprentices that their service required sincere assistance to the contractor, even if his initial wish was fulfilled. And besides, the voice of the emperor was fed by the energy of the contractors. Ismail agreed and suggested continuing on his way. Azzedine hesitated, not rushing to answer, thinking that it was worth getting rid of the rest of the bewitched mercenaries in the city. Then the herald turned his gaze to his assistants and decided that if he voiced this, Ismail would begin to whine with displeasure. Some of the residents noticed the people of the royal church, and Azzedine, Midyam, and Ismail turned around to see it too. The civilians joyfully shouted that the holy knights approaching the city would save them. Turning to his assistants, the herald said that it was time to continue on his way, thinking to himself that the knights of the church would deal with the remaining enchanted ones and the soldiers. Sir Targi shouted to Azzedine and his assistants to stop and asked them to take him with them. His companions turned to look at the aristocrat in bewilderment. Lord Targi explained that when the royal church began to investigate what happened in the city, the nobleman would be severely punished, so he needed to find a place away from the holy knights. Targi reminded Azzedine that the contract obliged him to help. The herald stared at the aristocrat without saying a word, while the apprentices glanced at the Knight of Targa with displeasure. Azzedine put his hand to his head and sighed heavily. A little later, the aristocrat ordered civilians to organize a place to stay for him overnight. The frightened couple did not understand what the knight was demanding of them and why he was asking for their help. Targi wanted to cry out in displeasure that the peasants should not ask him questions, but should follow his orders. But Ismail and Midyam hastily covered his mouth from both sides. Azzedine pretended to be a knight and put on his helmet. With a polite bow, the herald asked the peasants to provide him and his companions with a place to spend the night. Azzedine handed the peasant a silver coin, asking for a corner of the barn to be allocated to his team. The man took the coin and politely agreed to shelter the travelers, saying that he and his wife spent all their time on the farm anyway. The herald thanked the peaceful inhabitants. Targi asked with displeasure why the herald did not let him say anything, calling the peasants lazy worms. Azzedine asked the aristocrat in response why he spoke so badly of them. Sir Targi explained with displeasure that the peasants were always asking the Margrave for something, and at the first sign of trouble they fled the city like rats. He concluded that poverty was in these people's blood. Azzedine turned around, looking at the aristocrat and opening the door to the barn. The herald grinned smugly and agreed with the master's words. And then Azzedine ironically remarked what was so special about Targa's blood that he was now traveling in the company of the herald. And the knight blushed and was so embarrassed he couldn't find anything to answer. Azzedine advised Targi to think before speaking. The knight was angry that the herald called him a bastard. The herald entered the barn, followed by the aristocrat and Midyam with Ismail, who were holding the rams by the bridles. Azzedine ordered that the animals be left on the first floor and that they themselves occupy the second floor. The herald was preparing hay for sleeping. Sir Targi noted with distaste that fleas could live in the barn. Azadin responded mockingly that spiders inside a nobleman were much worse. The knight declared that he could not sleep in such a place. Midyam squatted down next to the herald and called his name. The girl asked hesitantly what kind of place the royal church was. Midyam explained her interest by saying that she had previously noticed that the peasants were both happy and scared by the appearance of the holy knights. Smoothing the hay with his hands, the herald explained that the holy knights follow the laws of the 8 kings. Azadin explained that the knights study light magic to protect people, so most are happy to see them. Midyam turned around and noted with displeasure that Mr. Targi was already fast asleep. Sir Targi slept soundly, and the herald continued to explain that in reality, knights consider themselves superior to other people, and more often rob them than protect them. Midyam turned to the snoring knight Targa and said that she understood what Azadin was talking about. The herald suggested that the girl go to bed already, and Midyam happily agreed. The action moves to a forest located not far from where Azadin and his companions are spending the night. The man in armor walked confidently, not really looking where he was going. It was Sir Gardreg with a group of knights. One of the knights with freckles on his face wearily asked Gardreg how much longer they could search this area. The holy knight with the blue cloak turned to his subordinate with displeasure and asked him to stop nagging. But the man replied that he himself wanted to finish as quickly as possible. The freckled young man scratched his head thoughtfully and said that all the monsters had hidden somewhere. Then he suggested simply saying that they had finished clearing out, returning to the city and having a drink. The freckled knight gasped, suddenly remembering something. He asked Sir Gardreg if it was true that his daughter was a real beauty. The other knights turned to the freckled boy and grinned. One of his subordinates asked the holy knight again about the beauty of his daughter, but Gardreg asked to end this conversation. The young knights talked among themselves, some saying that they seemed younger than Hardreg's daughter, others boasting that she would certainly fall in love with them for their bravery. The man in the blue cloak turned to his charges and ordered them to chatter less and continue their search. Turning away from the cheerful young knights, Gardreg exhaled, trying to regain his composure. Suddenly, a monstrous roar was heard somewhere nearby, and the sacred knight in the blue cloak stopped in some fear. Sir Gardreg slipped on the mud and slid down, causing his charges to panic. Hiding behind the bushes, the knight in the blue cloak raised his finger to his lips, indicating to his charges to be quiet. Gardreg carefully moved the bush aside to find out who was making the growling sound. It was a huge and angry wyvern, a dragon with 2 wings, 1 pair of legs and a snake tail, with red eyes. The young knight was frightened by the monster and jumped back with a scream, violating the secrecy of the entire team's location. The monster immediately turned its red eyes towards the group of holy knights. The young knights immediately grabbed their bows in fear, wanting to shoot the wyvern. Sir Gardreg shouted for them to stop, but it was too late. His charges had already begun the attack. Arrows rained down on the dragon from all sides. The young knights, in panic, continued to attack the monster. The wyvern flew up with a loud roar, and then the dragon disappeared, leaving behind only a strong stream of wind, and the knights had to cover their eyes. The wyvern soared into the sky and flew away, and the knights raised their heads and watched the departing monster. The freckled boy looked at the dragon absent-mindedly, not understanding how he could escape. Sir Gardreg was irritated and very unhappy. The man in the blue cloak mused that the wyvern they had encountered was young, meaning that there were older ones out there somewhere. One of his charges tore Gardreg away from his thoughts, pointing his finger to the side in fear. The man turned around in displeasure. In the direction the young knight pointed, there were farmlands. Sir Gardreg froze in horror. While his men were trying to shoot the wyvern, they accidentally killed a peasant with an arrow, and his wife was crying nearby. The man in the blue cloak tensed up and swore angrily. Sir Gardreg ordered the young knights to kill all witnesses. The youths could not believe and were horrified by such a cruel order. But the man in the blue cloak angrily explained that these farmers were heretics, and it was they who had summoned the wyvern here. The wards set out to carry out the orders of the senior holy knight, realizing that this was the only chance to avoid punishment. The woman bitterly mourned the death of her husband, but turning to the side, she became very frightened and her eyes widened in anticipation of her own death. The young knights had already begun to carry out the order without a doubt. One of them raised his sword to kill the wife of the dead peasant. It was morning and the sun was just rising above the horizon. The guardian owl woke Azadin. The herald rose from the hay and said wearily that he had slept less than 2 hours. The herald sat down on the hay, trying to wake up from sleep, and the emperor's voice reminded Azadin that he could not rest for long, because duty called him. Azadin rubbed his eyes, and his faithful guard sat down next to him and reminded him that a herald must respond to the first call of justice. Then the voice of the emperor will always be near him. Azadin sarcastically noted that there are few such heralds anyway. The barn door swung open with force. Someone called for help, and Azadin immediately turned his head seriously and excitedly towards the cry. It was a little boy, all in tears and very scared, who ran into the barn. Azadin jumped with one jerk from the second floor where he was sleeping. The herald approached the child, gently grabbing the trembling boy by the shoulders and asked what had happened. The boy, in tears and stuttering, tried to tell Azadin that something had happened to his father. Finally, the child gathered all his will into a fist and told that his father was killed by holy knights. At this time, on the farm, the holy knights had already killed almost all the witnesses. The wards obediently carried out the order and pierced the peaceful farmers with spears. As if in a trance, one of the young knights jabbed the now dead body with his spear again and again. Gardreg approached the freckled boy whose face was stained with blood and asked if they had found the child. The two wards turned to the senior officer and said that they could not find the boy. Sir Gardreg glanced sideways, displeased and thoughtful. Looking at the farmers dead, the man in the blue cloak thought that the child was making it difficult for them to fulfill their duty, and that it would be better if the boy immediately accepted death along with his family. Gardreg understood that killing all the witnesses was the only way out, because the knight would be executed for killing an innocent citizen. Of course, the holy knight understood that he could repent and ask for forgiveness, but Bishop Salazam was unlikely to soften the sentence. Usually, knights who decide to repent never return. Some become robbers while others die on the streets. Gardreg knew that at his age such an end was unacceptable and would only complicate the funeral for Maya, his illegitimate daughter. Sir in a blue coat continued to convince himself that he was doing the right thing. Gardreg's gaze became more serious, and he decided that there was nothing in his life that he would not do for his daughter. Breaking away from his thoughts, the holy knight ordered his charges to find all the witnesses who were hiding and kill them, saying that no one knew about this forgotten village anyway. The young knight with a scar on the bridge of his nose suddenly noticed something. He pointed at the woman trying to run away. Another young man raised his spear with a smile to attack, saying that the peasant woman would not run far. The young knight accurately threw his spear towards the woman. The spear flew right between the legs of the fleeing peasant woman, and she stumbled. The woman fell face down on the ground. The young knights slowly approached the fallen peasant woman, one of the boys complaining that his hand had slipped because of the blood on his spear. One of the knights raised his spear and with a grin asked the peasant woman not to complicate the situation. Suddenly, from somewhere behind, a large stone flew straight at the knight's head. The young man winced in pain, and he fell to the ground, unconscious, next to the frightened woman. The other knights immediately ran to help their comrade, and Gardreg tried to understand where the stranger was attacking from. The stranger threw another stone at the knight, but Gardreg anticipated the enemy's blow and parried it with his sword. The man in the blue cloak, clutching the sword furiously in his hands, shouted, "Who is doing this?" Azadin walked out of hiding with a leisurely gait and showed himself to the knights. Stretching his neck, the herald said that he was tired, so his attacks were not very strong. The young knights were enraged by Azadin's attack and rushed to the attack. One of his charges attacked the herald with a spear, but Azadin dodged the blow and somersaulted in the air. Azadin landed on the ground and noticed to himself that the spears had a long range, but he had no weapons at all. The herald picked up a small stone from the ground, deciding that it would also work as a weapon. Azadin threw 3 stones at the knights with all his might, using Kazas's technique. The scarred knight, brandishing his sword, declared that he would definitely not be harmed by the stone attack twice. The herald shouted the ascension of the emperor, and the flying stones twisted around each other in the air and hit the scarred swordsman straight in the head with all their force. And while the knight hesitated, retreating from the attack, Azadin jumped high into the air. The herald kicked the stunned youth from above, and the knight with the scar fell to the ground with great force. At that moment, Azadin managed to grab someone's spear. The herald assumed a confident and fighting stance, preparing to attack. The freckled young man looked at Azadin with surprise and a little fear. After a short thought, the freckled guy, holding the spear tightly, rushed into the attack. But the senior holy knight stopped his protege and he turned to him in bewilderment. Sir Gardreg asked Azadin if he knew who he was attacking, and stated that he and his charges were holy knights of the royal church. The herald thoughtfully asked again what Gardreg called himself. Azadin asked the next reasonable question: how could a man call himself a knight if he ordered the murder of innocent residents of Vibris? Gardreg replied that the farmers were heretics. The herald continued to question the knights about whether they had evidence to accuse the peasants of heresy. Azadin insisted more and more, asking how it was possible to accuse an innocent couple of farmers who worked from dusk until dawn of heresy. Sir Gardreg was very angry and replied that the Holy Knights knew exactly who was a heretic and who was not, and asked if Azadin had any doubts. Knight Gardreg drew his sword from its sheath and declared that Azadin himself was a heretic for defending these farmers. Enraged, the elder Holy Knight prepared his sword to attack. The sword in Gardreg's hands began to glow with a golden glow. A bright light emanated from the sword, illuminating everything around. Azadin opened his mouth in surprise. The herald quickly ran up to the fallen peasant woman and shouted at her to close her eyes, while he himself thought about the fact that Hardreg's magic was the same as that of the Margrave's son. He blinded enemies before attacking. Azadin blocked the peasant woman's view and turned towards the source of light. The herald turned around, covered his face with his hand and screamed that his eyes were in great pain. Sir Gardreg rushed into the attack and shouted, "Die!" Suddenly, the Holy Knight's eyes widened in bewilderment. Gardreg deflected someone's arrow with his sword. Arrows suddenly began flying at the Holy Knight from several directions. Sir Gardreg was surprised to see that he was being attacked by Midyam and Ismail. The young apprentices came to the aid of their herald and confidently attacked the Holy Knight. Knight Gardreg clearly didn't expect Azadin to have companions. Ismail and Midyam ran up to the herald worriedly, asking if everything was okay with his eyes. Azadin answered something absent-mindedly, and Ismail thought to himself that it was strange to ask questions about being blinded by magic to a man without eyes. Ismail reported to the herald that while they were going to help him, they dealt with 2 knights, and Midyam added that they did not kill them. Azadin praised his apprentices. Sir Gardreg overheard this conversation and could not believe that the children could neutralize 2 of his wards. The blue-cloaked Holy Knight raised an eyebrow and asked if Azadin was a herald. The herald and his apprentices did not answer, but only looked proudly at the Holy Knights. The freckled knight gripped his spear tightly and repeated in fear that these must indeed be imperial heralds. Sir Gardreg became very angry and shouted that he was right, and that the farmers were indeed heretics for consorting with the heralds. Azadin detected a dissonance in the Holy Knight's words, and noted that he truly had not known for certain whether the peasants were heretics at the time he ordered their death. Gardreg narrowed his eyes, realizing that he was now exposed. The herald pointed his spear at Hardreg and said that, judging by this weapon, the knights were simply hunting in this forest, and then accidentally killed someone. Azadin continued to think out loud, saying that after the accidental murder, the Holy Knights decided to kill all the witnesses to their crime so that no one would know about it. Sir Gardreg shouted at the herald to be silent. Azadin asked the Holy Knight to swear that they would pay the farmers compensation and go ask for the knight's repentance. Then the herald would spare them. Gardreg raised his sword, holding it in front of him. He said that Azadin looked like a herald of the highest rank. However, he would not obey him. Suddenly, the Holy Knight was engulfed in magical golden fire. A huge golden hammer of magical glow appeared above the knight's head, and Gardreg said that he would be acquitted by the church if he caught the herald. Azadin was very happy that the Holy Knight called him a high-ranking herald. Sir Gardreg looked at his opponents with a stern gaze, preparing to attack. The Holy Knight raised his sword up, and a huge magical projection of a golden hammer headed straight for Azadin. The herald raised his spear to break the projection. Azadin threw his spear straight at the huge magical hammer. The spear hit the target straight on. However, when faced with a magical projection, the ordinary spear simply broke. Azadin raised his head to the projection of the hammer and swore in displeasure, clenching his teeth. The hammer struck the ground with force where the herald and his assistant stood. Ismail, Midyam, and Azadin dodged the blow. Suddenly, the herald saw Midyam's quiver full of new arrows, and he said that he would lend me some arrows, and after taking them, he had already disappeared somewhere. Azadin went on the attack, trying to dodge the magical hammer. The herald thought to himself that this projection's attack was quite powerful. The herald landed on his haunches next to the magic hammer after another attack from his at the gate. Azadin quickly took out his bow, hidden under his belt. The herald drew 2 arrows onto his bow at once, preparing to attack. Azadin shot high into the air, not aiming to hit the magic hammer. Midyam screamed angrily, not understanding what the herald had in mind. Sir Gardreg noted with a grin that the herald had forgotten how to aim. The blue-cloaked Holy Knight suddenly rushed into the attack, wanting to pierce Azadin with his sword. Gardreg raised his sword behind his back in rage. The Holy Knight confidently lowered his sword, expecting the herald to be unable to withstand such an attack. But the sword only cut the ground, and Gardreg did not understand where Azadin had disappeared to. But the herald was already behind the Holy Knight. He prepared to attack Gardreg, catching the arrow that returned to him in midair. Azadin calmly released the arrow, aiming at the Holy Knight. The arrow passed through Sir Gardreg's head. Azadin looked at the defeated knight with confidence and calm. Midiam was very surprised. Azadin sank to the ground, and Midiam ran closer to him and asked how he was able to kill Sir Gardreg. Suddenly, another arrow flew through the air, but the herald knew that the arrow would return and confidently caught it. Looking at the arrow that returned to him, Azadin explained to the Midiam that this attack technique was called a boomerang. The action moves to a village of farmers. The herald carefully carried the dead man in his arms. Azadin laid the farmer, killed by an arrow, on the ground. The herald carefully laid all the peasants who had died at the hands of the holy knights on the straw, wanting to say goodbye to them one last time. The little girl ran to the corpses of her parents and began to cry bitterly. Another peasant woman covered her face with her hands, unable to hold back her tears and her pain. Azadin turned around and looked somewhere to the side. The herald looked at the captured holy knights, not understanding what to do with them next. Azadin told the captives to repent and pay the villagers compensation for the loss of their loved ones. The herald gave the holy knights a choice, saying that if they did not repent and pay compensation, he would have to kill them. The holy knights looked at each other in uncertainty. The knight with the scar on the bridge of his nose said hesitantly that they choose to repent. Azadin was ready to agree with the knights, but the villagers approached the herald and loudly expressed their protest, holding weapons in their hands. The old man cried out loudly that the holy knights had killed his son. Shaking with anger, the old man continued to say that the knights had killed his child cruelly and inhumanely, like cattle. The angry peasant woman screamed in madness and rage that the holy knights called them heretics, although the peaceful farmers had served the royal church all their lives. The woman, as if in a frenzy, cursed the knights, shouting that even when there was a drought, all the inhabitants of their village continued to work and endure. The holy knight with the scar ordered the woman to be silent. He angrily shouted that the peasants had no right to say such things in the presence of the holy knights and wanted to curse the peaceful farmers. But the knight with the scar did not have time to finish his speech. The proud peasant woman, in a fit of rage, cut the holy knight's throat with a sickle. The woman put a gun to the neck of the second captive freckled knight, and he was very scared. The peasant woman proudly declared that she didn't care about the words of the holy knights. Tears began to flow from the woman's eyes, and she said that if the murderous knights escaped punishment and reprisal, it would be the most terrible curse for the villagers. And the peasant woman killed the freckled knight, leaving blood splashes all around. The herald thought that after the murder of the holy knights, the peasants would not be protected by the royal law, people would have to wander. Azadin looked pitifully at his brother and sister, who were crying and hugging each other to somehow calm down. Azadin understood that the life of wanderers was full of torment and suffering. The sun was slowly setting behind the horizon, and a beautiful sunset was blazing in the sky. The herald folded his hands in prayer and stood next to the graves of the deceased peasants. Azadin buried the farmers who had suffered at the hands of the knights, and, turning to his apprentices, said that this way they would not rise up and become the living dead. Midiam wondered if it was normal for the herald to perform the prayers of the Order of Salvation for the dead belonging to the royal church. Ismail called the herald by name. Azadin turned to the youth, and Ismail asked if the herald could forgive the holy knights if they truly chose repentance. A saying was once included in the rules for joining the herald clan, and it read as follows: "If you make a promise to a stone by the road, will breaking it be a sin? According to imperial law, any request, if made, must be fulfilled. Are soulless people, no different from roadside stones, so any serious agreement with them is meaningless. No matter how dishonorable the crime, if the victim belongs to the herald clan, the person can be forgiven, so it is not a fact that the holy knights would keep their oath of repentance." This is exactly what Azadin thought about after Ismail's question, and that is why he did not answer for a long time. Jirol scratched his cheek thoughtfully and replied that, despite everything, this is the law of Vibris. Azadin explained that the knights were residents of Vibris, and therefore he offered them a choice according to their principles, but Ismail insisted, asking what would happen if the holy knights did not keep their promise. Looking at the fresh graves of the murdered farmers, the young man noted that if the herald had believed the knights and omitted them, it would not have resolved the grievances and resentments of those whose families had been killed. Azadin replied that food and future livelihoods would be more important than the insult, since there were small children among the survivors. Gerald D. turned around and said that even if the farmers were bound by resentment, they were now forced to become wanderers and hide forever, trying to survive, and this was very difficult. Madiam rushed to catch up with Azadin, smiling and asking if the herald had really done all this for the sake of the farmers. Ismail remained standing silently in place. Then, Ismail said that he felt that the herald did not want to kill the holy knights, and Azadin stopped. The herald scratched the back of his head thoughtfully. He turned towards the young man and said that he did not like killing an already defeated opponent. Azadin added that if this had been a battle where he lacked strength, the situation would have been different, and Ismail looked at him with distrust and thought that the herald never doubted himself, even when fighting the knights of the royal church. Ismail fell silent, not knowing what else to say, and left somewhat perplexed after his conversation with Azzadin. Azzadin turned his head sharply, as if remembering something. Then the herald asked his companions where Targa's bastard had disappeared to, and Midyam replied that she had seen him running away somewhere. Something stirred in the bushes, and Midyam began to mutter discontentedly that the fewer hungry mouths there were, the better. Sir Targi emerged from the bushes, rubbing his head in some embarrassment, and the herald clicked his tongue in displeasure. Azzadin and his companions continued their journey through the green forest. Putting on his tattered clothes, the herald said with displeasure that the whole day had been filled with senseless running around. He was very tired and wanted to rest. Suddenly, a peasant girl, whose parents had died, screamed at Azzadin that it was all his fault. The woman tried to restrain the grief-stricken child. The herald turned his eyes to the farmers leaving the village and the little girl, out of breath with anger. Tears flowed from the girl's eyes. She tried to break free from the peasant's hands and said that if the herald had not come to the farm, her mother and father would still be alive. The woman turned the girl to face her and apologized to Azzadin for her behavior and words. And the child buried his face in the peasant woman's stomach and cried bitterly over the death of his parents. The herald came closer to the farmers and asked them where they would go now. The man replied with a heavy sigh that they were heading to the southwest, where they had relatives. He explained, holding the little boy by the shoulder, that for a while they could take refuge with relatives and think about the future for the children. The herald thought that the southwest was in the opposite direction from Salasma. The farmer explained that the drought was only getting worse, so there was no point in staying on the farm. The herald bowed to the man and the little boy, saying that at this point their paths would diverge. Azzadin was about to leave, but the man called out to him. The man clenched his fist and thanked the herald, wishing him the imperial blessing. Azzadin nodded and smiled. The little boy asked the man in bewilderment if wishing for the emperor's blessing was not a curse. The owl landed on the herald's shoulder, reminding him that he never allowed his guard to speak the word emperor. The guardian owl noticed that the people of these lands treated him as if he were some kind of plague. The guard said with displeasure that it was he who gave these people wisdom and civilization. Azzadin replied with a grin that the voice of the emperor himself was to blame for these people's attitude towards him. The herald reproached the guard that he should have come up with a succession plan earlier, and the owl agreed with this statement. Then the voice of the emperor noted that he had provided peace to the people for a whole generation, which was very important. The guard said that even one generation of the herald clan, the heirs of Aegis, has existed for a very, very long time, and Azzadin agreed. Azzadin and his companions walked further and further, leaving the farmers and their small village. The surviving peasants also decided to move on and live a new life. Gerald, his apprentices, and Sir Targi found themselves in a deserted area. Targi walked beside Azzadin, admiring how he was able to defeat the knights of the royal church without seeming to strain himself. Midyam teased the aristocrat, saying that he probably couldn't see anything because of the bushes he was hiding in. Sir Targi hesitated in embarrassment. Azzadin turned to the aristocrat and asked him with displeasure to talk less. The herald gestured to his slit throat and said that this is what would happen to Targi if he went around spreading the word that the herald was killing the king's knights. Azzadin turned around with displeasure, thinking that the aristocrat was annoying and causing nothing but trouble. However, the herald understood that he still needed to find out where Sir Targa got the gold coins, and what kind of group of mercenaries was with him, who was their leader, so he will have to leave him by his side for a while. Azzadin sighed with displeasure. An unfamiliar merchant greeted Azzadin and his companions, holding a tray with cups in his hands. The man offered the traveler some tea. The herald noticed a flag with a horse and fir trees on a merchant's bench, realizing that it belonged to the Khorazar Trade Association. The merchant treated all his companions to tea, and the herald sat down on a chair next to the shop, wanting to take a rest from the journey. The merchant offered a tray of tea to the confused Azzadin. The merchant glanced sideways at Targi and asked the herald who this knight was who was accompanying them. Azzadin replied that their connection with the Holy Knight did not pose a threat to them, since he was his contractor. The merchant instantly became serious and dismissive, calling the herald a loser and asking where he was heading. Azzadin mentally noted that the merchant had changed very quickly and was no longer polite. The herald accepted a cup of tea and replied that he and his companions were heading to Salasma and asked the merchant if he had any work for him. The male merchant folded his arms across his chest and said that he did indeed have work for the herald, but he would not be upset if Azzadin refused him. The merchant explained that the wyvern needed to be caught and the bandits punished. Azzadin uttered only one word of sweetness, and the merchant stared at the herald in bewilderment. Azadin. The merchant explained that he would do the work in exchange for sweets made from sugar leaf. He clenched his teeth in dissatisfaction. The herald extended his hand, expecting the merchant to pay him in sugar for his work. The merchant handed the herald a tray of sweet treats. Azadin accepted the treat and asked the merchant to tell him in detail about the work. The merchant explained that the Knights of Salvation were doing charity work nearby. The merchant noted that this may be a good thing, but the problem is that they force merchants to give them donations. Azadin ate sweets and replied that the Knights of the Order of Salvation take money from the rich to help refugees, and in his opinion there is nothing wrong with that. Midiam wondered why the herald was so lenient towards the Order of Salvation. The merchant was slightly perplexed by the herald's remark. A man from the trade association explained that people try to get around the Knights of Salvation by using other roads, but wyverns and bandits are active there. The merchant said that the bandits were actually also refugees, and the Knights of Salvation were more busy searching for the Book of the Divine King. The man was outraged by the resulting chaos. The herald noted with disappointment that he had almost finished all the sweets, and the merchant asked if Azadin would really take on this job, since, according to rumors, the herald does not interfere in the affairs of the trade association. Azadin replied that he could help with such work because here it was necessary to help people and not kill someone. The merchant mockingly remarked that apparently such noble work was to Azadin's liking, repeating that he really was a special herald, as they say about him. Midiam was furious at the merchant's address to the herald. The girl said that she couldn't stand it anymore and asked if there was anything she could do. Azadin greedily finished off the last sweet snack. Midiam drew her blade in a rage and closed it merchant at the mouth. Putting a blade to the merchant's throat, the girl asked how he dared to address the herald, who was higher in rank than him, in such a vile and disrespectful manner. Midiam demanded that the man show respect to Azadin, and the herald, watching this scene, calmly finished his tea. The girl was ready to rip the merchant's throat out, but Azadin calmly stopped her. Midiam continued to threaten the man, and the herald said that although the girl belonged to the Edel clan, this merchant outranked her in seniority. Azadin explained that the girl needed to understand that the clan had an important tradition of respecting elders. Midiam grinned with displeasure, and the herald asked her to put away the blade. The girl obeyed Azadin's order and removed the blade from the terrified merchant. Midiam jumped back in one jerk, stopping sitting and threatening the merchant. Azadin apologized to the man and thanked him for the delicious tea. The merchant, confused, said that everything was fine. The herald addressed his companions, calling on them to set out on a journey and engage in the capture of wyverns and the punishment of bandits. Midiam gladly accepted this order. The merchant still couldn't recover from the unexpected attack. He rubbed his neck, looking in confusion at the departing herald, his students, and the holy knight. The merchant was very angry, thinking that the herald and his companions were trying to make a fool of him by first attacking him and then hypocritically apologizing. Azadin and his companions continued on their way, heading to Salasma. The herald turned to Midiam, thanking her for her intercession. However, Azadin continued to explain to the girl that she should not get involved with the Savan clan. Then he told her a story about how one of his friends was demoted for insulting the Savan. Midiam confidently replied that she would be careful, glad that the herald was worried about her. Sir Targi asked in surprise if the Savan family's house really belonged to the Herald clan. Knight Targi said thoughtfully that the Herald clan was more organized and influential than he had previously thought. The man wanted to propose some idea, but the herald stopped him abruptly, declaring that he had anticipated the aristocrat's train of thought and that he did not like it. Azadin briefly said that they would not help Targi in becoming the next Margrave. The knight was very indignant, saying that the Herald clan had many opportunities to help. The herald explained to Targi that his father, Margrave Castle, was in excellent spirits and health, and was not yet even planning to choose an heir. Azadin asked the knight if his mother was not from a wealthy and influential family, and the herald explained that the Margrave was using his position as patriarch to lure the families of his illegitimate sons, forcing them to do whatever he wanted to gain the throne. In this way, he simply takes advantage of the naivety of these people, squeezing money out of them, and he himself continues to rule happily ever after. Targi said with disappointment that he couldn't do anything at all, and Azadin replied that he shouldn't do anything, because everything he and his brothers do becomes just another headache. The herald's students nodded in agreement. Ismail stopped the ram and pointed to the tavern, saying that the merchant had apparently spoken about it. The companions all stopped, looking in the direction indicated by the young man, and indeed right next to them a small house was visible. Azadin was pleased to notice that he would finally be able to see a familiar face that he had not seen for a very long time. Midyam was very surprised and tried to guess who this person was, whether it was a woman. The companions approached the tavern. A mountain goat named Sweater was chewing grass sweetly. Azadin ran up to the animal, affectionately hugging and stroking it. Midyam and Ismail stopped in surprise and bewilderment. The girl realized that by familiar the herald meant a ram. The students asked how his ram ended up in that place. Azadin replied that the place where he met Midyam and Ishmael was very dry, and so he asked the trading guild to take his ram and take care of it. Azadin turned to the students and invited them to go inside. The herald opened the door to the tavern. The door opened with an unpleasant creak, and Targi and Azadin were very surprised by something. Mr. Targi was surprised to recognize someone. It was his brother and sister, and they were also surprised to see Sir Targi. Azadin leaned towards the aristocrat and covered his mouth with his hand, asking who they were. Targi also answered in a whisper that they were his younger half-brother and sister. Azadin asked the knight if his half-relatives were his competitors for the throne. Targi answered negatively. The stepbrother introduced himself as Kaka and said he was glad to meet Targa's company, and the stepsister also introduced herself and said her name was Chico. Azadin greeted the twins in return and said that he and his friends were traveling pilgrims, and thanks to the knight Targi, they were able to arrive safe and sound. The half-brother and sister were very surprised, asking why Targi was accompanying the pilgrims and where his mercenaries were. Sir Targi was embarrassed and said that the mercenaries had betrayed him. The twins were very surprised. Kaka invited his companions to come in and talk over a delicious lunch. When all the food was almost finished, the conversation began to pick up speed. The twins were amazed at how much Targi had been able to overcome. Chico asked the knight where he was going to go now. Sir Targi answered hesitantly that he planned to return to Salasma. The knight added that Azadin, Midyam, and Ismail were also heading to Salasma, so he was traveling with them. Chico noted that there was a Salvation Order camp very close to their path, while her brother was staring somewhere. Finally, Kaka said that Midyam was too attractive, and the girl raised her head happily and proudly. Kaka explained that the Knights of Rescue might demand custody of such an attractive young girl, so it was best to avoid them. Azadin countered that the Knights of Salvation would not force anyone to stay if they did not want to. The herald took a bite of the apple and continued to say that the knights, who were followers of the three archangels, would not force the child to remain with them under their care. The twins looked at each other sadly. An awkward silence hung in the air, and Kaka said, turning to the herald, that apparently he was a man of great faith. Evening came, and a bright light came on in the tavern. All the tavern patrons were drunk and were chatting merrily with each other, laughing. One of the drunken visitors with sideburns put his hand on Azadin's shoulder and asked him if he was a pilgrim and wanted to travel with them. Kaka explained that the tavern's patrons were merchants who preferred to walk through the forest to avoid encountering the Knights of Salvation, and they also happened to be the twins' employers. One of the patrons told Azadin that they would help the pilgrim deal with the monsters. The sideburned merchant said that sometimes merchants are even paid for protection. Another mustachioed merchant laughingly remarked that the blind pilgrim was lucky to meet people from the trade association. Azadin leaned away from his drunk new friend. The herald thought that the more people in the squad, the higher the chance of scaring off the monsters because most monsters hunt alone. Azadin thought to himself that cooperation with the traders, it's mutually beneficial, and they shouldn't act so arrogantly. Kaka didn't seem to be enjoying the company of the noisy and drunken traders either. The herald exhaled and decided that he had sent Midyam, Ismail, and Chico to bed just in time. One of the merchants poured alcohol into a large beer mug and said that before a long journey they should get to know each other better. The fat man offered Azadin a drink, but the herald refused, citing the monastery's prohibition on drinking alcohol. The mustachioed merchant advised the blind pilgrim not to be so upright at such a young age. Kaka felt uncomfortable in such company, and the plump merchant himself emptied several mugs of alcohol. The merchant with sideburns, sitting next to Azadin, asked if he really could not see anything. The herald replied that he could see a little through the cracks in the bandage, but Azadin was not particularly happy that his bandage had become a topic of discussion. The man sitting next to him reached out to the herald, urging him to remove the bandages from his eyes. Azadin politely refused, saying that behind the bandage was hidden a terrible sight. The merchant with sideburns reached out to the bandages on Azadin's eyes and ordered him to remove them. Knight Targi watched everything that was happening and also felt uncomfortable. He ordered the merchant to leave the blind pilgrim alone, because he already had a hard life. Instead, Targi offered the merchants another drink. The man with sideburns, sitting next to Azadin, could not calm down and defiantly replied that he wanted to have some fun. The merchant with sideburns asked the herald who Ismail and Midyam, he and his children, were to him. The man, flushed, approached Azadin and said that the girl was very attractive. The herald replied reservedly that these children were his distant relatives. Another merchant with a mustache smiled obscenely, rubbing his chin. The man with the mustache blushed and asked Azadin if he would allow the Midyam merchants to adopt him. The merchant continued his speech and said that he would raise Midyam to be a real woman, of course. There was a vulgar subtext in his words. Azadin was not pleased to hear this, and he considered such a proposal from a drunk man absurd. The herald understood that the merchants wanted to raise Midyam and make her their young mistress. So Azadin decided to change the subject and said that the children had parents who were waiting for them in a neighboring village. The man with sideburns looked away and clicked his tongue in displeasure. The whiskered merchant, leaning his elbows on a chair, noted with dissatisfaction that in that case things were bad. One of the merchants poured alcohol into a small mug and, almost as if commanded, offered Azadin a drink. Harold took the mug and said it would be rude to continue refusing a drink. The plump merchant suddenly attracted all attention to himself, getting ready to tell some fascinating story. Everyone sitting at the table turned to look at him. The fat man said that a girl from the Herald clan had been found at the sawmill they were about to cross. Azadin listened attentively to this news. The merchant with sideburns wanted to protest that all heralds were monsters, but the plump man interrupted him, asking him to listen to the news to the end. The plump man raised his index finger and said that the girl's father was a herald, and it turned out that this child was the result of a union between a herald and an ordinary person, which is why the man could not take his daughter with him to the clan's territory. The merchant continued his story. It turns out the sawmill owner bought the child and is raising her as a slave. The plump man added that the girl was very attractive. The merchant with sideburns blushed and smiled vulgarly, licking his lips. The man with the mustache remarked that slavery was illegal and punishable by the royal church. Another merchant replied that the church did not care about the half-breed herald, and then exclaimed that he would also like such a toy. The drunken visitors continued to discuss vile things, saying that they could take the child of this half-breed girl and raise it in the same way. The drunken merchants were discussing how the half-breed would probably be able to give them her daughter for a bottle of alcohol. Azadin continued to listen to these terrible things with restraint. The plump man asked who would go first to this slave, but then the herald abruptly stood up from the table, slamming his palms on it. The man with sideburns turned to Azadin and asked him what had happened. The herald turned very red and blew steam out of his nose without stopping. Then Azadin covered his face with both hands and began to whine. The merchant noticed with surprise that the blind pilgrim seemed to be crying. Azadin responded with a shout that this whole situation was worthy of sorrow. The herald screamed, not understanding how the divine king's people could be so corrupt. The man with the mustache sat Azadin back down on the chair, and the merchant with the sideburns said in his defense that he simply wanted to earn enough money to buy a slave. Azadin jerked sharply and the men flew away from him in different directions. The herald shouted that this was precisely the problem. The man with the mustache looked at the blind pilgrim in surprise, not understanding where he got such strength that he threw them to the floor with one movement. The herald rose from his chair again and raised his hands to the sky, saying that the three great holy archangels had sworn to grant the power of white magic to those who observed the three virtues and had then sealed themselves on the peninsula of the inland sea. Seeing the drunken merchant's astonishment, the blind pilgrim said that the Knights of the Order of Salvation were losing their power because of people like these men who had forgotten about virtue and were mired in sin. The herald, as if in madness, shouted that the age of Jupiter was coming and it was important to observe the three great virtues. Azadin, like a preacher, ordered the drunken merchants to stop committing adultery, to forget about lust and prostitution. The man with the mustache nudged Kaku and said that it was time to go to bed, because in the morning they would all set out on a long journey together. Azadin pounded his chest with his fist, declaring that he could walk on his own. Azadin, along with Sir Targi and his half-brother, left the table. The merchants were talking among themselves about how they shouldn't have poured alcohol for the pilgrim and that he only ruined everyone's mood. The herald closed the door behind him, and finally he breathed a sigh of relief. Targi asked Azadin if he was pretending to be drunk, and the herald agreed. Looking at the sleeping apprentices, Azadin explained that everyone hated fanatics. Suddenly, Midyam threw the blanket off her face and laughingly noted that the herald looked more like a drunkard than a religious fanatic. Azadin sighed and asked the girl why she was still awake and why she had been eavesdropping. Midyam replied that the herald's cry had been heard throughout the tavern. Ismail rose from the bed and asked Azadin if he had really made such a scene because of a half-breed girl. The herald clutched the blindfold in his hands and said that the previous 108th spirit had never taught him how to act in such situations, so he needed to check whether this girl really belonged to the herald clan. Midyam looked at Azadin and asked what the herald would do if the merchant's words turned out to be true. The fair-haired student asked if Azadin would kill the half-breed's tormentors, and the herald evasively replied that he would act according to the situation. A new day and a new morning have arrived. The men from the tavern armed themselves and put on their uniforms. They walked through the forest, and one of the mercenaries loudly commanded the others to shout loudly if anyone saw the monster. Azadin reflected that there were many more people than he expected. Midyam said that she thought something smelled bad, and turned around to find the source of the smell. Azadin thought that the girl didn't just notice something strange for no reason, because she had excellent instincts. The herald looked into the depths of the forest, trying to listen to his feelings. Azadin thought it was black magic, as there were signs of decay throughout the forest. The herald looked ahead at the unsuspecting merchants. Midyam called out to the herald, apparently wanting to ask him something. But Azadin interrupted the girl, telling her to stay close to the mountain goat. The herald and his apprentice looked straight into the depths of the forest, sensing something terrible was about to happen. Someone's woolly and bloody paw appeared from behind the bushes. Azadin said that there was something in the forest, and indeed there were several strange wolves or dogs in the forest. Their eyes were bright red, and their fur was shabby and bloody. Midyam was scared, and the herald said that monsters were heading towards them. A wolf with red eyes and shabby fur rushed forward, drooling from its mouth. A whole pack of these beasts rushed forward, wanting to attack people. They were called undead. A gray-haired man with a beard ordered everyone to raise their shields. The men stood in a line, defending themselves from the decaying monsters with spears and shields. The mercenaries formed a semicircle around the unarmed people, waiting for the undead to attack. The decaying wolf let out a loud roar. The zombie beasts were hungry, drooling from their teeth and licking their lips disgustingly. The gray-haired man with a beard was scared. The men stood there, defending themselves with their shields, and couldn't understand why the monsters weren't attacking yet. It seems the decaying beasts have retained memories from their time when they were alive and are now looking out for the weakest of humans, whom they can easily attack. Azadin watched the actions and behavior of the monsters closely. Finally, the herald realized that the undead would decide to attack from the rear. One of the decaying wolves attacked the bald man who was standing just behind. Sir Targi cursed and rushed to defend the man. The knight ordered the man to run, and he himself fought off the attack of a half-dead wolf. Targi drew his sword from its sheath, and he made a sharp swing with a sharp weapon. With his sword, Targi cut off the undead's head. Azadin noted with surprise that Sir Targi was quite good in battle, and Midyam sarcastically noted that at least the armor he was wearing would not be wasted. Ismail agreed with them. Kaka ran up to his older brother and asked Targa if everything was okay with him. The knight replied that nothing terrible had happened. Kaka and Targi turned to face the pack of undead, and Targi's half-brother said that half-dead wolves can only bark, standing out of reach of their weapons. One man suddenly noticed something in the distance. A dark figure with a saw in his hands walked out of the darkness straight towards the detachment of traders. The man thought it was their friend Kareem and called out to him. The man excitedly asked the dark figure, thinking it was Kareem, what was wrong with the rest of the guys from the team. But the gray-haired man with a beard stopped him, saying that something was strange here. The light fell on the decaying hand with the saw and the men froze in horror. These were terrible zombies, one of the mercenaries said with concern that they were surrounded by monsters. The merchant with sideburns commanded to shoot at the zombies with bows. The archers stood behind the line of shields and fired at the monsters. Arrows flew forward over the rotting wolves. One of the arrows hit the paw of a half-dead beast with red eyes. Midyam and Ismail watched the efforts of the archer and were very worried, holding their hands on their chests. Azadin picked up a small stone from the ground, lamenting that he hadn't really wanted to interfere. The herald swung his small projectile with all his might, and he suddenly threw a stone straight at the zombie wolf's head. The side-burned merchant holding a bow was very surprised by Azadin's accuracy and strength. The gray-haired man, not believing his eyes, turned around to look at the one who had managed to hit the undead's face so accurately. The herald confidently said that he would attack the dogs. Taking another stone in his hands, he commanded the rest of the team to attack the zombies. The gray-haired man with a beard agreed. Traders and mercenaries fought the zombies, piercing them with spears. Mr. Kaka also attacked the zombies with a spear, but he didn't even suspect that he was surrounded on both sides. The whistle of a spear was heard from behind the young man, and the zombie that wanted to attack Mr. Kaku from behind fell to the ground. His sister Chico killed a monster that had sneaked up behind her with a spear. Azadin watched the battle between the merchants and mercenaries and the monsters, noting to himself that they were holding their own in battle. Reflecting on the monsters' movement techniques, the herald realized that they were controlled by a sorcerer. Their attacks were precise and coordinated. The herald took a few more stones and thought that this fight would not end so easily. The guardian owl watched from above everything that was happening in the forest. The gray-haired man stuck his spear into the ground and declared that he had not signed up for this. A mercenary with a gray beard shouted that they were hired to fight wyverns, not an army of zombies, and the merchants excitedly explained that they themselves did not expect to encounter such monsters. One of the merchants took the gray-haired mercenary by the forearm, wanting to settle the conflict. The man suggested continuing on his way, declaring that they had already dealt with the zombies. The gray-haired mercenary pulled his hand away and nervously shouted that he was afraid of who they might meet next in this monster-infested forest. The gray-haired man with a beard stated that he and his mercenaries were returning back. Azadin approached the merchants and asked the gray-haired mercenary if he really thought he could return with his people. The bearded man turned around in great surprise towards the forest, and the merchants turned around too. Everyone looked into the depths of the frightening forest, not believing their eyes. The path they all took to get here has disappeared. Azadin folded his arms across his chest, thinking that the caster who summoned the zombies had cut off the team's escape route and wanted to kill everyone. The herald glanced at the worried merchants and thought that if they had truly harmed a woman from their clan, then Azadin would not save them. But then the herald thought that he still hadn't made sure of this, so simply abandoning people to certain death would be inhumane. The herald called the knight Targa. Azadin ordered the aristocrat to try to calm the people down. The sir was very surprised. The herald replied that they would not listen to him, since he was playing the role of a blind pilgrim, but people would not dare to ignore an aristocrat. Targi nodded, saying that this sounded reasonable. Sir Targi walked forward confidently, telling Azadin that he could handle the task. The knight raised his fist to his face and coughed demonstratively. Targi shouted to get the people's attention, calling them scum and telling them to listen to him carefully. Azadin looked at the aristocrat's strange methods of attracting attention with bewilderment, and Midyam spread her arms out to the sides, saying that she knew Targi was incapable of anything. The knight proudly told the mercenaries and merchants that he was the son of Margrave Kazel and a descendant of the Divine King, and therefore his life was much more valuable than the lives of ordinary people. The people were clearly angry and dissatisfied. But Targi continued his speech, saying that he insisted on exploring this mystical forest and condemned the desire to run away from dangers with their tails between their legs. Sir Targi beamed with satisfaction and said that he ordered the mercenaries and merchants to remain in their places to witness the majesty of their master and then tell their children about the holy knight Targi. Azadin and his craftsmen stood frozen in bewilderment, and the mercenaries and merchants were very angry. Sir Targi continued to praise himself, forgetting about everything else in the world. People hurriedly left and went back, despite the speech of their master. Targi asked in surprise why the mercenaries and merchants were leaving. Azadin replied with displeasure that the aristocrat himself was to blame for deciding to say such stupid things in such a serious situation. Brother Kaka approached the knight from behind and took him by the shoulder. He said that Targi had indeed said something stupid, and now the squad was divided, which would be much more dangerous. The knight turned to his half-brother and snapped, asking why they didn't go with the merchants themselves if they were going to complain here. Chico came closer to her brothers, searching for something in a small bag, and said that if the caster can change the return path, then retreating is more risky than going on. The girl took black powder out of the bag with her fingers. Azadin was surprised to recognize in this mixture the magic powder used by the shamans of Batum. Chico sprinkled the powder on the ground. It burst into purple flame. The girl squatted down and said that black magic was spread throughout the forest. The purple fire was spreading in different directions, and Chico said that the spellcaster was already dead and had turned into a vengeful spirit, so they met the dead. Kaka patted his sister on the head, expressing praise with this gesture. Harold thought that twins were very useful. Midyam said nervously and fearfully that this could have happened because the half-breed girl belonging to the Harold clan died. Azadin tried to calm the student, saying that it was impossible to judge this without seeing evidence. Azadin explained that the girl might be alive because every member of the clan is born with a psalm of the emperor's reign, and perhaps she had simply awakened the ability to perform black magic. The herald concluded that if the girl was alive, they would find traces of her presence in the nearest village and then be able to talk to her. Ismail hesitantly repeated that he hoped she was alive, and Midyam nodded tremulously. Azadin, along with his students, Aram Targi and the twins, reached the village. The bolt on one of the doors in the village rattled loudly. The companions slowly examined the village. As he noticed that the village was very quiet, Chico suggested that perhaps the dead people they had met earlier were residents of this village. The companions walked forward slowly and carefully, exploring the new terrain. Suddenly, Kaka heard a knock behind one of the doors of the village house. The twins and Targi approached the door, and Kaka asked tensely if there was really a dead man hiding behind the door. A human voice was heard from behind the door asking to be let out. Chico asked if zombies could imitate human speech. The man behind the door began to knock louder and said that he was a knight of the royal church. Azadin walked up to the door and carefully pushed Chico aside. The herald lifted the bolt to open the door. A girl in shining armor flew out of the door, and not expecting the door to open, the girl with dark hair fell face down on the ground. Then she stood up quickly and without hesitation, which made Azadin tense up a little. And after the dark-haired girl ran in an unknown direction, Midyam shouted after the knight that it was dangerous to run into the forest alone. The knight turned around abruptly and replied that she needed to do some business alone. Azadin held the bolt in his hands in bewilderment. The twins stood next to him, also not understanding what was happening. Only Midyam seemed to understand where the girl was rushing to. She was running to the toilet. The knight soon returned and apologized for not introducing herself, and thanked the company for letting her out of the barn. Azadin, his students, the twins, and Aram Targi silently decided that the girl must have handled her task in the most satisfactory manner. The knight said her name was Maya, and she was a representative of the Salasma diocese. The herald repeated her title thoughtfully and noted with surprise that this girl belonged to the elite of the royal church. Azadin rubbed his chin and asked Maya how she, having such a high status, ended up locked in a barn without amenities. The girl blushed and began to explain that she had been sent to this village on a sacred mission. But when she entered the barn and began to explore it, the village was attacked by monsters. The door behind the knight slammed shut. The residents panicked and locked her in the barn. Maya explained that she was unable to break down the door because she left her weapon outside with her horse. She also added that she could not use holy magic because it was too dangerous. The knight suddenly noticed that the village was very quiet and asked what happened to the villagers, and then corrected herself and asked what happened to the zombies. The herald explained that he and his team were traveling with a group of merchants and mercenaries. They were attacked by zombies and they killed them. But the merchants and the mercenary refused to continue their journey and turned back. Maya excitedly asked if the companion had met other holy knights nearby, and Azadin repeated her question in bewilderment. Maya explained that the bishop had tasked her with dealing with the wyverns in the area, and that her father was training novice knights nearby, and they had agreed to meet near this village. Azadin thought for a moment and said nothing. The herald then asked Maya if her father was also a holy knight, and the girl nodded proudly and cheerfully. The dark-haired girl proudly said that her father was a great holy knight, and their family had been protecting the laws of the royal church for many years. Azadin suddenly realized that the trail that passed through this sawmill connected with the farmland they had recently passed. The herald remembered the knight Hardreg, whom he had killed, and thought that there was a high probability that he was Maya's father. Azadin thought that the girl should not boast and be proud of a family that has served the royal church for centuries. The herald reflected that according to church doctrine, holy knights should not have children. Azadin changed the subject and said that he had not seen a single dead horse nearby. When asked if the girl had really left her weapon on the animal, Maya excitedly explained that she had indeed left all her belongings on the horse. The herald pointed to Targi and his half-relatives and suggested that Maya look for her horse with them, saying that perhaps the girl could find her father along with other knights on the way. Maya was very happy and agreed to go with Targi and the twins, thanking Azadin for such a generous offer. The dark-haired girl went off to look for her horse and her father, along with the twins and the knight, while Azadin watched them go. The herald thought that such a coincidence of circumstances was a real fate. Azadin turned around, intending to explore the warehouse where Maya was imprisoned. Ismail and Midyam followed the herald, noting that there was nothing special inside. Midyam asked what Azadin was planning to do, and the herald explained that they needed to set up camp at the sawmill and find a black magic caster. Midyam reasoned that if there was a person behind all this, then he… The girl did not have time to finish her thought. Black magic outbreaks often arise from vengeful spirits. When someone experiences intense pain before death and does not receive a proper burial, their spirit returns to the world of the living to take revenge. If this is truly a vengeful spirit, it could be the spirit of a half-breed girl from the Herald clan who was enslaved and abused. If she was killed, she could have become such a cruel, vengeful spirit. The herald heated arrowheads over the fire. Midyam helped Azadin with the arrows, and Ismail combed the ram. Ismail complained that making new arrows was too difficult. He also noted that they could not use moonhorn bows now. Azadin replied that they had no choice now. They had to hide their clan affiliation in order to enter the battle. Midian was hesitant to ask if such low-quality arrows would be useful in battle. The herald reassured the blonde student and said that these arrows should work better than the goblin arrows because they were metal. Azadin sharpened the tip, and Midian called his name to ask a question. The girl asked what the herald was going to do if the sorceress was alive, and whether she needed to be persuaded. Azadin continued making arrows and asked why Midian was asking him about this. The student replied that if she were the herald, she would have beaten the sorceress, but she was not sure that the herald, observing his principles, would do the same. The herald raised his head and thought. It seemed to him that Midian was right and the girl could have died, becoming an evil spirit. But he didn't know what to do with her if she turned out to be alive and had in fact simply learned black magic. Azadin replied that he could indeed sympathize with the half-blood girl because of her difficult past. He then used an analogy, saying that he would not be able to use a broken plate just because he felt sorry for the dish. Azadin said that it would be better and more effective to buy a new plate. Midian replied that if the herald could still convince the half-breed belonging to the clan, then she will be very proud and respect her teacher. And the girl beamed with a bright smile. Azadin was surprised that despite his young age, Midian understood that protecting people was the best and most correct thing. The herald looked at his student who was proudly and confidently looking up somewhere, a little lost in thought. Ismail got angry at his partner and told her to stop. Ismail explained with displeasure that it was impossible to forgive a person who had caused a real disaster with the help of black magic. The young man did not understand why Midian was talking about respect for the herald. Ismail clutched the ram's wool and wondered why Midian was showing such interest in the trader's blind son, when she had never shown such respect even to the clan elders. Azadin stood up from the box he was sitting on, and Ismail looked at him with displeasure. The herald headed back to the warehouse, saying that he didn't care about respect. He would do everything as he saw fit. Azadin's neglect, while Midian showed great interest in him, he did not notice her. Maya shook her palms, saying that this should be enough. Maya, Tarji, Kaka, and Chico were moving boxes of supplies to barricade the road to the village and exploring the surrounding area. The dark-haired girl noticed that the thick fog that surrounded them was very strange. Sir Targi replied that the enemies were already close. Maya turned her gaze to the herald, who was giving some instructions to the twins. The girl knight could not understand who this blind pilgrim was and why everyone was listening to him. Maya said that Azadin did not look like an ordinary pilgrim, looking at how he organized the defensive formation. Sir Targi brushed the girl off, saying that he did not know anything about it. Maya said with displeasure that the Holy Knights should be engaged in military training and that command should be given to someone who understands it better. Midian heard her words. The herald's apprentice answered the knight girl with displeasure that if it weren't for Azadin, she would still be locked up in the warehouse. Maya tried to justify herself, and Targi only wished her luck to get around such an argument. Midian turned around, sticking her tongue out at the dark-haired girl. Suddenly, the girl knight heard a strange growl. Maya turned around at the sound, and the knight of Targi drew his sword. A crowd of red-eyed monsters was approaching their camp. These were merchants and mercenaries who wanted to return to the village. They turned into zombies. Chico and Kaka recognized the walking dead as familiar traders and mercenaries. The zombies were getting closer and closer to the camp of the herald and his companions. Targi prepared his shield and sword and, cursing, said that apparently the witch had cast a spell their former companions. Azadin watched the crowd of the dead from a height. Maya, Targi, and the twins blocked the entrance to the sawmill with various things and stood, preparing to strike the first blow. Azadin said that the battle was beginning. The knights and twins below waited nervously for the dead to attack, while the herald prepared his bow. Suddenly a voice was heard from somewhere. "Your little defense is so funny." A huge and ferocious wyvern flew across the sky. She flapped her huge wings, shaking the air. Sir Targi raised his head and the great dragon let out a long roar. Azadin looked up to the sky and asked the wyvern if she was herald and if she was involved in the destruction of the village. The wyvern stopped and asked how Azadin knew who she was, and the herald replied that a merchant had told him about it. The dragon roared and said that the villagers had enslaved her and abused her simply because she had the blood of a herald in her. Azadin clarified whether the sorceress was still alive. The wyvern answered without a doubt that she was alive. The herald doubted this because most vengeful spirits do not realize that they are dead and think that they are still alive. Azadin asked the dragon how the sorceress was able to obtain such power. Kaka excitedly said that the zombies were moving back and forth. Chico answered in bewilderment that the monster attack had dragged on for a long time. The wyvern flapped its wings again and replied that it wasn't going to tell Azadin anything until he joined its army of zombie monsters. The dragon quickly flew away somewhere, leaving behind a whirlwind of wind. Targi and Maya covered their faces with their hands. The herald tried to calm the wyvern. He said that they had nothing to do with the people who harmed the unfortunate half-breed girl. The dragon soared high into the air and ordered Azadin to be silent, because they were also Vibraz's people, and therefore also treated her like a soulless stone by the road. The wyvern was very angry and shouted that if everyone thought she was soulless, then she would tear people's souls into pieces and make them writhe in agony. The crowd of zombies, as if sensing the wyvern's wrath, began to aggressively advance on the camp, and the dragon said that only the strongest would inherit this land. The zombie will rush forward with a scream. Maya gripped her spear as she saw the zombies begin to advance. Midiam hid in some house and watched everything through a crack in the door. The fair-haired girl ran deeper into the house, and then she climbed out from the other side onto the roof where Azadin stood. Midiam asked the herald why he didn't want to tell the angry wyvern that they were also from the herald clan. Azadin pointed to Targa's half-brother and sister, the knight Maya, and asked how they would be able to explain the deception to them later. Suddenly, Ismail appeared on the roof and said that the twins and the dark-haired girl would have to be killed. The herald replied sarcastically that he knew the young man would say exactly that. The herald drew an arrow on his bow and told Ismail not to take human life so lightly, even if it concerned the lives of holy knights. Ismail clenched his fist and indignantly asked how the herald could reason like that after everything they had been through. Midiam was interested in what Azadin's plan was. The herald prepared for an attack and replied that the wyvern itself had suggested resolving all issues by force. The herald aimed an arrow at the monsters and said that he could show the dragon what he was capable of. Azadin fired his bow with all his might, and the arrow flew very far. Targi and Maya looked up, not believing their eyes that an arrow could fly so fast. The arrow flew towards the zombie army, and she pierced 3 dead men at once with all her strength. The herald whispered that this duel would show who was stronger. Azadin quickly and accurately attacked the advancing dead with arrows. The herald stood on the roof and had a good view of the zombies and the group consisting of Targa, his half-brother and sister, and the knight Maya. Azadin hit the skulls of the walking dead straight. The herald continuously releases arrows, attacking his opponents. Midiam and Ismail watched Azadin, and ironically noted that Azadin did not particularly hide his belonging to the herald clan. The apprentices were surprised that Azadin's bow was much stronger than that of other heralds, even though he had not undergone full training and had only been a herald for 3 months. Sir Targi was very alarmed and kept saying that the zombies needed to be stopped. Maya was screaming in panic. Midiam looked at Azadin, who was tirelessly attacking the army of monsters. The blonde girl was surprised at how Elder Kazas was able to train the outcast to such a high level. A huge wyvern flew over a crowd of zombies. I control the dead. The herald fired 3 arrows from his bow at once, Azadin's well-aimed arrows. Midiam assisted the knights and mercenaries below, shooting from cover with her bow. Ismail hesitantly asked his partner if it was dangerous to use a bow made from a moonhorn. The blonde girl easily replied that everything would be fine as long as Knight Maya didn't see her. Maya fought off the undead with her staff. The girl knight was a little worried because the zombies kept advancing. Chico chopped off the heads of the dead with a sword, and her brother Kaka used a spear to fight zombies. The herald turned to the wyvern and pointed his hands at the battlefield, asking who won and who was stronger in this fight, feeling his superiority. The dragon did not admit his defeat, replying that Azadin had only fired a couple of arrows but had not yet won. The wyvern suddenly roared with all its might, deafening everyone around. Sir Targi noted with displeasure that the dragon's roar did not bode well and prepared his sword for an attack. Maya also took a fighting stance. A huge woolen paw broke the tree. Not far away, a pack of decaying, huge, and very angry bears with red eyes appeared. Targi and Maya looked at the zombie bears in horror. Suddenly, a strong wind surrounded the 2 knights. The wyvern roared loudly again, and in rage she waved her huge tail with spikes. The wyvern summoned a few more dragons and said that they should have released all their power from the very beginning. The huge dead bears were approaching Azadin's team. The herald fired 1 arrow straight into the face of one of the zombie bears. The bear became enraged by this attack and attacked Targi and Maya, who were able to protect themselves with a shield. Azadin, preparing for the attack, noted with alarm that such a number of the dead would be difficult to overcome. Suddenly, something large blocked the herald's view. It was a wyvern, its tail furiously attacking the roof where the herald stood. Azadin's feet broke with a crack. The herald was attentive and very tense. He managed to dodge the attack. The roof of the building collapsed. Azadin found himself inside the house on the roof of which he was standing, while Midyam and Ismail were just shooting at the monsters from inside this dwelling. The fair-haired student greeted the herald with a cheerful smile, while Ismail looked worried but asked to look outside. The enraged bear stood right in front of Sir Targi. The knight only defended himself with his shield. Ismail noticed that Targi was in great danger. Sir Targi looked at the huge bear in horror, realizing that he would not be able to resist him. The enraged zombie bear rushed at the knight with a loud roar. The red-eyed bear attacked Targi with his large clawed paw. After the attack, the knight flew a long distance. Targi was exhausted and coughing up blood, and the zombies were advancing from all sides. The dead men slowly walked closer and closer. Maya turned around in horror at the loud sound. The girl knight saw that Sir Targi was sitting powerlessly on the ground, and a crowd of zombies had already gathered around him. Mia couldn't let the zombies kill the knight, and suddenly a shining hammer appeared in the air. It was Maya who conjured up such a magical projection with her staff. The girl knight shouted a spell with fury. The magic hammer loomed over the zombies and Sir Targi. Targi narrowed his eyes in fear and opened his mouth. The hammer struck the enemies and the knight with all its force. The blow caused a wind to rise, and Maya covered her eyes with her hands. The zombie and Targi were literally smashed into the ground by the force of the magic hammer's impact, and Maya fell to the ground, exhausted. The girl knight spent all her strength on this attack and lay almost lifeless, her eyes rolled back. Targi was also lying on the ground with his eyes rolled back and his mouth slightly open. Harold watched this scene with confusion, wondering why Maya attacked both the zombies and Sir Targa, whom she wanted to save. Azadin heard a voice from somewhere above and raised his head. The wyvern landed on the broken roof and looked at the herald, praising him for his good resistance in the fight. The dragon summoned more dead people. Among them were many wolves and bulls with red eyes, and at the head of the zombie beasts walked a huge dead bear. The wyvern relished its revenge, asking how the people of Vibriza felt now, being bullied by the one they had made a slave of. Chico carefully helped her brother Kaka walk, supporting him by the waist and placing his hand on her shoulder. They were also exhausted. Midyam nervously aimed her bow at the zombies, whose numbers were only increasing. The undead continued to advance, and the wyvern continued to say that her mighty herald power would destroy all the people who despised her. Azadin drew an arrow on his bow and answered the dragon that she understood nothing of the power of heralds. The wyvern, not understanding what Azadin was talking about, opened its eyes wide. The flying monster's eyes grew even wider with fear and pain. Azadin fired an arrow and a large hole appeared on the wyvern's body. The dragon fell with a loud roar, struck by the herald's arrow. The wyvern fell to the ground, bright red blood pouring from its wounds. Azadin drew 2 more arrows onto his bow and said that the strength and arrows of the heralds were capable of bringing down even the stars from the sky. 2 arrows flew forward quickly and accurately, and they hit right into the wings of 2 more flying wyverns. The dragons fell to the ground, and Azadin explained the wisdom of his technique. While the first arrow was flying, the second one already hit the target. The herald stepped forward, and the moonlight fell on his feet. He proudly said that he was an Aragus, and his people were even able to defeat the divine king by order of the emperor. Azadin explained that only ignorant people called them heralds. The heralds themselves call each other Aragus, because they are one people. Azadin moved closer to the wounded wyvern, and she realized that the archer was also a herald. Azadin proudly introduced himself and stated his rank. The dragon seemed unable to believe Azadin's words. The wounded wyvern tried to get up from the ground, not believing that in front of her was her fellow tribesman, whom she had been looking for so long. Azadin once again confirmed that he is indeed a herald. The dragon slowly rose from the ground and laughed loudly. Blood poured from the flying monster's mouth. The herald looked at the dragon with pity, frowning. The wyvern fell to the ground again, exhausted, saying that she had waited 10,000 nights to meet someone from the Herald clan. A dark female figure appeared from the forest, moving unnaturally. A woman with a white face, white hair, and black-blue eyes said that she had been waiting to meet the Heralds since childhood and wanted them to help her get rid of the nightmare and bullying. Black shadows began to gather around the woman, and she said that the Heralds paid no attention to her prayers and calls, and no one came to her aid. Azadin watched the woman, knowing that she was most likely already dead but didn't realize it. Azadin said he was very sorry that the girl had to endure so much bullying and violence because she belonged to the Herald clan. The girl's eyes glowed blue. She frowned and was very angry. She shouted that the Herald's apologies and regrets were now meaningless. The girl screamed that her body was decomposing and her soul was consumed by dark magic. As the zombie army rushed forward to attack, The dead men surrounded Midyam and Ismail on all sides, and the girl with white hair screamed that she would simply kill everyone to somehow dull her pain. Azzedin sighed sadly. He asked the dead girl where her children were and what was happening to them now. She looked at Azzedin a little scared. But soon the woman became even more angry. She screamed that Vibrisa's people had raped her, and that she hated children because she didn't want them. The herald calmly explained that her children also had the blood of the Herald clan, which meant that they too would suffer and be subjected to violence and bullying throughout their lives. Azzedin carefully tried to approach the girl with white hair and admonished her, saying that her children could suffer not only for 10,000 nights, but much more. The herald came close to the dead girl and stood in front of her, saying that her children, because of their suffering, would hate the Herald clan just as she did. He asked the girl with white hair to step back and tell them where her children were so that he would not pass on all her suffering to them for the rest of their lives. The herald placed his hand on his chest and bowed, promising in the name of Emperor Esla to find her children and save them. Azzedin with uncertain hope. She asked if the herald would really save her children, and Azzedin answered confidently and affirmatively. But suddenly the girl doubted, turned away from Azzedin and told him to shut up, because this was simply impossible. But the herald confidently replied that he could save her children, and the dead girl opened her eyes wide. The white-haired girl looked at Azzedin with faith and hope, and the herald explained to her that his clan was capable of doing even the impossible. The herald proudly said that the flame of his clan's principles always burned brightly, despite the contempt of the Vibris people. Dark energy gathered around the dead girl, and Ismail closed his eyes. Ismail noted with bewilderment that the herald was talking about principles for some reason, and Midyam replied that Azzedin was lying to appease the witches. Midyam wondered if the Herald clan really had principles. The apprentice girl thought that the heralds were obliged to work because they were cursed. None of the heralds know the concepts of faith and honor. They strive for wealth and power, and even the founding families are greedy. This is how Midyam thought. When the Herald clan can restore the Book of the Divine King and break the vicious cycle of the curse, the heralds use all their power to capture Vibris. And then, the people of Vibrisa will suffer and experience the same contempt that the heralds have endured for so many years. Midyam understood that the world is very cruel and those who have power have the right to revenge. The student clutched the bow in her hands and decided that Azzedin was obliged to lie now. Midyam could not understand why the herald's words sounded so true. The dead girl was silent, thinking about Azzedin's words. Stepping forward a little, the girl with white hair said that she would obey the herald. Ismail was very surprised that the herald's words had an effect on the dead girl, and Midyam was glad of this outcome. The girl with white hair froze. She remembered the clanking of her shackles, how she lay with her newborn child on the floor, tired and exhausted. She was shaking all over from the cold and could not warm up. Her life force was leaving her. The slave reached for the screaming child. The child was screaming and crying. He was covered in dirt, and so he grabbed his mother's finger with his little hands. The girl with white hair was very surprised then. The whole world around her seemed to light up. The girl began to cry, looking at the defenseless baby. The slave pressed the child to her chest. He was very warm. At that moment, she realized that only she could help this baby. She was all he had. After reminiscing about her life, the dead girl fell to her knees before Azzedin. The half-breed girl cried on her knees and said that she trusted Azzedin, his honor and dignity, and believed that he would fulfill her request. The girl with white hair raised her head, and her face took on a human appearance. She begged the herald to save her children because she could not protect them herself. Midyam and Ismail looked at the zombies in surprise. All the dead fell to the ground. The dark magic stopped working. Plants began to bloom around them and a barely noticeable golden glow appeared. The apprentices could not believe that this was possible and was actually happening. Midyam smiled enthusiastically and said that principles can save people. The herald dropped to one knee and took the slave's hands in his, saying that he promised to fulfill her request. Azzedin began asking the girl how many children she had in total and whether she remembered where they were sold. The girl, with tears in her eyes, said that she had collected all the evidence and proof and hid them in the barn. There was no way she could forget about something like that. Azzedin then asked how the girl gained the power of black magic, and the half-breed replied that the grimoire called to her and gave her this power. This grimoire was the Book of the Divine King, the girl explained, and the herald was very surprised. An unfamiliar voice was heard shouting a spell from the emperor's psalm, and magical fire was directed at the herald and the unfortunate slave. At that very moment, the girl burst into a bright flame, and Azzedin recoiled from her in horror. The herald watched in horror as the poor slave's final death unfolded and could do nothing. Azadin held the dead girl's body in his arms, not believing what had just happened. The unfamiliar voice was heard again, laughing at Azadin, calling him a fool. The herald's face showed no emotion. A stranger with long red hair, wearing a mask and holding a staff, surrounded by a crowd of archers, laughingly declared that the girl with white hair did not belong to the Herald clan. The red-haired stranger continued to mock Azadin for mistaking the girl for a member of the Herald clan because he did not possess any magic. A stranger with red hair and a crowd of archers approached Azadin. The herald asked the stranger who he was. The man said that he was also a herald, and his name was Calypso, and he belonged to the rank of the 106th spirit. Calypso proudly explained that he was engaged in the exorcism of evil spirits and collecting pages of the Book of the Sacred King. Azadin did not hesitate to ask the red-haired herald what right he had to such boorish behavior, since the land on which he stood was under Azadin's jurisdiction. To himself, the blind herald thought that the archers behind Calypso looked familiar. Calypso noted with a grin that the rumors he had heard about Azadin's incompetence were true. The atmosphere became heavy and oppressive. Calypso explained that he was sent to Azadin to keep him under control, since even Azadin's students cannot cope with his power. At the end of his speech, Calypso stated that Azadin is a disgrace to the Herald clan. Azadin remembered where he had seen one of the men standing behind Calypso. It was the tea merchant whom Midiam had almost beheaded during their stop. Azadin sighed, as if tired of this conversation. The blind herald picked up his bow from the ground and thought that these merchants had specially teamed up with Calypso to take revenge. Azadin looked at the white-haired girl, thinking that her body had become a corpse and her soul had been driven out by Calypso's attack. However, the herald noted with disappointment that he still needed to talk to her. The red-haired herald approached Azadin closer and closer. He said that Azadin was incompetent because the dead girl was not an Aragos, did not receive the Emperor's psalm, so the herald simply could not make any decision regarding her fate. Calypso approached the girl's corpse and pointed his staff at her. The red-haired man said that Azadin should thank him for saving him from trouble. A page from the Divine King's book flew out of the girl's corpse. Calypso noted with a smile that he knew he would find a page from the Divine Book here. However, the page did not fly into Calypso's hands. This page and several others, which Calypso apparently kept with him, flew straight into the hands of Azadin. The blind herald took all the pages into his hands. Calypso shouted in irritation that he did not understand why all the pages from the Divine King's book flew to Azadin. Suddenly, Midiam shouted a spell and fired an arrow, aiming at Calypso, but the red-haired man managed to dodge the attack. The arrow stuck into the tree and severely damaged the bark. Azadin's student began to work and the first drop of rain fell to the ground. Soon the rain got heavier and everyone got wet. Calypso wanted to say that Midiam was very impudent, but he did not have time to finish his sentence. The fair-haired student slowly approached Calypso and mockingly said that the Book of the Divine King knows who its true owner is. That is why she chose Azadin. Midiam asked if this was not a true manifestation of divine will. Midiam noted ironically that it was precisely because of its sacred power that the Book of the Divine King had such a name. The fair-haired student angrily shouted that Calypso and his minions should be ashamed, because they had no right to set fire to the Emperor's lands without good reason. They could not call themselves Aragos, especially since a drought was currently raging on their lands. Calypso sternly ordered the girl to be silent. Midiam responded with offense, saying that the red-haired herald clearly did not understand who he was addressing. Calypso sternly replied that he was the herald, and Midiam was only a student, despite the fact that she was the heiress of the Edel family. She had no right to tell the herald what to do. The blonde student clenched her teeth and literally trembled with anger. Midiam looked at Calypso and his minions, thinking that they were real idiots. Suddenly Azadin remembered who Calypso was and turned to him. The red-haired herald turned to Azadin in surprise. Azadin asked the red-haired herald if he had become a herald by chance, a year after Azadin himself had joined the clan. Calypso didn't understand where Azadin's conversation was leading. Azadin smirked and asked the red-haired herald if he thought the way Azadin trained his young students was a problem. Calypso just chuckled. The red-haired herald resentfully stated that he outranked Azadin, to which he replied that Calypso should respect older heralds. Ismail noted to himself with bewilderment that his teacher was arguing with Calypso just like an old man. Azadin tucked his bow into his belt. The blind herald spread his arms wide and asked what Calypso knew about this dead girl. Azadin also added that he would be glad if the red-haired herald shared information with him about her children. Calypso replied that Azadin should not think about it. The red-haired herald became angry and shouted that the dead girl was from the Vibris people. She was not an Aragos. Azadin calmly replied that the dead girl indeed had no common blood with the Aragus people. The dark-haired herald became serious. Looking at the girl's corpse, Azadin said that this girl had suffered thousands of nights in the name of the Aragus. She alone had carried the heavy burden of hatred directed towards the heralds. Azadin explained that it was impossible not to fulfill the last will of this unfortunate girl, just because she was not of their blood. This would desecrate the honor of all the Aragus. Midiam looked at her teacher with a smile. She could not yet find the words to describe her feelings, but she realized that Azadin never lied or was hypocritical. He was always sincere. He buried and prayed at the graves of the Vibriza people. He did not care about the origin of people, he cared not only about the Aragus. He maintained dignity and honor in any situation, never responded to stupid ridicule, and was sincere even with his enemies. Midiam thought about how beautiful and sincere the herald was. He defended his principles. This is true aesthetics. The fair-haired student was upset and thoughtful, with raindrops running down her face and clothes. Suddenly, Midiam's gaze became surprised and angry. She heard laughter. Calypso and his companions laughed loudly at Azadin. Calypso tried to catch his breath from laughter and said that Azadin was absurd in his statements, because such a fool as the 108th herald could not think about the honor of the Aragus. The red-haired herald pointed his finger at Azadin and shouted that he challenged him to a duel. Calypso said that he would fight for the pages of the Divine King's book that Azadin took from him, and wanted to get Edal's daughter, Azadin's student. The red-haired herald explained that he would put his rank on the line, and if Azadin won, Calypso would tell him where the dead woman's children were. Azadin was perplexed. Calypso, smiling, goaded the blind herald, saying that if Azadin defeated him, he would become the 106th herald and increase his rank. Azadin stepped forward and asked with displeasure why Calypso was dragging Midiam into their duel. The red-haired herald replied that he was going to make Edal's daughter his apprentice. Calypso smiled nastily, slapping his staff against his hand. Calypso explained that he wanted to teach Midiam some good lessons. Teach her to respect the higher-ranking heralds and introduce the girl to the affairs of the clan. Edal's daughter frowned and bared her teeth. Midiam was shaking with anger. Azadin looked at her with concern and sighed quietly. The blind herald placed his hand on Midiam's head and ruffled her hair a little, wanting to calm the student. Azadin explained that the pages of the Divine King's book had chosen him themselves, so there was no point in fighting for them. The herald also explained that he did not need information about that woman's children, because he would definitely find her hidden notes himself. Calypso wanted to object. Azadin. When he ordered Calypso and his archers to leave, as he was currently busy with other matters and did not want to fight, the red-haired herald and his companions opened their mouths in surprise. Calypso was very angry. He shook with anger and cursed, calling Azadin a bastard. His companions were outraged by the way the blind herald addressed them. The red-haired herald clenched his teeth in anger. Azadin turned around, about to leave and end the conversation, but Calypso stopped him with a shout, promising that if he lost the duel, he would promise Azadin to find the children of the dead woman, free them from slavery, and take them to the refuge of the Herald clan. The blind herald turned around with a smile. Azadin raised his index finger and added with a smile that if Calypso also promised to become the patron of these children and raise them as conscientious Aragus, Azadin would agree to this duel. Calypso, with confident zeal, agreed to this condition as well. The red-haired herald, adjusting his staff, asked how best to conduct the duel, whether they should, according to all traditions, retreat 100 steps from each other. Azadin rubbed his neck, thought for a moment, and said that it was too difficult. He suggested that they have a duel right now. Calypso didn't have time to finish saying that he agreed to such conditions. Suddenly, a strong gust of wind whistled nearby. Something flew into the red-haired herald's face with all its force. Calypso staggered back, throwing his head back. The red-haired herald fell to the ground with all his might, and his companions immediately ran up to him from all sides, seemed to be at a loss as to how their herald could have lost so quickly and were confused. Azadin announced that the duel was over. Shaking off the raindrops, Midiam and Ismail smiled contentedly. The blind herald sternly advised Calypso to keep her promise regarding the dead woman's unfortunate children. The red-haired herald's archers looked at Calypso in horror, not understanding how he could lose to Azadin. Azadin ordered his disciples to take care of the wounded. Midiam and Ismail immediately obeyed and ran to help. Calypso's archers could not understand how the herald defeated Calypso if he stood so far away. Calypso's archers glanced at each other and suspected that Azadin had used a hidden weapon, but they could not figure out exactly when or how he had moved. Azadin reminded Calypso of his promise and asked if the red-haired herald intended to keep his word. But Calypso was unable to respond to his opponent. He lay on the ground completely exhausted. One of Calypso's companions shouted that an attack without warning should not be counted because it was unfair. Azadin tilted his head to the side in bewilderment and said, "So what?" Azadin scratched the back of his head and easily explained that he quickly attacked Calypso to end the duel with one blow so that the herald would not suffer for long. If they had another duel according to traditional rules, Azadin would simply shoot the red-haired herald in the face. Calypso's archers looked at the blind herald with fear. One of the archers explained that he meant that Azadin could count on them keeping their promise. Azadin thanked Calypso's crew. Morning slowly came. All the zombies were subdued and lying on the ground. Azadin looked thoughtfully at Sir Targi, who was pinned to the ground by a magic hammer. The herald examined the night Targa from all sides and decided that everything would be fine with him, since he had no fractures or internal bleeding. Azadin asked Calypso's men to load Targi into the truck. The archers saluted and replied that they would carry out the order immediately. Midiam and Ismail ran up to the teacher and called out to him. The archers grabbed Sir Targi by the arms and legs and carried him to the truck. Midiam asked Azadin with interest whether he had studied medicine, but the herald answered negatively. Azadin explained that this is related to vision. The further people try to see, the smaller the angle of vision becomes, and the closer they try to see, the wider the angle of vision. Azadin explained that students needed to learn to control their angle of vision so they could see the bones inside the body without any problems. Midiam and Ismail looked at the teacher with bewilderment. Azadin turned around and called on everyone to take care of the wounded once again, because there were still many of them left. The blind herald examined Chico and Kaku. They had abdominal injuries from the fight with the zombie bear and severe wounds due to the use of unreliable armor. Azadin also examined the knight Maya. She had only superficial injuries and possibly psychological trauma from the self-destructive attack. Ismail asked with displeasure whether they should really leave Maya alive. The herald replied that he saw no point in killing her, but the student did not agree with him. Azadin noticed with a smile that Ismail was adamant, while the student pouted and folded his arms across his chest. Someone called out loudly to Ismail and Azadin. It was Midiam. She was shouting at the teacher and her partner that they needed to leave right now. The freight cart moved off, the wheels slowly rolling along the road. Midiam looked out of the carriage window and watched the road disappear into the distance. The fair-haired student said thoughtfully that she never would have thought that she would ever see such things and live such experiences as she had received through her journey with the herald and Ismail. At first, she remembered black magic and the disasters caused by it. A huge, ferocious wyvern and a crowd of walking dead surfaced in her memories. Midiam also remembered the pages of the Divine King's book that everyone is looking for, and that they, together with Ismail and Azadin, met followers of the Kurit clan, which suddenly became active. The blonde student asked Azadin if all these events could mean that an era of great chaos would soon begin. Azadin replied that all these events were full proof that the era of great chaos had already begun. Calypso woke up with a start and was a little scared. The red-haired herald stood up abruptly. One of his archers approached the herald closer. The archer asked how Calypso was feeling, and the herald thoughtfully replied that he was fine. Azadin approached Calypso, and the red-haired herald panicked a little. Azadin said that he was glad that Calypso had woken up and handed the red-haired man a wooden box for the herald. Calypso took the box, and Azadin told him that it was time to fulfill his promise, handing the red-haired herald another folded piece of paper. Calypso opened the wooden box, surprised by its contents. The box contained the slave's personal belongings, which Azadin's students had found in the barn. The umbilical cords of her children were wrapped in bloody bandages, each with its date of birth and the name of the merchant guild that had accepted them. The sheet contains additional information from various traders, Azadin explained. Azadin said that he would search for the children in the Salasma region and ask Calypso to find the rest, repeating to the red-haired herald that he was obliged to keep his promise. Calypso replied that he was an honest herald. Regardless of the first impression, he always fulfilled his promises. Then Azadin said he trusted Calypso with this job. Azadin mockingly asked whether Calypso had now forgotten about ranks and was polite to him, to which the red-haired herald embarrassedly replied that Azadin was indeed older and had entered the clan's service earlier. Calypso suddenly turned around and asked Azadin how he managed to defeat him in a duel if he didn't even know how to use the Psalm of the Emperor's Kingdom. The red-haired herald's expression changed, and he wanted to put forward a hypothesis that Elder Kazas had something to do with this, but he didn't have time to finish. Azadin interrupted Calypso and replied that he was not obliged to tell her about his techniques and the secret of victory, and stated that when the time came, Elder Kazas himself would begin to act. Then Azadin asked where Calypso got the magic staff. The red-haired herald replied that he took it from the pagans of the Kurit clan when he saw them in his area. Azadin thought that he was right and there were a lot of such magical staves. At that time, Calypso stood up, wanting to say goodbye. Calypso put a mask on his face and, with a box in his hands, assured Azadin that he would solve the problem with the children first. The blind herald thanked him, and Calypso vanished into thin air, leaving behind black magical vortices. Azadin exhaled and relaxedly stretched his shoulder. Ismail leaned on Midiam's shoulder and they both fell asleep. The merchants traveling with Calypso were also fast asleep in the cart. Chico and even the ram. Everyone around them fell into a long-awaited and sweet sleep. The herald smiled sincerely, glad that everyone was finally resting in complete peace. Azadin folded his arms across his chest, guessing that everyone was very exhausted after such frightening events and long battles. The herald decided that he would also rest and sleep a little, but the cart continued to move further and further. The ram chewed oats with great appetite. Harold and his entire team made a stop to feed 2 rams and 4 horses. Maya drank hot tea from a dirty mug and asked in surprise how the dead were eventually defeated. The merchants replied that they were grateful to the mercenaries they had hired. And besides, most of the dead had already been defeated by the time they arrived, so all that was left for them was a small part of the simple work. The archer glanced sideways at Azadin and said that all the black magic had also disappeared when they retrieved the woman's corpse buried under the ancient tree. Maya sighed with relief, glad that it was finally over. Azadin listened attentively to this conversation and thought to himself that he had planned the legend well, which everyone told equally and truthfully. Kaka and Chico came closer to the speakers and asked where they were going to go. Kaka hugged his sister and said that they were going to stop at the nearest tavern, they needed to treat their wounds, and then return to the guild. Kaka asked Maya if she was planning to return to the Salasma diocese. The girl confidently clenched her fist. Maya anxiously replied that she would not go with everyone to Salasma, as she needed to find her father. Azadin asked if the night girl was going to leave them right now, and Maya replied that she really needed to hurry since she had already made her decision. Maya raised her hand to her heart and bowed, saying that she hoped to meet again if God so decided. The herald, with a smile, wished her the patronage of the Archangel's grace. Azadin looked thoughtfully after the departing girl knight. Midiam approached the teacher and asked ironically whether the herald was really worried about May, but Azadin absent-mindedly replied that this was not the case. However, the herald's face expressed vague doubts and fears. Azadin thought that he had not heard the Emperor's voice since this morning. Everyone was getting ready to go again and loading things into the cart. The stop was over. Ismail and Azadin turned sharply at the dissatisfied voice of Targa, who was saying that he wanted a certain horse and was not satisfied with the others. One of the merchants explained that this horse was intended for everyone. Sir Targi crossed his arms over his chest and asked with displeasure if the archer really wanted to challenge the descendant of the Divine King. Ismail suggested that Targi did not want to go on foot, and Azadin only replied that this was quite logical, since the knight was an aristocrat after all. Azadina, wanting to talk to him. Kaka said that he and his sister did not believe that Azadin was an ordinary pilgrim. Kaka explained that Chico had a modest gift of foresight and could see the near future. Azadin was in a state of embarrassed bewilderment, and Ismail thought that the twins, whom he considered the most competent people, turned out to be charlatans. Chico's face became serious, and she began her prediction. The girl said that in the coming days, Azadin will become a great knight or already is one. Ismail smiled in bewilderment, raising one eyebrow. Azadin chuckled and thought to himself that a herald could also be a great knight. The herald placed his hand on his heart and bowed, thanking Chico for the prediction. The twins smiled shyly, and Chico said that she hoped to meet Azadin again someday. The sun was shining brightly, the day was in full swing, and a loudly screaming eagle flew across the sky. Azadin raised his head, shielded his face from the sun, and sighed heavily. He couldn't understand where his guardian owl had disappeared to. Ismail approached the teacher and told him that the rams were very tired from the long journey. Azadin instantly became serious. The herald looked at the seemingly endless desert and said that the air was very dry and they all needed to find water. Targi and his horse were also tired. The knight said that when he was in the east last time, these lands were not so dry. The herald pointed to the mountains and turned to Targi, saying that they needed to check if there was water up there. The water was full of dead fish and crayfish, and the aquatic inhabitants could not stand such heat either. The herald examined the water source and said with disappointment that the rams could not drink such water. They would become infected and sick. Suddenly, Azadin heard a scream and raised his head towards the sound. The peasants ran to the pond, saying that they would not be able to eat dead and already decomposing food. People were in such a hurry that they even touched Azadin. The peasants were fishing already dead fish out of the water. The man said that soon there would be no fish left in the water. Midiam approached Azadin and said that the fish would die anyway, so people needed to eat it as soon as possible. The herald thoughtfully agreed. Ismail approached the teacher and said that since the stream had not yet dried up, there must be a well somewhere nearby. The herald thoughtfully replied that in that case, they would need permission from the villagers if the well belonged to them. Targi laughed and Azadin turned around at his loud voice. Sir Targi rushed forward and asked Azadin not to worry about such trifles, declaring that he, as a holy knight, would quickly resolve everything. The herald called out to him and asked him to stop. Targi stood over the peasants who were collecting fish and brazenly attracted their attention. The knight shouted loudly that he needed water from their well and ordered that water be immediately fetched for him. Midiam told Azadin that she would definitely teach Targi manners later. The herald irritably agreed. Azadin clutched the stick he always held in his hands, pretending to be a pilgrim. Azadin approached the peasants, squatted down and chatted pleasantly with them. Ismail noted with displeasure that the herald was again pretending to be a wandering pilgrim. Midiam smiled and remarked that this was the most effective method. Ismail watched as Azadin interacted politely and kindly with the villagers. The young apprentice thought to himself that brotherhood with the people of Vibriza was a bad method. No herald should use it. Only Azadin did so. Ismail looked closely at Midiam. The young man thought that it was a very big problem that his partner was showing interest in Azadin's unfavorable methods. The herald turned to his students, and he called his apprentices with a gesture of his hand. Midiam smiled, and Ismail was surprised. Midiam walked forward, waving her hand in response, saying that they would be right there. Ismail took the ram by the bridle and thought that he should not allow Azadin to control him. Harold and his team found themselves in a village. Red crayfish were boiled over high heat. Azadin, along with his students and Targi, found themselves in some tavern. A large man with a beard was boiling crayfish and putting them on plates for the customers. The bearded man smiled and handed Azadin a bowl of hot crayfish and told him he could help himself. The herald took the bowl and sheepishly thanked the man, speaking of his immense generosity. The bearded man waved his hand, indicating that there was no need for such effusive thanks. He said that the food would go in the trash anyway if it rotted. The man turned away from the herald and suggested that Azadin think of it not as a free meal, but as a crayfish festival, and enjoy it. Azadin approached his companions, who were sitting on the same bench. The herald handed Midiam a bowl of food. The girl took the hot crayfish in her hands and asked the teacher where they would go next. Azadin sat down next to his students and began to cut up the crayfish with his hands, answering the Midiam that they now needed to find the children of the dead woman. The herald tore off one of the crayfish's claws and said that the children were either nearby or right in this village. Ismail frowned and asked what they would do after they found the child. Azadin brought the crab meat to his mouth and said that they could not take the child with them, so they would take the children to the merchants of Khorasan, whom they would meet in the village square, and then the merchants would take the child to Calypso. Ismail noticed that the herald was complicating the whole situation, and Sir Targi was playing with boiled crayfish at that moment. The herald turned his head towards his companions. At that moment, Midiam was arguing with her partner and the knight. The herald looked at his cheerful charges. Sir Targi was shoving crayfish into his mouth. Midiam was indignant, and Ismail noticed that the plate was already empty and he didn't get anything. Azadin thought that his path was really difficult, but it was his duty as a herald. Azadin was already sitting on the street and thoughtfully looking at the sky. He thought that the emperor's voice would appear when he had fulfilled his duty. The action moves to the forest. Calypso and her two worried companions were walking through the forest. The companions asked the red-haired herald if he had really lost to Azadin. Calypso replied that it was true. The companions told Calypso how he could just leave after the defeat. They said that he was only wasting time and other heralds would find the book of the divine king faster than him. One of his companions plaintively reminded him that Calypso's goal was to rise in rank and join the Savan family, one of the clan's founders, so he must hurry and accomplish great feats. Calypso's companions continued to tell him that he had risked and sacrificed a lot to become who he was now. And the red-haired herald mentally agreed with his companions. Calypso thought that he really became a herald thanks to his talent, without origin and name. But this did not change the fact that he was born into a lower caste, and this irritated him greatly. The red-haired herald calmly said that he had no choice because he had lost, and his partners became worried. Calypso turned and pointed a finger at one of his companions, ordering him to make sure the people from the Khorasan Merchant Guild remained silent. The red-haired herald explained that the merchant must remain silent about everything concerning Azadin, and his partner asked in surprise why. Calypso smiled nastily and declared that he was not the only one who had been made a fool. Calypso walked forward joyfully, humming a song to himself. Suddenly, a mysterious voice greeted Calypso from somewhere. The red-haired herald asked who was speaking to him. The unfamiliar voice introduced itself as Ariel's. Calypso raised his head high and repeated in a frightened voice that it was Ariel's voice speaking to him. The voice confirmed that it was indeed the voice of Ariel. Calypso's companion wanted to ask what was going on, but the red-haired herald put his finger to his lips, urging the man to be silent. Calypso frowned, thinking that was impossible. The Emperor's voice is not just a man-made spiritual being. It is one of the highest forms of magic that unites all owls across the continent into a single organic system to control the desires of contractors and transmit this information to the heralds. Only the Emperor has the ability to summon such powerful magic. But Ariel created her own similar network. How is this possible? This is what Calypso was thinking about. The red-haired herald assumed a warlike stance and asked what the voice of Ariel wanted from him. The voice replied that he had come to make Calypso an offer he could not refuse. A black crow with white eyes appeared in front of the red-haired herald, with one large red eye on its chest. The action moves back to the village. The herald and his companions questioned the local residents about the slaves' children. The men responded with obvious concern that they knew nothing about it and advised them to ask someone else about it. The men tried to run away from the herald's questions as quickly as possible, repeating that they knew nothing about anything. Azadin tried to stop them, explaining that the child had been brought to the city by the Telverine Guild. Midium noticed that the men specifically did not want to say anything and that this was very suspicious. The herald grabbed his head and said with disappointment that this was exactly the village that the slave wrote about. Sir Targi also questioned the residents. In his rude manner, he shouted at them, calling them to tell him everything, calling the residents dirty and vile. Targi intimidated people, repeating that he was a descendant of divine kings, and the inhabitants trembled with fear. The intimidated old man finally said that the baker from their guild often traded with the Telverine Guild. The old man pointed his finger at the baker's house and told the herald and his companions to look there. Midiam smiled happily and said that it looked like they had found the right place and that they should hurry. Azadin hesitantly agreed. The herald thought for a moment and walked forward. Azadin thought that the child must be 8 years old, and he probably did not tolerate the terrible treatment he received. The herald assumed that the only work in the bakery was doing various household chores. The unknown man clutched a bloody whip in his hands, greatly surprised by the uninvited guests. The baker opened the door to the herald and his companions, asking why they had come. The man was wearing a bloody apron and was holding a whip in his hands, which was also covered in blood. Through the crack in the door behind the baker, one could see several children sitting on their knees. They were all covered in dirt and bruises. Azadin, Midiam, and Targi looked very serious and tense. The knight stepped forward and explained to the baker that they were looking for someone, and the man politely replied that he had already understood this. Azadin handed the baker a piece of paper with information about the child and explained that they were looking for an 8-year-old girl. The baker narrowed his eyes and asked suspiciously why they were looking for this girl. Targi scratched his ear and asked why the baker was asking such questions. The man replied that he was just a curious person. The baker began to explain nervously. The man said that, in truth, the girl had already died, since she was weak when he brought her to his home. Azadin did not answer, and his companions were very surprised. Sir Targi pointed doubtfully at the barn and asked what happened to the children the man was hiding there. The baker smiled nastily and replied that they were all orphans, and he simply took them under his wing, fed them, and gave them work so that the children would not grow up to be idlers. Targi turned to Azadin, saying that the baker had answered all the questions. Harold seriously asked the man if he had held a funeral for the 8-year-old girl. The baker asked suspiciously why Azadin needed to know about this. Azadin turned to Targi and nodded. The knight bowed and also nodded, answering the herald as you command. Suddenly, the knight kicked the baker in the stomach with all his might. The man fell to his knees and Targi grabbed him by the hair. The knight leaned close to the man's face and said with fury that they had come to take the child to fulfill a vow made to his mother, which is why they needed to know where the girl was buried, and Targi forcefully ordered the baker to tell everything. The man was very scared. He politely tried to calm the knight down and explain everything. The baker explained that he had thrown the girl's body into the river, and Azadin was surprised. Targi continued to hold the man by the hair, and the herald asked why the baker had thrown the corpse into the river and whether he had gone mad. Azadin thought that this answer explained everything. The baker buys children from the guild for pennies and does whatever he wants with them, and then he just throws the children into the river when they die. Azadin thought that this baker needed to remember all his cruel crimes and pay for them when the dead rose. Harold watched calmly as Targi threatened the baker. Ismail smiled slyly. The student approached Azadin and asked him what he was going to do. Ismail pointed his finger at the baker and asked if Azadin was going to kill him. The student smiled nastily and looked askance at the herald. He asked Azadin what he was going to do with the other children, sarcastically asking if he was really going to save them, even if they weren't Aragas. Azadin replied that the baker was cooperating with the Telveran Guild. Ismail did not calm down and asked if the herald was going to leave the rescued children with the merchants of Khorasan and whether they would agree to this and whether his actions would cause a conflict with Telveran. The Khorasan Merchant Guild may be a false front to aid the heralds, but its mercantile sentiments are strong. Ismail meant that the Khorasan Guild would not risk damaging relations with another merchant guild over children who were not Aragas, even if a herald asked for help. Ismail smugly said that the herald had finally encountered a problem that could not be solved by a sense of justice. Then he sarcastically asked Azadin to share with him his teacher's insight and wisdom. Azadin asked Midyam if Ismail always behaved like this, and the girl hesitantly answered that her friend was not always like this. The herald replied that he expected nothing less from his student. Then he told Ismail that he was right and had assessed the situation correctly. Azadin wanted to say something else, but he was interrupted by Targa's shout, who was cursing and hitting the baker in the face. The knight kicked the man and said menacingly that Azadin had sworn to protect the children, but the baker was humiliating the herald's oaths with his behavior and words. Targi also continued to threaten the man, and the baker only begged for mercy. Azadin asked in bewilderment why Targi was calling him Big Boss. The knight turned to the herald with a look full of puppy-like devotion. Sir Targi turned to Azadin and gave him a thumbs up. He said that the big boss need not worry, and the children can live in Targi's mother's house. They will become servants and will live in much better conditions. Midyam thoughtfully said that even manure has its merits, referring to the knight's good-natured act. And the herald only said that everything turned out well, and so the problem was resolved. The baker still got a few bruises for mistreating the children. Thanks to Sir Targa's gentle guidance, the baker signed the deed of sale for the children, and all that was left was to hand the children over to the merchants and ask them to take them to Targa's mother, the Baroness. Evening had come, and in the village the traders were storing their goods. Two merchants were repairing a wheel on a cart. The men turned around to see Azadin and his companions. A man with a wrench in his hands called out the herald's name. Azadin turned around in surprise. The mustachioed merchant asked haughtily if Azadin had forgotten them, since they were his elders and had done so much for him. Midyam said doubtfully that they couldn't be her teachers or older than her, because they are not like heralds or his students. The man who was the younger of the two suddenly drew his sword and pointed it straight at Azadin, surprised that the herald had not yet recognized them. The man shouted that Azadin had been removed from his position as herald, and that it would be better for him to surrender without a fight. Midyam and Ismail froze in shock. Azadin was emotionless. He didn't understand at all what all this meant. The man with the sword in his hand repeated once again that Azadin needed to surrender without a fight, and that he was no longer a herald. Azadin asked in bewilderment if the two merchants were drunk and added sarcastically that maybe they were taking something stronger. The man with the sword in his hand replied that they were not joking at all, and the council had indeed demoted Azadin from his position as herald. The second man with the mustache added that there was no point in wasting time, and that Azadin needed to be brought to leadership as quickly as possible. The young man took the sword from Dobny for an attack and said with a smile that if they caught Azadin, they would become heralds. Azadin realized that the merchants only wanted to get his place and decided that this is why they decided to engage in battle in the middle of a peaceful village. Azadin handed his cane to Ismail and asked her to hold it while he dealt with the merchants and learned more about this absurd statement. The man with the mustache also drew his sword and said with a grin that Azadin simply couldn't forget how he cried like a child when they fought. The herald stood in a fighting stance without any weapons and replied that of course he had not forgotten about it. Azadin also added that he remembers how the man covered the upper part of his face and forcibly kissed him because his chin was similar to Ariel's face. The students and Targi grimaced in disgust at such details. Azadin covered his mouth with his hand and said that even the memory of it made him sick. The herald sighed, wanting to regain his composure. Azadin said that the two merchants should be taught a lesson. One of the men only cursed, calling the herald a son of a bitch. Both sides were ready to start the fight. The atmosphere was tense. The two men were the first to rush into battle, wanting to quickly and sharply attack Azadin. One of the men was in anticipation of victory. The second one with the mustache also thought that they had driven Azadin into a trap. But the attack failed. Azadin stopped the attack of two merchants with his bare hands. Their swords did not even hurt his palms. The man with the mustache pressed harder on the sword, but the herald's hand did not even tremble. The second man also could not remove the sword from Azadin's hand. The young man crossed his fingers and muttered something. His sword glowed with a faint purple light. The herald only sighed wearily. Azadin used Kazas's technique called the Emperor's Song, and lightning immediately lit up the sky. The man with the mustache was very surprised. Lightning threw the two men back. The merchant's swords broke. One man fell to the ground, and the second did not believe that Azadin had summoned lightning. The man looked at the herald, who was dusting off his hands, and wondered in surprise how he could do this if he didn't know how to use magic. Azadin jokingly asked the men not to die. Azadin smiled frighteningly, and a black fog surrounded him. He said with a grin that one of the attackers might be unlucky. The man with the mustache was frightened when he saw the shadows that surrounded the herald. The young man only rushed back into battle with confidence. The herald was elusive. Both merchants tried to catch him, but Azadin immediately disappeared, leaving behind only a black shadow. Suddenly, the herald appeared right behind the two men, and they were very frightened. The man with the mustache turned around abruptly. His young comrade also quickly turned around, following him. Azadin kicked the man with the mustache with all his might right in the chest. The merchants stood one behind the other. The force of the herald sent both men flying back a considerable distance. The man with the mustache fell to the ground, blood pouring from his mouth. The second young man also fell to the ground, and blood also poured from his mouth. They both then thought in surprise that Azadin could use the shadow technique. Azadin's blow. A hole appeared on the ground in which two men lay. The men tried to get up. One's ribs hurt. The other simply cursed. The man with the mustache looked up at Azadin and was surprised to see that he had used both techniques. First lightning and then shadows. One after the other, at incredible speed. The young man also thought about how Azadin used magic, because he never knew how to cast spells. The herald came closer to his opponents and said that he had to hold back, since there were buildings around, and that was the only reason the men were still conscious. Azadin smiled menacingly and asked the men if they were ready to tell him everything in detail. Azadin's head and called his name. A black raven with red eyes landed on a branch and reported some problem. The herald recognized in the raven his guardian, the voice of the emperor he had lost, and asked the bird why he was speaking through an intermediary. Raven said that the leader expelled Azadin from the clan, and that was not all the bad news. The raven said that the curse of service had been activated. Azadin did not understand what the emperor's voice meant. The students were very scared and surprised. The thing is that the emperor and the Aragas took a vow of service. The reason why it is considered a curse is because of how this vow obliges one to be loyal and obedient. When the leader and elders of a clan agree to place a curse on a herald, it means that he is doomed to die. But before this, the herald is obliged to give birth to a descendant, and the method by which this is achieved. Everyone froze in shock as they listened to the bird's speech. Azadin, as if not believing it, asked if he was really cursed. The raven explained that the curse would be activated within a year. The herald must give birth to a child and die, as his father Aker had done. Sir Targi asked in horror about the birth. Azadin's students were in shock. Targi didn't understand how Azadin could get pregnant. The knight spread his arms out to the sides, not understanding how a man could become pregnant and give birth to a child. Who will be the father or mother? The knight can't calm down. Midyam covered Targi's mouth with her hand, and Azadin grabbed his head and cursed loudly. Azadin, in despair, asked why the emperor had chosen this particular curse. The emperor's voice replied that he had not chosen such a curse. It had been devised by the first leader of the clan, Harold Harkonia. The raven wanted to say something else, but then said that he had no right to talk about it. Azadin desperately asked to tell him everything that the raven knew. The raven said that the magic of the emperor's voice allows artificially created spirits to exist in this world forever, but only if certain information is hidden. The raven explained that the conversation with Azadin, after his demotion, breaks the very existence of the emperor's voice. Midyam and Ismail were frightened. The man with the mustache who attacked Azadin noted with surprise that the emperor's voice was risking its existence and breaking the rules just to talk to Azadin. The merchant couldn't understand what made this herald so valuable. Targi proudly noted that his boss was apparently special. Azadin noted with displeasure that now he would have to give birth in a male body because of the curse that the emperor created. He would die. But the emperor gave him recognition. The herald noted that this was a sick joke. The two men who had been fighting the herald stood up and shouted that Azadin should not treat the emperor's voice so impudently. The herald shouted that there was no need to remind him of his insolence, because he was the one who would have to squeeze the child out of himself, so he was not going to behave politely and respect the emperor in such a situation. Targi whispered and asked if this was really possible, and Ismail replied that Azadin himself was born this way, and that this is what they call a curse because it is not a normal way. Azadin turned to the two merchants and asked them to hurry up and tell why the council expelled him from the clan and cursed him, because he only did his job conscientiously. The men became a little quiet, and then they told the herald that his sister Ariel had killed Elder Kenahan. Azadin was shocked. Then Ariel stole all the pages of the Divine King's book and escaped. Ariel betrayed the clan. Midian could not believe that Ariel had committed treason, but Ismail reasoned that it was then clear where the curse came from. Azadin asked with displeasure why he was expelled from the clan if Ariel had rebelled, and if his sister is a traitor. The young merchant replied thoughtfully that he was exiled from the clan because they thought Azadin had helped his sister and was an accomplice. The herald angrily asked why he would work with her if she had cut his face with a dagger. The young man replied that the clan could not know that the brother and sister were not close. The man with the mustache added that everyone thought that Ariel always cared and worried about her brother. Azadin cursed angrily. The herald stepped forward and the merchants backed away in fear. Azadin asked what Ariel had done for him and what he had received from her when she was the best and highest-ranking herald in the clan. Azadin angrily grabbed the merchants by the lapels. He screamed that Ariel had done nothing for him. She had only told the crying children that she would marry them to the village idiot Azadin if they did not shut up. The herald continued to be indignant. He said that everyone bowed before Ariel as if she were the reincarnation of Harkonia himself. But everyone decided to curse him, although he never followed his sister and did nothing bad. The companions looked at the herald, thinking that he was seriously angry. The man with the mustache asked with displeasure how they could have found out about their relationship, and Azadin continued to hold the merchants by the collars. Azadin abruptly threw the two men aside. The merchants fell to the ground, and the herald covered his face with his hand and laughed madly. Then, with a mad grin, the herald asked if maybe he should just kill every Aragos that got in his way. Azadin continued to argue like a madman about whether he should show what a real rebellion meant. The merchants tensed up and became frightened by such words. The man with the mustache rushed to Azadin and said that the herald could appeal to the chief and elders and ask them to reverse their decision. The young man also ran up to Azadin and said that only one person in the history of the Aragos had died from a curse, so there was hope. But before they could finish speaking, Azadin struck the young merchant in the face with all his might, saying that the only person who had died from the curse was his father, who had given birth to him. The herald said that the men were mocking him. The morning came, the sun rose. The children rescued from the baker sat in the cart, covered with a long cloth. Azadin stood in front of the two merchants and declared that the only right decision for him to survive was to go to the chieftain and ask him to remove the curse. The men replied that this was a wise decision. The men were badly beaten and had bright purple bruises and swelling on their faces. The man with the mustache came closer to the herald and politely asked him to tell the chieftain when Azadin met him that the traitors had caught him. The herald drew an arrow on his bow and asked if the men wished to be castrated right then. The men said that castration was too cruel, and Azadin replied that castration was a mercy, compared to how these men had abused him when he was a child. The young man apologized and bowed, and the second merchant with the mustache said that he had better say that he was captured for his own safety, because all the Aragos were ordered to either capture Azadin or kill him on the spot. Azadin really intended to fight every clan member he met, as other Aragos might kill him. Azadin replied that he would only be treated worse if he gave in without a fight, so he would go to the regional leader of Salasma. He would beat up anyone who stood in his way except Eldis and Elder Kazas. The merchants got into the cart with the children, and Azadin asked the men to take care of the orphans. The man replied that they would definitely take the children to the Baroness safe and sound, and also report to the elders that the voice of the emperor protected the herald Azadin. The cart started moving, and one of the merchants shouted to Azadin that he was the most noble example to follow, to which every herald should aspire. Another man with a mustache said that the emperor's voice had risked its existence for Azadin, and they would be witnesses to this. The merchants said goodbye to the herald, wishing to see each other again soon. Finally, the herald, his students, and the knight Targi reached Salasma, a city with 3,000 houses and surrounding farmland. This city has flourished since ancient times thanks to its rich copper mines. There was a guard on duty at the entrance, and the guard looked closely at Azadin and his companions. Sir Targi proudly said that he was the son of the Margrave of Castle and that he had urgent business in the city. Then he ordered them to hurry and let him through. The crowd of people standing at the gates were just wondering why an idiot like Targi had returned to the city again. The guard bowed politely to the gentleman and asked him to pass. Ismail noticed with surprise that they reached Salasma very quickly. Targi proudly asked Azadin how he had helped him, whether the knight had been useful this time. The herald did not answer, feeling a little ashamed. Azadin noticed two men who were clearly watching them. The herald mused that they were from Khorasar and probably knew about the order to kill him. Targi pointed his finger at the men and indignantly asked who they were looking at so intently. The knight shouted at the two men, saying that they had no right to look at the son of the Margrave of Castle, Count Salasma, in that way. The men explained that they were not staring at the master and apologized. Targi grinned evilly and said that the men should apologize with all sincerity and offer him their treats and drinks. The merchants became embarrassed and left, asking the gentleman to wait a little. Azadin noted to himself that Targi was truly useful and his acting was exceptional. The merchants from Khorasar would no longer approach him. The knight cheerfully took two large bags in both hands and asked the herald if he could rob the peasants to raise money for the journey. He looked through the belongings to find something worthwhile. Midiam noted with displeasure that Targi was a real thief. Ismail replied that there was nothing surprising about this, and Azadin remained emotionless and silent. Suddenly someone called Targi's name. It was a girl with long white hair and light gray eyes, sitting astride a horse with several companions next to her. Targi was surprised to see the girl. Her name was Venna. The knight said that Venna was his half-sister and asked her why she came to Salasma. The girl winked and replied that Targi knew the reason for her arrival. Azadin was tense and said nothing. Harold looked at the cart behind Venna, which contained sacks of potatoes and corn, and decided that she had robbed someone, just like her brother. The sister asked Targa where his mercenaries were. The knight evasively answered that something had happened to them. The horse stamped its hoof on the ground. Venna said that someone beat Kozel almost to death. The girl thought that Targi did it. The knight was surprised by this news. Venna was surprised that Targi had not heard about this. She told him that Kozel had lost all his men, as well as his manhood. The knight was delighted with such news. Targi exclaimed cheerfully that he had been blessed for his righteous life and that his ancestors were watching over him. Venna's eyes flashed with an evil gleam. She asked the knight if it was true that he was now completely alone. The girl with white hair suddenly pulled the sword out of its sheath, and she headed straight towards Targi, swinging her sword. But suddenly someone threw a small stone. The stone knocked the sword out of the hands of Venna, who wanted to kill her brother. The girl with gray eyes turned around and shouted who did it. Azadin replied that he found it unusual that his sister came so close to Targi. Suddenly, Venna's companions rushed to attack from all sides. Targi asked in surprise if his sister really wanted to kill him. Venna replied that she really wanted to kill Targi because it was much better than looking for the pages of the Divine King's book, since she didn't even know where to start. Knight Targi drew his sword and turned around sharply. One of Venna's mercenaries wanted to attack Targi from behind and jumped up, raising his sword to his head. Targi repelled the mercenary's attack with his sword. The man jumped back from the knight. His attack was unsuccessful. The knight was very angry. He said that his sister was making a huge mistake and could not even imagine who was now traveling with Targi. Targi turned to Azadin and his students and said that the big boss could kill everyone in 1 minute with one finger. The knight noticed that the herald was doing nothing and asked why Azadin was not helping him. The herald replied that he wanted to see what Targi was capable of alone. Midiam, covering her mouth, said that there was now another organism in Azadin's body. The herald asked her with displeasure what she was talking about. The student covered her mouth with her hand and her cheeks turned pink. She asked the herald if that was not how the curse worked. Midiam continued to say that right now a small life was growing inside the herald, and Azadin was covered in goosebumps of hostility. While Targi steadfastly fought off his half-sister's mercenaries, Azadin scolded the student, saying that nothing was growing inside him and that Midiam was saying simply terrible things. Midiam continued to joke with the teacher, telling him not to worry because it was bad for the child. The voice of one of Venna's mercenaries was heard somewhere nearby. The man asked how Azadin and his students dared to ignore them and attacked the herald. However, all the man could touch with his attack was empty space. The herald disappeared with lightning speed and found himself far enough away from the attacking mercenary. Azadin, smiling, suggested that Midiam and Ismail should deal with Venna's mercenaries together, but not kill them. The students responded with dissatisfaction that the mercenaries fought with real swords, and the herald said that thanks to this, he would be able to truly appreciate the skills of his students. Ishmael and Midiam calmly drew their swords, preparing for battle. The mercenaries were also ready for battle and surrounded the blonde student. Midiam was not at all worried, but on the contrary, she was confident in her abilities. Something caught Azadin's attention. The herald looked at Targi and thought that the knight was having a very hard time fighting. Azadin glanced around the battlefield, choosing the most skilled enemy. The herald's gaze fell on the man with the bandana on his head against whom Ismail was fighting. A man with a bandana on his head attacked Azadin's student with a scream. However, Ismail easily dodged the attack by jumping into the air and doing a somersault. The mercenary in the bandana merely cut the ground with his sword. The man didn't understand how he could have lost sight of Ismail, but the young man had already deftly landed on the ground behind him. Ismail sharply wounded his opponent with one jerk. The mercenary in the bandana screamed loudly in pain. Azadin was surprised. The wound was not fatal, but the man in the bandana would die from blood loss if the bleeding was not stopped. The herald watched his student and thought that Ismail had excellent skills for such a young age, and that he had great potential to become a great herald. Ismail continued to fight without doubt or fear. Suddenly, the horse that Targi was riding began to kick violently, and the knight fell from his horse, right in the midst of the battle. Azadin looked at this misunderstanding, not understanding how Targi could not defeat the enemy if he had a huge advantage in the form of a horse and better weapons. The mercenary rushed at the knight, shouting, "Die!" Azadin scratched his head and decided it was time for him to intervene. There was a cry, "My nails!" The mercenaries, all beaten and wounded, were kneeling. Venna was also kneeling and crying. With her hands folded, as if in prayer, she said that they had returned all the loot and done everything as Azadin asked. So why did the herald tear out their nails? Herald snapped his pliers and replied that Venna should be grateful that he had done only that. Sister Targa and her mercenaries were terrified. The herald explained that his punishment was proportionate to the crime, so they were alive only because they did not kill anyone. Azadin clicked his pliers a few more times and threatened the mercenaries and Venna to listen to his advice and not commit any more criminal acts. They agreed in fear. Venna and her companions quickly ran away from Azadin and his assistants. Targi said in disappointment that he never thought that Venna would want to kill him in order to become the next Margrave. It was mean of her. Targi thought that they had a good relationship. The herald agreed with the knight and replied that becoming the head of the house was pointless. Midiam approached Azadin and, with tears in her eyes, said that she had been very worried about his sudden mood swings, but now she saw that he was all right. The herald did not understand what the student was hinting at. Midiam took the herald by the hand and asked him not to worry. The girl said that her mother told her that pregnancy leads to physical and psychological changes. Azadin was irritated by such ridicule. Azadin sighed and said that the curse was not like a normal pregnancy. He would not fully carry the child until he gave birth. Everyone was about to set out, but then Ismail called out to the teacher and asked if Azadin had sold the silver candelabra that he had stolen from Targa's mercenaries. Ismail asked why the herald had now made so much effort to return everything Venno had stolen to its owners. Azadin replied that there had been too many things then, and he could not have returned everything alone. Herald also explained that at that time all the looted items were just furniture and valuables, and this was extra baggage for the refugees. Azadin added that he always acts depending on the current situation. The herald asked if Ismail had any problems with the way Azadin was acting, but the young man remained silent. After some time, Ismail replied that he did not understand Azadin and that his way of thinking was strange to him. The student said that it was easier for him to understand murderers and marauders than a herald. Azadin smiled and nudged Ismail with his shoulder, saying that he could understand him. The student was surprised. Targi asked Azadin and the students to speak more quietly. Targi said that there was a camp of the Knights of the Order of Salvation ahead. Azadin was very happy about this. The herald looked at the flag of the Knights of the Order of Salvation and admired it. It depicted a wheel with 3 wings and a sword in the middle. Azadin said that it was a magnificent symbol. The students were taken aback by the herald's adoration of the Order of Salvation, and Ismail noted that the knights of this order were the people of Vibrisa and had a dubious reputation. Midiam whispered to her partner whether she should tell the herald about the rumors. Perhaps he wouldn't even listen, considering how much he respected the Order of Salvation. Ismail replied that he was surprised by Midiam's tact. The student asked sheepishly why she shouldn't be tactful with the pregnant father, and Ismail asked in confusion whether she was joking or genuinely worried. Azadin turned to the students, hearing their conversation, and said that Midiam made him very angry. The girl asked in fear why. Azadin cheerfully assured himself that he had been expelled from the clan only by mistake, because they were very afraid of Ariel. He hoped that the curse would be quickly lifted as soon as he met with the head of the district. Azadin thought that he had collected 2 pages of the Divine King's book and earned 3 gold coins in a very short period of time. He was sure that this was a record among all the heralds, and he was worthy of appealing his sentence. The herald thought that the clan would not try to kill him and steal the pages he found from him. No matter how much they hated Azadin, they would not go that far. A long queue formed next to the tent of the Order of the Knights of Salvation. Targi collected stones and Ismail collected firewood. The knight sighed and expressed indignation at why he should clear a place for the camp if he was an aristocrat. Midiam approached her partner and asked where Azadin was. Ismail replied that the herald had gone to the Order of Salvation and asked why Midiam did not go with the teacher. Ismail noticed that Midiam had found some blankets, and the girl replied that the Knights of Salvation had allowed her to take them. The girl joked that in her next life she would be reincarnated as a herald, or go to hell if she didn't return the blankets. Targi asked what kind of curse it was, and Ismail said that it was a great motivation. Azadin returned to his companions, and the whole company turned to look at him. Midiam came closer to the teacher and asked why the Knights of Salvation gave the herald bread, since they already had food supplies. The herald replied that he was simply interested in what supplies the order was giving out as aid. The coat of arms of the Order of Salvation was depicted on the bread. Azadin joyfully pressed the bread to his chest and said that he had not stolen the food, but had received the bread as an offering. Midiam asked in surprise if the herald had paid the order. Azadin blushed and said that he had asked the Knights of the Order to put his coat of arms on parchment. But they refused, so they put the coat of arms on this bread. Midiam told the herald that the Knights of Salvation were heroes only on the pages of books, but in reality they would simply kill them if they found out that they were heralds. Azadin replied that it didn't bother him at all. Even if the order were to pursue him and try to kill him, he would continue to believe in what they were doing. The herald raised the bread to his mouth, wanting to take a bite, and suddenly a loud crunch was heard, frightening the students and Targi. Azadin couldn't bite off a single piece. The bread was like stone. The herald and his companions lit a fire and heated some kind of broth on it. They put the hard bread of the order into the boiling water. Midiam watched the preparation of this food with interest and asked if it was really necessary to put the order's bread into the broth, because it seemed dangerous to one's health. Azadin. After all, he himself said that it smelled like sawdust. The herald asked Midiam to stop complaining and said that the bread would not mix with the soup and spoil the taste. Azadin said that he could not throw away the bread that was intended for the refugees, especially since he asked for food out of curiosity. Suddenly, footsteps were heard nearby. Sir Targi was the first to notice someone's presence and turned around.